Warning, the following program contains sensitive material that may be unsettling to some audiences. The Pedantic Pedestrians are not responsible for any injuries or paranormal activity that may occur during the viewing of this program, including, and not limited to, whiplash, bipolar disorder, a sprained ankle, or demonic possession. Viewer discretion is advised.
Two Guns, do you want to, encourage people to respect those? So funny, Chad!
When you see people laughing. Nah, like, pause it. What did he say? Whenever, it sounds like he said... Oh, yeah, we're live, Gene.
Yay! Well, everybody who's here, share out the stream and everything. Also, sorry we're late, having technical issues. Apparently there's this thing going on with Brave, which is a well-known glitch. I restarted my computer, tried to update the driver for my mouse. It kept auto-scrolling on the sidebars and everything. And apparently it just has something to do with Brave. So I had to, uninstall and reinstall Brave, and that fixed it. But apparently there's that kind of glitch going on. And then it reset all the playlists that I was working on, which sucked. But blame Brave and its shitty interface, or the fact that they have to patch that, because apparently this is something that's been going on in the last couple weeks. But what are everyone's thoughts on the election results? Yeah?
Stolen election. It was a rigged from the jump.
Yep. Exactly. That's what I was actually gonna go towards right there. It's like, yeah, stolen.
I really was thinking that there was going to be this huge outroar from people on the left. It's been pretty uneventful in terms of people having meltdowns, which I think it's funny because people on the right are like, yeah, I can't wait for all the nibtards to be crying. And and I point that out. So it is true that when Trump won against Hillary, people were rioting. There were riots breaking out all across the country. But then Trump won, and they all did the same thing. They rioted, raided the Capitol, and it's just, I want to get into, I think we should discuss this for a little bit about the Trumpites that raided our last two streams. It is just the Dunning-Kruger effect galore. And, I think it's just very disheartening and very concerning how, when you look into education in America, and we discussed this, during the stream and so forth, but people will always claim that, hey, I'm arrogant, thinking, discussing statistics about literacy, discussing statistics about the state of, critical thinking and everything. But no. It has been getting worse. It has been declining by such a significant sum, decade by decade, especially in the last 40 years. And I thought it was 14% of Americans are functionally illiterate. It's gone up to 20-something% of Americans that read or write at or below a first grade level, or below a first grade level. 20% of Americans aren't even competent enough to fill out a form at a doctor's office. So that is pretty damning in terms of how poorly educated such a large percentage of Americans are. And it is even worse with critical thinking. So here people will bring up IQ and how IQ isn't really the best metric for intelligence. And it's whatever, fine. But let's look at all the other metrics used to measure people's cognitive ability and everything. So this is the National Assessment of Education, Educational Progress, and the NAEP, known as the Nationals Report Card, assesses various subjects, including reading, mathematics, dynamic thought, convergent thinking, and people's quality of writing and so on and so forth, which are foundational to critical thinking. Recent results indicate that a significant percentage of U.S. students do not perform at proficient levels. The level of the quality of critical thinking on average has been declining at a rate of 15% per decade since 1990. So this is the AAC and U employee survey. So this is something that's used to assess post-college graduates and their ability at analytical skills and critical thinking. The American Association of Colleges and Universities conducts surveys with employees regarding the preparedness and of college graduates, so on and so forth. Findings suggest that while many graduates possess technical knowledge, they often lack strong critical thinking and problem-solving skills, with 2 in 3 college-educated adults failing at tests that measure critical thinking. And further studies within the general population shows that 4 in 5 American adults fail at tests that measure critical thinking. And so college students tend to perform slightly better, but it is still not to the expectations that are desired. Yeah, no shit. So this is the Collegiate Learning Assessment, SLA. The CLA measures critical thinking and writing skills of college students and high school students. This book, Academically Adrift by Richard Aram, shows, so this goes into the establishment of this kind of study. So findings are 45% of college students showed no significant improvement in critical thinking during their first 2 years. And then this shows similar results that 80% of college students are not able to show any notable level of critical or analytical assessment when it comes to their writing. 93% of graduating high school seniors fail to show any complexity when writing an essay. Program for International Student Assessment. PISA evaluates 15-year-olds' ability to apply knowledge in real-world problems. And then also 25-year-olds' abilities, in civil areas. American students often score around the middle or below average compared to peers in other developed countries, primarily in problem solving and complex reasoning. Foundation of Critical Thinking reports. The Foundation for Critical Thinking has published reports emphasizing the lack of effective critical thinking skills among the U.S. population, attributing to its educational focus on rote memorization and standardized testing. With 4 in 5 Americans, roughly 83% of Americans failing at tests that measure any level of critical thinking, as most Americans tend to have a problem with evaluating problems in a more multifaceted manner, typically seeing things in a more linear black and white sort of model, and most Americans fail to recognize that there can be multiple different inputs to a particular output. So that's affirming the consequent. Where most Americans tend to make decisions based on emotion as opposed to analysis and assessment. And due to this ineptitude when it comes to metacognition, they tend to fail to recognize their own cognitive biases when making decisions. Society for Human Resource Management. So the SHRM and other organizations have noted skill gaps in critical thinking among employees, indicating that while technical skills are improving in certain areas, soft skills like critical thinking remain weak among new workforce entrants. And it shows that it has been declining at a rate of 7.83% per decade. And cognitive reflection test results. So the CRT assessment assesses the ability to override an initial incorrect response. Studies have shown that the average scores of Americans are low, with many participants answering only 1 or 2 out of the dozens of questions asked correctly, indicating a tendency towards intuitive rather than reflective thinking. So, what do you think? Do you think that all of these tests from these international and national organizations, these various tests that all measure critical thinking and dynamic thinking, self-reflection. It's not just IQ, it is showing that in all fucking areas, people are failing at critical thinking. And then not just that, but we've shown that rates of illiteracy have been declining. Over half of Americans read or write at or below a 5th grade level. And then it's like 20%, 1/5 of Americans are functionally illiterate. But hey, I'm an arrogant asshole claiming that a very large percentage of Americans are very inept when it comes to just their level of education and their level of critical thinking and their level of metacognition when it comes to thinking about thinking. And I'm a giant asshole thinking that, you know what, maybe I have like a decent reason thinking that maybe I should be looking down at some of these people, but maybe I think too high.
Oh, you smug fuck. See,
yeah,
fuck you, Gene. Fuck you.
In a lot of these areas, and I've had neuropsych evaluations, and I've been tested in these areas to show that I form in like the 1-2 percentile. Well, I am an arrogant fuck, because we all know what arrogance is it's thinking way too highly of yourself and not having enough like hard evidence or notable justification for believing that you perform in that level. So when I've been evaluated and tested in these areas and it shows that I do indeed perform at this level that I think I do, I am a smug, arrogant fuck, because thinking that you fall within a particular extreme when you do, that equals arrogance. But acting like you clearly know your shit and coming in and being like, yeah, like people getting all their information from the left-wing media, ignoring the fact that they're doing the same thing with right-wing media, yeah, that's not being an arrogant dumbass who's guilty of being a stupid mind full of pride.
Well, see here.
But what do people in the chat think now?
Just to add to the discourse here,
95 concurrent viewers. Holy shit. Okay.
It's not necessarily that. You know, John, you can acknowledge your intelligence without being a smug fuck about it. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's how you put it, John. You know, when you say you deserve to look down on people.
After a while, when you deal with people discussing things on and off the internet, where a very large amount of people, it doesn't matter how formal you try to be, how soft-spoken you try to be, when people just want to sit there, plus I'm amped up on fucking caffeine pills and shit, but it's like, it's annoying. When you disagree with people and you try to engage in formal rhetoric, and it's nothing but begging the question. And like I showed, like these tests show across the board, whether you're on the left or the right, Americans overall tend to be like failing when it comes to like critical thinking and dynamic like thought, like analysis and assessment. And like most people, this is what the discourse comes down to, is X is true because X is true. Why is it true? Because nothing after the cause. So 93% of graduating seniors can't show any complexity when writing an essay. And in the same way, when you're writing an essay, it's like you have your introductory paragraph with your thesis statement. You have your main body, which is supposed to be all the paragraphs in the middle addressing each point in your thesis. And then you have your conclusion. And the problem is that with rhetoric, if you take a class in discourse, you have your thesis, you have your refutation, and then you have your conclusion. Begging the question is when your thesis acts as your conclusion. It's essentially the X is true because nothing after the because. And such a large percentage of people that you disagree with, their rhetoric is to sit there, the big shit-eating smirk on their face. And it's like, no, this is true because it is. And then it's the confirmation bias, basically discounting what the other person says. No, that's not true. It's not true because it's not. Why is it not true? Because clearly it is. And then you use the Socratic method of discourse. You ask them simple fucking questions. Like, where are you getting this from? What are your sources? Okay, can you go into detail in regards to why that is? What about these counterexamples that show that what you're saying simply isn't true? And then it goes from the make a declarative statement and laugh and roll your eyes and act like that declarative statement is clearly true, to yelling and screaming and throwing a temper tantrum and claiming that you're a piece of shit, you don't know what you're talking about. And why don't you know what you're talking about? Because nothing after because, just because.
Now, John,
Yeah.
see, I've identified the problem here. You're too smart for your own good. You'd be a lot happier if you were retarded
God.
like the rest of us.
Oh yeah, it's almost like there's a correlation between, like, again, ignorance is bliss. I mean, fuck it, I gotta move to Toronto or Buenos Aires or whatever. I'm living in America. It is the fucking idiocracy. I'm tired of all this, like, false sort of, like, I don't know, humility, where you try to have hope in people. You know what? Like, maybe people aren't that well read. They might not have a lot of knowledge, but I still think people are capable of thinking dynamically. It's no. The data shows that most people fail at tests that measure critical thinking. But hey, let's get into the videos. Let's get into the content.
Well, before we do that, John, I did put in the general.
We'll watch that later.
No. It's just a picture. Did you happen to see that the levels of education in the United States and how they've ended up voting?
Yeah. Well, I actually have graphs on that later. But here.
Okay.
Several coping skills to hide the fact she couldn't read.
If I went to the grocery store and I couldn't know how to spell peas, I'd find the picture, and then I know it was that.
Okay, so here's the thing. I discussed this before. So, who was that president who was behind the No Child Left Behind Act?
Bush.
Yeah, and wasn't a huge part of that policy that the schools that perform the poorest on standardized tests, and standardized tests, there's pretty much they have this huge emphasis on reading, writing, and mathematics. If a school performs poorly, they get their funding cut. And it's all, and then once those schools perform too poorly and they have no funding, they shut down. And then more and more kids end up getting, like, crammed into, like, some more densely populated sort of space. More and more kids are forced to like attend the same school, where then that school starts to also deal with the same issue. It's the domino effect. And do you think maybe that has something to do with it? I mean, that was in the early 2000s, and all this data shows that these numbers have really started to drop around that time. I mean, I know there's causation versus correlation, but what do you guys think? Do you think maybe that had something to do with it? That No Child Left Behind policy cuts funding to schools that probably need the funding the most?
No.
Heads adult education in Maine. She says a lot of people hide the fact they can't read. They're so ashamed.
You guys really blew it. We sure did.
Students who didn't even want to tell us.
I don't know what they're talking
about.
You guys need to pay attention to the chat. If you see something,
we had our shot and we blew it.
Yes.
We had our shot and we blew it.
Pay the bills.
We've had 2 verified people in the chat
I'm
already.
discussing how, like, this is something that is pretty ubiquitous across the country. This is the overwhelming majority. So it's not just people on the right or the left. It is our nation as a whole. So this isn't something you can point to one side playing the stupid political football game. I mean, 50% of people fall on the left, 50% of people fall on the right. This is something where it is like 80, 90-something% of fucking Americans. So this isn't even something you can play the stupid, like, my side, your side bullshit. And if you do that, you're kind of proving my point on these, like, assessments that show that most Americans fail at critical thinking. When you play the black and white in-group, out-group bias, well, our side is completely adept in this area, and it's the other side that's completely incompetent. It's that clean. It's that black and white. We're talking about tens of millions of people, and with every issue, it's always the other side that is completely incompetent and our side that's completely adept. It's always that fucking simple when you're dealing with numbers in the tens of millions.
Found out.
Oh yeah, John? Well, someone in the chat says none of the 4 of us could get laid in a whorehouse with a fistful of 50s.
Yes, that's what matters.
I could do that. I could do it.
Those fucking statistics that show that most Americans fail at tests that measure rhetoric.
Triggered.
Just throw a bunch of ad homs towards the other person.
Are you so triggered, John?
Spruce Mountain adult
You mad,
education
bro?
has grown almost 200% in the last 3 years.
B12 shots and Adderall and caffeine pills tend to have that effect on
went to
people.
automation or moved jobs overseas. Also, there's less demand for paper, so positions that paid well even if you didn't have a high school diploma vanished.
A month after I started, first people were laid off.
So that's another thing. So it's like dumbing people down in America. So empathy has been declining at a rate of 15% per decade. Like a decade ago, I was reading The Narcissism Epidemic, which is a good book I think people should read. It was written by 2 professors at the University of Chicago, professors in psychology and sociology. And it's like with the Dunning-Kruger effect, the Dunning-Kruger effect is that the least competent people tend to think they're the most competent. And this is something that, like, when it comes to people who are given surveys in high school, how they think they're going to perform once they get out of high school. It's just kids in the 90s and the 2000s were much more likely to claim that they're going to go to college. They're much more likely to believe that they were going to have some kind of STEM degree, working some kind of prestigious, highly skilled white-collar job. So not only did they believe that they were much more likely to follow through with these very high aims, and they typically saw them, they had much more confidence. They were much more certain that they're going to follow through compared to people of previous decades. And yet it's the exact opposite. More and more people are graduating from high school and they don't have the basic skills that they need to perform well in college. In community colleges, they have these placement tests. And if you don't perform well in those placement tests when it comes to math, reading, and writing, they make you take high school level classes in college, and people are paying for it. So many people are going to school and they are performing poorly on these placement tests, and they are paying money to take the same classes that they apparently like that they supposedly passed when they were in high school. So our educational system is terrible. We are just like, everyone is passing. In the high school I went to, every single kid was in honors. And that's something that they were doing in all of these high schools. Every kid gets a trophy. And the thing is, honors is essentially the same thing as gen ed. They're not an AP. It's just, hey, every kid's special. Every kid is an honor student. And they made it so every kid takes at least one AP class. And then kids are less likely to fail out of school. Kids are like, on average, their GPAs are higher. But then on average, they're performing much more poorly on tests like the SAT, standardized tests. They're more likely to drop out of college. They're more likely to go to college. They're more likely to think that they're going to perform very well once they get to college. But then they get to college and they're more likely to fail out or drop out. And it's just, why is this? Why are they performing much more poorly on tests that measure critical thinking, that measure things like literacy and like a person's like adeptitude when it comes to mathematics? But then it's like in high school, apparently they should be performing better at all those things. It's just everyone graduates. We make it so we just push everyone along, and we got all these kids in high school that read and write at like a 5th grade level, a 6th grade level. Why are they taking like I don't know, 9th, like 11th grade English? Why are they in some high school algebra class when they don't even understand like fucking long division?
100 workers from their mill. About a year later, they ended up laying off another 200 workers.
Mill closings caused a ripple effect throughout this region.
It does tend to look like a ghost town. And here's the site of the Otis Mill, which has been gutted and it's run down, so it's a scrapyard.
You don't got any critical thinking, John. You got critical bitching.
Well, I am doing a podcast, so you're kind of supposed to bitch and you're supposed to discuss the politics. And
you can talk about it without bitching and whining.
Well, I noticed people kind of like the outrage more. People do like it when you're more edgy, and like people kind of like the emotion when it comes to discussing your views.
Isn't just concentrated in Maine, where manufacturing
Take a
was
puff
the
of this
backbone
joint,
of
John.
industry.
Here, you want some?
Okay,
of this?
shut the fuck up. Continue.
Hundreds of
Watch.
adult education centers across the
Leave
country
dirt
offer
alone.
everything from high school completion to resume writing to job training. But an area that's often overlooked is
greatest.
basic reading and math.
36 million adults in the U.S. lack the basic literacy skills that they need.
Sharon Bonney heads the Coalition on Adult Basic Education, a national nonprofit.
These are folks.
So, what do you think about this when we're discussing literacy and everything? What do you think about people that, when you're discussing like statistics, data, and so forth, and of course, like most people work a 9-to-5 job. Most people, they don't have all the time in the world to thoroughly evaluate them. But you'll have conversations with people where they'll act like other people are foolish or whatever, naive, like you must be getting things from the left-wing media, the right-wing media, whatever. But then if you start like citing your sources and you start discussing things that you learn through like a book that you read on the topic that's written by a pundit, people will then move the goalposts and claim that like you're arrogant because like, oh yeah, you read a book on the topic. It's like, what are you doing At least that's something. And there's so many people you talk to where it's like, what makes you think that you're likely to know any better on the topic? And they use that sort of like ad hom or straw man that, oh, you think you're a pundit on the subject just because you read a book or two, but at least you're doing some level of research there. Knowledge is a justified true belief. And if you're somebody who, whatever it is, you work in welding, you work in accounting, it's like you can't be a polymath on every single fucking subject. So it's just like a good example, something that isn't even a divisive topic for the most part, like history. It's just you're disagreeing with somebody over history, and then you're going to act like they clearly don't know what they're talking about when they wrote a book or two over it. So it's like if the average Joe wants to expand their knowledge when it comes to history, what are they supposed to do? You can watch like videos from like produced by experts or pundits on the topic. You can go online and see watch lectures from professors. You can read peer-reviewed articles, read content from somebody who's a pundit. But the dilemma is when people sit there and act like, yeah, you think you know what you're talking about because you've actually done some homework. And then every time somebody makes that argument, I just ask them, like, okay, why do you think you know what you're talking about? What are your sources? And their logic is doing no homework and just believing what you like come across from the hearsay grapevine. That's being somebody where you clearly have a right to act like you know your shit and this other person's a dumbass, but then you're making the argument that reading a book or two on the topic, that doesn't give you any reason to think you know anything about the topic, especially when you don't just like name drop the title or the author. You're actually able to show as opposed to tell. You're able to do more than beg the question and present a one-sentence essay of X is true because X is true, why, because, nothing after the because. You can actually go into detail and break things down, present the models and outlines that you learned through reading that, and then also give your own take on it. But hey, no, it's just about regurgitating what other people tell you in a smug, pompous tone, and that's how you know that you're the one who knows what they're talking about.
So the lowest literacy levels, they can't find a job, or if they find a job, it's at entry-level, minimum wage jobs.
She says of the 36 million, adult education programs across the country only serve 1.5 million because of funding. Federal dollars.
Oh, this one dude's like live from your mother's basement. Of course, I'm talking about piss poor critical thinking, and then poor education, and then we gotta like throw that argument out there. I bet you're this off the internet. It's not like, hey, countless people online have come to certain meetups, like, for my channel and stuff, and they know that I'm a fucking homeowner. And you know what? I make more money than most fucking people based on my job, but hey, I'm fucking arrogant. Like, yeah, my master's in civil engineering, that makes me an arrogant motherfucker.
Have not kept up with inflation.
Historically, funding has actually been about half of what it was just 15 years ago. So we're only able to serve a percentage of what we were 15 years ago.
State and local funding has also seen cuts. Bonnie says some people
Why isn't anyone else talking? Usually you guys
We can talk
It's
now.
our turn now. I don't know. You
Next
started
year
playing the video
has called for
again.
an almost 25% cut to state adult education.
We're
programs.
moving on.
Advocates say that would be devastating. Some states already have long waiting lists, some have cut back classes, and others have had to increase student fees.
Many adult learners have an added challenge. They need to learn to speak English.
So these are our graduates from last year.
Anita St. Onge is the director of Portland Adult...
See, this is why we can't let people who are foreign in the country. Why? Because look, if they don't speak English, yeah, look at them. They don't know how to speak English properly. Maybe that's the problem.
Education, which serves 2,000 students, mostly immigrants. Some were doctors and lawyers in their home countries, others never got a chance to go to school. St. Onge says they offer classes from 8 in the morning to 8 at night.
Some of our classes have 30 in a classroom, so they're quite full. Our students have lives. They have...
Other thing. So with our educational system, we used to have more schools where each school had a smaller like population of students. Now it's like the average high school has 1,000-something fucking students in it. And we're cramming 40-something kids into a classroom, and that has been like fucking detrimental. And maybe I should look more into like which policies, which particular politicians have pushed that, but that has had a very negative effect on like people's performances academically, because the science shows that is a very toxic setting that having so many kids in one environment, it's noise pollution galore, that kids have a very difficult time like taking in like the lesson and actually comprehending what they're reading because it's noise pollution. There's just too much shit going on. And when you think about it, like the human brain can only really process 300 relationships. So the average like village and town throughout most of human history had a population of 300. The average hunter and gatherer tribe, which is like the environment people evolved to live in, and that makes up like the kind of environment people lived in throughout like 99% of human history. The population of a tribe is like 300. Now it's like we're taking like 4 times that particular population and cramming that amount of kids into one building. And it just, that has had a very detrimental effect. It's just, maybe we need to stop cramming, like turning schools into fucking sardine cans. And then it also has the same adverse effects that you see with prisons, where it's like in American prisons, it's just, you're cramming so many people into this unnatural sort of utilitarian setting. And that's why it leads into like an uptick in violence in schools. And
it's like a prison. I mean, you know, I graduated high school in 2017. It was like, it was definitely, there were prison vibes. We had a fight club. The bell would ring, everyone would go to class, and then the ones who knew would go to the bathroom, and you know, we just
Dirt, you're not supposed to talk about it.
It's too late now. It doesn't exist anymore. Whatever.
Oh, and here's BBC talking about America's illiteracy.
I can raise my kids. Now, when I took them to the doctor, they gave me papers. I really didn't know what they were saying.
Okay, let's just break the word down again like we did, remember?
I finally realized that I have a problem, and the more I tried to overcome the problem, the difficult it was for me, so I didn't push back. I just kind of went with the flow, and I learned to adapt.
They're saying fine 4 times the amount of teachers then. And that's a fair point. And one thing people don't really think about is when it comes to our schools and everything, is that it's not an actual setting. The kind of like modern utilitarian educational system of like, hey, let's require every single person to clock into these like 9 to 5 like prisons every day. That it is something that is a work in progress. And a lot of people kind of just do this appeal to the status quo, or this sort, it's this like bureaucratic thing of a lot of people act like there's this like magical force that makes that sort of like educational sort of system immune to error. And you'll see people that will go out of their way to like defend educators, act like it's a completely fair system when it comes to kids with learning disabilities, not giving kids with learning disabilities the help that they need. Because it doesn't matter if a school has poor funding. It doesn't matter if a kid is like disabled. It doesn't matter what kind of environment a kid goes home to. It is this pristine system where all kids can be held to the exact same standards. And it's just, it can only be that the kids with their developing minds that are just not doing what they're supposed to be doing. It can't be that, you know what, we have like bad teachers or maybe piss poor administration. Maybe the curriculum is flawed. And here's the thing, maybe there's other approaches to education. I mean, like homeschooling is becoming more like, I guess, easily like applicable and so forth. So with the internet, I mean, that is like an option that a lot of parents could explore. And I'm not saying that everyone needs to homeschool their kids, but in the end, it could definitely just cut back on the amount of kids that have to clock in every day into one particular building. And it could definitely, like, I don't know, cut back on the strain, like when it comes to the amount of strain it has on the system, having so many fucking kids just crammed into one classroom. So, and I'm sure there's other like alternatives, but the other issue is just the No Child Left Behind garbage and cutting funding to schools that definitely need it the most.
Look, Gene.
Societal, I don't know who they're talking about. Societal rejects are always angry at the winners.
They're talking about you, John. Look, I'm telling you, John, you're getting bullied in chat, John. Look,
Okay.
chat, you're out of line. I want you to know, chat, we love John here, okay? This is John Morgan's fucking show, okay? We're just pawns in this fucking experiment. We're glad to be here, okay? Look, listen. John may have had one too many B12s today. Maybe that's what it is. Are you off that 48-hour energy, John? Is that the...
Maybe. Okay, next.
President-elect Trump proposed sweeping reform to the nation's education system during his campaign. ABC's Mary Alice Parks has been tracking that for us and joins us now. Mary Alice, I know it's one of the issues you've been looking at. What did Trump say about education policy while on the campaign trail?
Well, I think it's important to remember, Phil, that the majority of education policy and funding is decided on the state and even local city, county level.
So how do you think Trump's going to, I don't know, go about improving our educational system this time around? Do you think he's going to do a good job?
I don't know. I mean, he might just go to like all the schools and, you know, just hop in the girls' locker room because he has been.
What the fuck?
Hey, he ran teenage beauty pageants and just went in there and fucking admitted it.
Delusional. That's Trump derangement is what you're talking there, Crow. Look, listen.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Just trying to speak positively, look. I didn't vote. I didn't give a fuck about this election. I drank beer, had a good time no matter who won. Either way, this shit's fucked. But I'll say one thing that Donald Trump did say on his election campaign that if anything I would fucking hope he follows through with was term limits for was it term limits for Senate and Congress? Yeah, in the House.
Oh, yeah. Well, we do have a geriatric state. I mean, more and more people are just like running for office again and again and again where they're of retirement age. And we even have like really sickly politicians that are like in Congress. So like Senator Hank Johnson, who he had like hepatitis C. So he suffered an infection in his brain. And he's the representative that said that he was afraid that if they put a base on Guam, it would become so overpopulated that it would like flip over and capsize.
And Trump
and then you had Fierstein and yeah, go ahead.
Trump wants to put RFK in charge of healthcare when there was worms eating his fucking brain.
Well, yeah, see, he knows better than anyone that you need to take care of that shit.
Yeah. Take care of the brain parasites.
Parents' sort of grievance and frustration about the classroom, sort of culture wars that have erupted around the classrooms, really sort of took on a national prominence. And we saw Trump and other Republicans in particular running on a national level sort of tap into some of that frustration and talk about it. A little bit of a mixed bag from President-elect Trump. On the one hand, he talked about wanting to eliminate the Department of Education. On the other hand, he also talked about...
Be fair, when it comes to him talking about eliminating the Department of Education, the Department of Education doesn't really do a whole lot. So they don't really have a lot of, I don't know, influence, or at least they don't really intercede a whole lot when it comes to what the different states are doing when it comes to their curriculum or their educational plan. You could argue that, hey, maybe we do need more oversight on a federal level, but if he does get rid of it, you could argue that's not a step in the right direction, but the level of effect it might have may be fairly minuscule.
Wanting to actually use the federal government to punish or restrict funding to school districts and states that might not make the curriculum reforms that he or other Republicans thought were important. So sort of a split philosophy about whether you are trying to decentralize.
Wait, now somebody said if you don't vote, then shush. Now, here's the problem I have there, is that how often do people vote for their Congress officials? How often do people vote for the governors, their mayors? Do you vote for your local judges and your sheriff and so forth, your district attorney?
I bet they all do. I bet everyone in this chat does. I bet they all do. And I'm sure it's a big deal, and they shame everyone else who doesn't vote in those elections too, because those votes, they matter. Your voice matters, especially if you live in a county where it'll swing one way, and you may not agree that way. I mean, your vote super matters. You gotta get out there and vote.
And like I said with education, like there are a lot of areas where your local government or your state government had much more of an influence over the policy within your specific area, and it is going to have much more of a notable impact on your day-to-day life than the executive branch of the federal government, even like the federal government as a whole. And a lot of people ignore that because there's no nuance and it's political football. So it's just vote for your president every 4 years, then you have the right to have some kind of political opinion. But then it's like, it doesn't matter, like all these other branches of the government, yeah, that's not stuff you really need to pay attention to.
Education more to the states, or actually centralize and federalize education curriculum standards. Look, in the last few years, we've seen a lot of Republican states.
They're saying, are we anti-Trump or pro-Trump? We do not like Trump at all. Now, here's the thing. We don't like the two-party system. We think that each person who's running for office should represent their own, like, unique views, their own opinions. We think the party system just divides people, and it causes a lot of problems. And it just results in a lot of gridlock. It results in a lot of obstruction. And like, to us, like, the Democratic Party is just slightly less right than the Republican Party. So I would have preferred Kamala over Trump, but I think the entire system is broken to its core, and I'm not a fan of Trump. But I wouldn't necessarily say that I'm going to pander to any of the major politicians at the federal level and act like they're these fucking saints. And I don't necessarily think that, hey, if Kamala was in office, a lot of these issues we're dealing with would be fixed. A lot of times you see it in every single election cycle. Every single presidential candidate promises all these things that they never follow through with. And then both sides do the same thing. They always blame the other side. Oh, the other side was obstructing things in Congress. And it's like, well, the president can't create laws. They can only propose laws. So you'll see this where they'll promise that they'll do all these things that fall outside of their sector, their jurisdiction. Like, if you want new policies to be created, then you should be looking at Congress. You should be looking at the Senate, the House of Representatives. And like, the only thing the president really can do is veto, like, certain laws or propose new bills. And every single fucking American can propose a bill to Congress. So most of what the executive branch does do, most of their power has more to do with external policies. It has to do with, like, tariffs, international treaties, international, like, sort of agreements and everything with other nations. It has to do with our military, like military policy and so forth. And like I said, your state, your local government have much more of an impact on the policies that are going on internally within the country. And same thing with Congress. A lot of the laws they pass have more of an effect on what's going on internally than the stuff that the president does. And in the same way, when it comes to the sort of checks and balances with the executive branch and the legislative branch, it is like Congress, they're the ones that completely create the outlaws or the outlines. They're the ones that completely create all the dynamics of these specific laws. The only thing the president can do is say yay or nay to this law being passed. And when it comes to the executive branch, they are the ones that have the ability to, like, really, like, outline and like, thoroughly construct different policies and agreements with other countries. And then it's Congress that have the power to say yay or nay. They don't really have the power to really interfere with, like, the details or how it's written, how it's constructed. So when it comes to what kind of effects it will have overseas, our relationships with other countries, or the global economy, that's what you should be looking to when you're looking at the president and the executive branch. And when it comes to the executive branch, a lot of the laws that they're enforcing, the different bureaucracies like the FBI, they're state police. They mostly deal with laws that take place like throughout different state lines. It's things like the Border Patrol, the Coast Guard. It's things like the CIA, which is our intelligence agency, which it deals with things that are completely external as opposed to internal. So the irony is that all of these presidents, and at least since I've been an adult, or even since I've been really paying attention to politics when I was in high school, it's just they all promise that they're going to do all these things and create all this reform where it completely falls outside the jurisdiction of the executive branch. And it's things that you should be looking to, like your state senator, your state representatives, if you want reform in that area. And it just shows that people don't know how our political system works. They look at the president like the president is the government. And when it comes to all these things that the president has little to no control over, they have their hands tied by Congress. It's just, you should know when they're making all these promises that they clearly are not going to be able to follow through with, because the other half of Congress is controlled by the opposing party. No shit. That, like, let's say a president wants to create stricter gun laws, and you know that the right is not going to be for it, and they control 50% of Congress. Whether you're for it or not, no shit, it's not going to it's not going to be voted through, because of course the other side's going to vote against policy that conflicts with the general policies of that party, and then both sides do the same thing. Oh, it's not our fault. Like, it's the evil opposing party in Congress that's not letting them do anything. And it's like, well, you know what? Maybe all their campaign promises shouldn't be things that are completely reliant on it being passed through Congress. It shows that people don't know how the political system works. And then when things happen the way the political systems, like the way it's designed to happen, they're then shocked.
States passing new strict education laws, changing curriculum, and how teachers can talk about.
Are you a high IQ IDOT?
A high IQ IDOT, whatever.
You're a high IQ IDOT.
Is like with the stupid IQ thing. People always want to bring it up and everything, and then people want to accuse me of talking about like my fucking IQ and everything, and then other people always want to talk about IQ.
And President-elect Trump spending a lot of time on the campaign trail with the Moms for Liberty group.
You're a useful high IQ idiot.
Part of pushing some of those book bans.
It's true.
Proposals trying to get books, specifically books that mention race or gender identity.
Going into meticulous detail about things and breaking down like the mechanics and systems in regards to how all of these different subjects work, I mean, clearly that is a sign of being just an asshole who doesn't really know what they're talking about. Because if you cross-reference everything that I just said, you're going to find out that there's no credibility to it. I'm just a dumb fuck who thinks I know all this stuff, but he really doesn't know what he's talking about. I don't like him, so I'm going to make decisions based on emotion. It doesn't appeal to me on an emotional level. Therefore, he's a piece of shit.
And of course, what happens on the campaign trail and when someone gets to the White House can be different. We don't know what a Trump administration would do as of yet, but how much of this could be done by executive order, which the president-elect may not even need because he may have the House and the Senate anyways, but how much of this can be done by executive order?
Yeah, probably not a lot. Look, it would help Republicans a whole lot if they do, in fact, keep control of the House.
This is another thing with executive orders that people tend to ignore, is that executive orders can't contradict any laws that have already been established. So an executive order can't be illegal. So one thing people think is that, yeah, you can just declare any executive order that you want, and an executive order has to be something that doesn't conflict with any established policies that have been established through Congress.
Their chances there are looking pretty good, and it does make it a lot easier for President-elect Trump to do to sort of put his own plans, his own priorities in place. If he has full control and unified government under the Republican Party, if they control both the Senate and the House and the White House, they could just do a lot more, move a lot faster. Things like huge changes to the Department of Education, or if he really wants to try.
I'll tell you what I think, Melissa. I think the chat is a beautiful thing we've made here, and it's good. I like it, and I'm glad you're here. See, Melissa wants to know, why, John? Why invite your friends over to talk if you won't even let them speak? It's insufferable, and she's been saying that for about 10 minutes, suffering it, dude. And I love it. Why do you suffer it for so long? I try to when I can.
Well, this is the problem. I invite a lot of people on, but then they don't really have much to say. And you will see that I will typically, once I'm done sharing my opinions or after a video plays, I'll ask everyone else what they think. But
you should try to. Yeah. Well, because sometimes you do speak at length, John, and over the course of those speeches you make, I have things I'd like to say, but then by the time you're done speaking, they're no longer relevant. So that being said, hey, throw us a question besides.
Melissa's right, Gene, is what Dirt's trying to say.
Okay, Shab, so what are your opinions? What's your take? Let's hear what Shab
on what? You've been discussing everything. Let's play the video.
Okay, let's play the video. I'll give other people a turn.
Together, that would take congressional approval.
Melissa's right.
Whether they would try to set up a national school voucher style system. We've seen that as a popular move in some Republican states. Interesting, a lot of voters actually knock down these proposals, but we've seen Republican governors try to put them in place where basically a taxpayer can sort of take a voucher of their sort of what would be their tax sort of payer dollars and use it towards a private school, religious school, homeschooling if they choose to keep their kid out of public school. Critics say that it could gut public education. It's controversial for sure. But there's definitely been a question about whether Republicans in Capitol Hill, if they do have unified government, would try to put any sort of national.
Melissa's the greatest.
All right, Mary Alice Parks. Mary Alice, thanks so much. For more on what Trump's Agenda 47 campaign policies could mean for students and parents, I'm joined now by John Vallant. He is director of the Brown Center on Education.
So, do you have any thoughts?
I want to hear more about these ramifications of this something 47.
Trump's Agenda 47?
John, thanks so much for taking the time to speak with us. I'm wondering how much of education is handled at the local level. Families might be surprised to figure that out. Some families may not be aware of which programs are supported from the federal level. If the Trump administration...
Now, I did already go into detail with local federal policies when it comes to the educational system.
Something like eliminate the Department of Education. What would that mean for students?
It's a good question. And so for the most part, education is run at the local and state levels. So there's some constraints on what the federal government can do that come just...
See, this guy's just repeating everything I said.
Yeah, fuck him. He probably copied what you do.
For example,
like, he just watches your streams and writes it down.
Teacher hiring somehow happening from the federal level. And really the sort of day-to-day management of schools is really not under the control of the federal government. Now, that being said, the federal government they have some really important roles to play when it comes to education. One of which, and one that the Trump administration could do a lot just on its own, has to do with federal civil rights enforcement in schools. So we would be very likely to see, probably pretty early in the Trump administration, for example, that they would rescind some rules from the Biden administration that granted some protections to LGBTQ plus students. And you'll see a lot of that kind of work. And then there is, as you said...
So what do you think about that? LGBTQ policies and so forth when it comes to protecting their rights. So civil rights being protected in the classroom.
What was it he called it? Something 47?
Yeah.
Like,
but...
are they retitling Project 2025?
No. They're probably just talking about some other course of action that they're... But any thoughts on that? Other people in the panel.
Are they talking about, like having the teachers use
proper pronouns or other like notable civil rights of students? So I guess like if they don't want to pledge allegiance to the flag and trying to punish them for that, or if here's one, if they're wearing MAGA hats, should they be allowed to do that in school? Should they be allowed to wear certain articles of clothing that express their political views on different things? So what are your thoughts on that?
I think that it's a good thing because they have cat boxes in the high schools and shit nowadays, so shit's really fucked up, right, Dirt?
See, this is what happens when I just
That's
rely
the worst
on...
part of it.
That's the worst. The cat boxes in the wait. What do you mean, Gene? Did you never hear about that? Me and all my Republican friends heard about the cat boxes. Yeah, I seen that one post that I believe. I didn't do not one bit of research on.
So, yeah, I'll just say this: I have met many people in my life of all different she, hers, theys, and thems of all different shapes, colors, and sizes, and pretty much most of them have been pretty cool fucking people, no matter who they are. And so I just want to say at the core of it, a lot of this, so the fear people have of these different people, and that's what it is. Homophobia is not a hatred at its core; it's a fear because you don't understand it, so you get angry.
I'd say it depends.
I think this is a country these are the people who love freedom. All freedom, 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 until I think your kind of freedom's a little too weird for me, buddy.
We're a Christian nation. Yeah. But I think there's different layers. I think some of it's just like an appeal to religion, and that's why people hate on like people who are LGBT so much. I think some of it is like sort of internalized hatred, internalized bigotry. They don't want to come to terms with the fact that they may be gay or bi or whatever, so they try to project a great amount of hatred. And I think that sometimes it is just people being just bigots where they just one things to fall into this very rigid, very narrow structure. So they really just they're not open to new experience. They're not open to diversity.
Yeah.
Okay, next.
A really weird argument against gays is like one thing is the whole gerbil thing, which I looked up and I figured out it was just like it was based on some bullshit that just passed, like a rumor was passed around because of some propaganda or something like that. And it was in, I can't remember, I'd have to look it up again, in like the 90s or something, and everybody believed it, and it just has been this thing, this rumor passed around. And so, like, a lot of old people, that's what they think of gay people, as people that stick gerbils in their butt. It's like, that's bestiality. That's not being gay. And gay people don't want to stick gerbils up their butt. Anybody that wants to stick gerbils up their butt is some random weirdo, and they're a very, very small, tiny minority of the people that are doing weird ass shit like that. That's not what gay people do.
Well, another thing is like all those like anti-gay people. They're like big on like, oh, gay people can't get married and blah 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 blah. Yeah, eventually they are found out to have been with like a gay prostitute or have been in a in a relationship with another man for like a bunch of years. Like,
and when I said that, people in the chat went, huh? Who thinks this? I don't know how old you are, but I'm sorry. That was a huge rumor, and if you talk to older people, lots of them believe it.
There's going to be a large amount of really stupid, absurd, like they eat cats, like sort of rumors on any sort of issue or topic. So, well, I don't know. It seems a little random bringing that one out of the many.
It's true though. It's a big one that a lot of people that are homophobic will bring up shit like that.
Well,
go ahead.
So like the gerbil thing, I think you're thinking of the rumor. I think it was Richard Gere. He like had a like a pipe and put the pipe in his rectum and then shoved a gerbil in the pipe.
See, this is where it goes when I stop talking.
No, but I'm serious. That was a rumor that was spread around.
Richard Gere? Did you just say that? Or Gere?
Gere.
Yes.
Richard Gere.
Yes, he's right. Yeah, so gerbils as an allegedly gay sexual practice in the 80s, same time as Richard Gere rumor, the same idea that some gay couples would use gerbils as an anal toy started to spread. This alleged practice even has its name, gerbiling. Traces, it's just an urban legend or whatever that was passed down, and can be traced back to the 1980s, and lots of older people believe it. Go talk to your homophobic old people near you, and they'll tell you if you don't know that.
And also, it reminds me of this old PSA video. I think it's from the 50s. And it's where it's like, oh, the homosexual, and it's almost like a nature documentary. They're talking about the homosexual like they're just a completely different species. But they're describing pedophilia in the video. So it's just the video's talking about them going after children and stuff like that. And it's just, if they didn't include the word like homosexual, there wouldn't be anything to disagree with in the video. It's like, yeah, they're talking about something that's really fucked up. But the fact is, they're acting like those two things are like synonymous. If somebody's gay, I guess they must also be the P word and everything. And you also have people that pander to that it's just, they act as if those two things are some kind of dichotomy, and it's, there aren't really any statistics that support that.
But if you're a Catholic priest, you're definitely not the P word. They try to cover that up multiple fucking times.
Hey, they're not real Christians. They're only real Christians when they don't do anything that tarnishes the Christian image.
report detailing the death of a second woman who was denied abortion-related care in Texas. Now, earlier this week, we heard the story of Josely Bonica, a 28-year-old mother who died of sepsis in 2021 after being denied an abortion and contracting an infection when she suffered a miscarriage. And now, journalists from ProPublica are telling the story of Nevaeh Crane.
So here we're going to get into abortion. Now, one big thing with overriding Roe versus Wade is, regardless of what your views are on abortion, if you think that, okay, a mother shouldn't be allowed to get an abortion just for any reason, but people that have this very draconian, zero exception sort of stance on it, I just don't get that. So in scenarios where it's just, if they don't get the abortion, it's a death sentence for the mother. The baby just is going to die regardless, but yet they're still gonna have this attitude that even in extreme circumstances like that, abortion isn't ethical. And it's also, we've covered stories of 12-year-olds that have been victims of rape, and they're forced to give birth to a kid. In those extreme circumstances, the kid is extremely disabled, in the womb and so forth, and it's just with people like this, it's do you think that under no circumstances abortion should ever be permitted?
2023, the 18-year-old suffered a miscarriage on the day of her baby shower, developed sepsis, and was denied emergency care at multiple hospitals before her death. To talk about this story and the reporting that went into it, we're joined now by
And Melissa says, yeah, most people allow for exceptions on abortion. And it's okay, but here's the problem. Roe versus Wade doesn't. Or them overriding it doesn't. And you look at a lot of these new policies or recent policies that have been passed by the Republican Party, and it's resulted in these scenarios where people haven't been able to get abortions in these very, very extreme circumstances. So it definitely goes over that stance that you've acknowledged most people have.
Well, women have to be on the brink of dying or dying in order to qualify for those resources. Now, you can't just oh yeah, this is going to complicate my pregnancy. This is going to hurt me as a person. You can't go in previously and be oh, I need this abortion because it's not viable. It's not going to help me. They have to be on the brink of fucking dying in order to fucking actually get help.
And a lot of times because of that, it's oh, they allow it if they're on the brink of death, but because of that, they have to be on the brink of death. So once they need it, it's too late, where it's just they don't get it in time because of all the minutia they have to go through in order to provide them the operation. And if doctors don't go through every single minute process to make sure that it's acceptable, these are one of those very rare scenarios, then the doctors can face attempted murder charges or murder charges. And that's why in one of these cases, the woman from Texas, she wasn't able to get the abortion because the doctor was afraid that they could risk going to prison for murder charges.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
Somebody in the chat said, why are 4 men talking about women's issues like abortion? And I think that's a really, really, really stupid argument to ever make. It's if the Trayvon Martin thing just happened, we're not allowed to talk about it because we're white. It's if just because it doesn't 100% have to do with our rights doesn't mean we can't have an opinion on it, and our opinions don't matter at all.
And we're very pro-abortion. We do support very lax sort of policies when it comes to abortion. So it's also that where even if you agree with whoever the person is that falls within that demographic, where apparently because they fall within said demographic, they have the place to have some kind of opinion or say, it's just, okay, so you don't want people who fall within other demographics to have the same stance and support the same stances that you support?
Well, who knows what their opinion is in the chat, but I mean, like, it's like saying you can't have opinions on politics if you're not a politician. It's like, what?
Yeah.
That's fucking stupid.
And this is where we got a bunch of people who are, like, very far on the right in our last few streams, like, just assuming that, like, hey, you guys are on the left, so you're just a bunch of libtards and stuff like that, assuming that we have extreme views in all these various, like, areas. But then when we sit there and, like, argue that, you know what, it's just you shouldn't have to fall within a group to have certain views or opinions when it comes to things that are associated with said group, that's not a very radical left sort of, like, stance either. And that's another good example of where let's just assume that anybody on the left or the right, they must all be completely to one side. They have to be a far radical right or left-leaning person. And if you think one thing that's associated with that particular, like, whoever's affiliated with whichever party, you must have extreme views on every single issue that party stands for.
Well, John, there was someone in the chat that said protecting women's bodies shouldn't be so fucking difficult or complicated. But Trump said that he's going to protect women whether they like it or not. So whether they like it or not, the convicted fucking
felon.
Yeah.
R word.
But here,
like it or not, he's going to protect women.
This
he's not a convicted R word.
Yeah, this one dude, Will C, says, like, yeah, the left doesn't allow, like, any disagreement on anything, fall in line on everything, on every issue, or you're out. You don't think there's people on the right that are like that? There's plenty of people that, if you disagree with them and they're on the right, they will just have a meltdown and start yelling and screaming at you. So people like to show those videos of, like, radical leftists where if somebody disagrees with them, they flail their arms and scream at them. But then there's also plenty of people on the right where their attitude is that if you disagree with them, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and they'll just start raging out and screaming at you. So, like we showed earlier, when it comes to the state of critical thinking in our country and the level of education that people have, and when it comes to things like discourse and rhetoric, this is something that most Americans overall tend to have a very difficult time with. And I'm sorry, I think we've all had discussions with our, like, grandpa who's on the right, where you disagree with them and they just start yelling and screaming and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
First, walk us through your reporting and what you learned.
And here's the thing, we're all on the left, and we don't just ban anybody in the chat that disagrees with us. We allow people to disagree with us, like, in our community, and we're a left-leaning community. And that's something that I think is fairly rare on YouTube, because it's like if you go into a chat room that is run by people who are, like, left-leaning, right-leaning hosts, they're just going to ban anybody that has opposing views. Because you're a dumb fuck, you just don't know what you're talking about by default, and they're not willing to hear anybody out.
This young woman's death.
So we wrote about
Keep
it in
coping,
She was
John.
18 years old.
You're- that's actual cope.
She had a relatively
Yeah, exactly.
uncomplicated early pregnancy until her baby shower when she was 6 months along. She woke up nauseous, feverish. She started vomiting, and she had sharp abdominal cramps. She went to one hospital in Beaumont, Baptist Hospitals there, and they didn't even take her back. They diagnosed her with strep throat and left her in the waiting room for 4 hours and discharged her. They didn't treat her like a pregnant person at all and evaluate her pregnancy. She went home, and she was up again at 3 a.m., waking her mother up in pain, and she went to another hospital, Christus St. Elizabeth, and there her vital signs were alarming and signaled the potential for sepsis. And while the
Okay, so Melissa says, like, she rarely sees that, it's usually just the left. How often do you see scenarios where they make, they recast a character in a movie, and they make the character black or something? Or it's, like, changing the, like, looks of, like, the M&Ms, their appearance, and I guess getting rid of the high heel boots of the green M&M, and then a bunch of people are making videos freaking out over it being too woke and too progressive. And I'm the kind of person where I really don't give a fuck about a lot of that stuff. But the thing is, people will complain when, like, people on the left will claim that the Mandalorian boom armor is sexist. And you, like, oh yeah, the left, they want to cancel everything and so forth. But then it's like you see people in the far right do the same thing, where it's just this is too woke and everything, and because they don't like that the character is, I don't know, there's this one character who's gay in this new film adaptation. It's just, well, you're making videos making a big deal about something that it's just, who the fuck cares? Then just don't watch it. There's plenty of stuff to watch that, you know what, they're not going out of their way to make the cast, I guess, as woke as possible if that's something that you really care about. So that's a good example of people on the left and the right. Like, people on the right will make videos complaining about this being all like too woke. They're like changing the appearance of the M&Ms. Oh my god, I gotta make a video like bitching because the green M&M doesn't have high heel boots anymore.
The doctors are supposed to treat that with continuous antibiotics and monitoring before discharging someone. They did not. They gave her IV fluids and Tylenol.
Yeah, suck it, John, you gay Democrat.
Yeah, fuck you, John.
Yeah, oh my god, yeah.
Fucking Democrat, dude.
Bitch.
They discharged her again. She goes home and still in pain. She can't walk at this point. She's breathing heavily, moaning, crying with her mother, who's trying to sit by her side and rub her head.
And again, I love how I discussed earlier, I showed all these statistics that critical thinking has been on a very significant, sharp decline, and that most Americans fail at tests that measure critical thinking and show no, like, adeptness when it comes to rhetoric. And then a bunch of the rhetoric is, you're gay. Shut up, libtard. Yeah, cope.
And keep her comfortable. And
John,
she's bleeding.
Yeah,
go
ahead.
I just looked up. Okay, so we're talking about abortion, right? And we're talking about, you know, all those people that, life begins at conception and whatnot. Yeah, there's about a third of women that miscarry and don't know or get pregnant and miscarry. They don't know that they're fucking pregnant, and then they end up miscarrying. So if life begins at conception and all life is sacred and whatnot, why does like almost a third of women that get pregnant and end up miscarrying, why does God do that?
Well, it's his grand plan. I guess we can't question God, because if anything conflicts with what God supposedly stands for in the Bible, well, that's because it's just we aren't able to comprehend this higher being's grand plan. But then when there's really fucked up things in the Bible that most people aren't going to try to defend because it's so antiquated and fucked up, well, that's figurative. You're just supposed to interpret it the way, like, however your heart wants to interpret it. You just only believe the stuff you want to believe.
And realizes that this is a miscarriage. By the time they get back to St. Elizabeth, they're rolled right back into a room. She starts getting antibiotics, but the doctors there insist on 2 ultrasounds to confirm fetal demise before offering a DNC to remove the baby, who she named Lillian, and hopefully the infection that was in her uterus. But by that point, it was too late to save her. Her sepsis was too far along, and she had developed a bleeding disorder. She died several hours later.
Lizzie, this happened a year ago, and we know tracking data about deaths tied to abortions, it's not really something that Texas does. So how did you learn all this?
So this has been a group effort from the start. When I joined this team, reporters and editors had already been requesting and going through county-level death data from medical examiner offices, flagging anything that looked like it was related to pregnancy. Nevaeh's name came up.
Do you think it's fake news? Do you think this person, she's just like spouting conspiracies?
And the list
no, somebody in the chat thinks we're very misinformed and far up our own ass.
Yeah.
Well,
so,
Gene is definitely...
Yeah. I'm sure they're going to go into great detail and present an argument for why they think we're ill-informed, instead of just making the assertion, begging the question, that you're misinformed because you're misinformed.
And we've never
2
read...
2 equals 5 because it clearly does. Why? Because I made a declarative statement that it equals 5, and that's how facts work. But go ahead.
We've never read the Bible, apparently. Yeah, God loves babies. Remember that one time that he...
Okay, let's not get into fucking religion. Let's not go on this huge
tangent. That looks like it could possibly be related to reproductive health care. In the state of Texas, we requested an autopsy report. And there we began to see a little bit more of the story. At the very least, what we could see was that she had requested health care several times before dying and hadn't been able to receive it. We still couldn't find the family's phone numbers, weren't able to reach them digitally, and so I ended up flying out and driving over to Candace Vale's, Nevaeh's mother's house, and knocking on the front door.
In your article, you talk about in how states with abortion bans, doctors may treat patients like hot potatoes. What did doctors tell you about that and how it impacts care?
That's one of the things that we were really trying to drive home with this article, right? What you can see with a story like Nevaeh's is how quickly a life-threatening illness can set in. 24 hours. That's how long it took from Nevaeh to notice symptoms to when she died. And there's no room.
So when it comes to medicine, a lot of times you got to act quickly. So, like when it comes to legality, laws don't always abide by the hard science. And it's just, this creates a lot of like obstacles they have to go through that obstructs like the doctor's ability to act. And it's just, you know what? Maybe they shouldn't make things that convoluted. Maybe sometimes it's an emergency and you do have to make decisions in the moment. And when a doctor has to consider that, hey, if I do this, it's do or die. If I don't act now, then this person, it's not only is the whatever her unborn child like is going to die, but she's going to die as well. So people are going to die regardless. Well, it doesn't matter because they have to worry about facing a homicide charge.
Room for delays. We've been hearing from doctors around the country who are at more prestigious, larger hospitals where they're seeing pregnant patients come in from out of town because their local OBs, their local ER doctors don't want to treat their pretty normal.
And this one person says, don't let these retards brainwash you. Again, like in the beginning, we stated, most Americans fail at tests that measure critical thinking, and it's don't let these retards brainwash you. Because
are they talking to are they talking to the other people in the chat, or are they talking to us?
Normal conditions, whether
They might be talking to us.
Miscarriage management or
You're right.
pregnancy.
I'm gonna lock in.
And they're sending
You
them
guys
to
can't
hospitals
catch
who are
me.
perceived to be better resourced.
Whoa.
That's something in Texas that we've been hearing about in San Antonio. Doctors who are receiving these patients and recognizing how much fear and confusion there is around them. In Nevaeh's case, we'll never know what happened with these doctors. They declined to speak with us. But what we can see is that every little moment of delayed care led to the death of this young girl, right? Without those delays, there's a great possibility that she and her child would still be alive today.
And just a bunch of left-leaning like bullshit. It doesn't tell me what I want to hear, so it just isn't true. Because I'm not engaging in confirmation bias because I don't think I'm engaging in confirmation bias.
She wasn't trying to end her pregnancy. She was trying to keep it and still.
Oh god, the audio is terrible
She
here.
died after going to the emergency room 3 times within 24 hours. Nevaeh Crane, an 18.
Okay, next vid.
While many are celebrating Trump's victory, it is causing concern in the transgender community in Minnesota. Jason Randless shows us how a local nonprofit is responding.
I think it was just this instantaneous sense of fear.
Twin Cities Pride Executive Director Andy Otto says it's the fear of uncertainty as Donald Trump is set to be sworn in as the 47th president of the United States.
President Trump is for you. Kamala's for they, them.
The Trump campaign has spent more than $19 million on 2 anti-transgender advertisements that have aired nearly 55,000 times in the first 2 weeks of October alone. That's according to data from Ad Impact.
I think for me...
Now, none of us are trans, so are we allowed to have an opinion here?
Speak for yourself.
The biggest trouble comes from the misinformation that's in them. The misinformation just means that we have to continue to battle that.
Following news that Trump won the election, Twin Cities Pride has been working to raise awareness of local LGBTQ+ organizations.
You know, we've had a lot of phone calls already this morning. We pushed out some mental health crisis lines on our social medias.
Otto says the election news has meant a greater demand for yard signs, advocating for the protection of trans youth. Last year, a law established Minnesota as a trans refuge state, keeping out-of-state laws from interfering in the practice of gender-affirming healthcare here.
This is not the first time we've faced.
So, what do all our members in the chat have to say about this? People's fears when it comes to Trump. I don't know.
Everybody's still talking about abortion.
Yeah.
A battle.
You know what I want, Gene? I want everybody to hit the like button for us. Hit the like button real quick.
We need more people hitting the like button. We need more people subscribing.
As Trump's election,
Get some more like-minded individuals of you guys in here. Come on.
From speaking the truth and standing up for what's right.
We have no...
How many fucking people on the left do we have in the chat? I think it's weird how we keep drawing in so many right-leaning people.
No plans of...
Why would I distinguish a person
in Minneapolis
based on anything
besides
Jason
Rantala, WCCO News.
Character?
There are also a number of resources.
Political beliefs.
Because it's us versus them.
To be there in that open field, that quad, as the speech took place.
If us versus them is the oppressors and the oppressed.
Okay, so here we go when it comes to people discussing like emotional responses to their particular candidate losing. And the last couple streams we did, people are coming in like, I can't wait to see all these libtards crying. And then we pointed out, what about when Trump lost against Biden and they swarmed the Capitol? And we did show that, to be fair, the left did something that I'd say isn't as egregious, but when Hillary lost, there were a bunch of riots that broke out across the country. And it's like people are showing videos of when Hillary lost, all the Hillary supporters breaking out in tears, and it's like, yeah, look, they're a bunch of babies. But then also when Romney lost against Obama, and Romney's campaign at the time was the most expensive like presidential campaign in history, a bunch of his supporters were like breaking out in tears and so forth. But hey, it's only when the other side breaks out in tears where they're a bunch of babies. It's only when the other side riots where like they just don't like democracy and they just need to have meltdowns and everything.
Is thinning out here.
Well, John, apparently all four of us, according to Mr. D, we're Nazis.
Okay.
I don't know
now,
why.
What particular views have we been sharing that are Nazi-esque views?
They're just trolls. Come on.
Because we're gay. Because we're gay.
Yeah, because
We're
Hitler
gay,
loved gay
Nazi,
people.
libtard,
Yes.
dude.
They're the kind of people that try to claim that, oh yeah, the Nazi party, their views were actually more in line with the left than the right. And it's like, okay, you tell yourself that. And why is that the case? Just because, nothing after the because. If you just make a declarative statement, that magically makes it true. A lot of people saying shit like that, if you gave them a piece of paper, when again, 93% of Americans can't show any complexity when writing an essay, I'm sure they'd be able to write a very cogent essay on why that's clearly the case.
We're walking away just now with tears in their eyes. And as you and Hallie and Kristen have been talking about, this was a very interesting speech. I, before it, wanted to see how much she would mention former President Trump. She mentioned him just once when she was talking about her phone call with the former president. When his name came up, the crowd booed, but then immediately applauded a few seconds later when she talked.
I like how they also, like, people on the right will bring up how people on the left like to call anybody that disagrees with them a Nazi, or anybody that's just more to the right than they are, even if they're still fairly to the left, is automatically a Nazi as well. Those are just a bunch of libtards, but then there's people on the right calling us Nazis. So that seems a bit hypocritical. And like with Vosh, we've criticized Vosh on how he just likes to use the word Nazi a bit too leniently and everything, but it seems like there's people kind of doing the same thing here.
About that peaceful transfer of power. Now, Lester, this wasn't so much of a concession speech as it was a call to action, at least in future elections. And it should be interesting to see, as you guys have been talking about, how this plays out within the Democratic Party. But as her campaign chair had said earlier in the day, there's a sense among the Harris campaign that they're already looking forward to the next fight. So in that sense, the speech was not unifying. Still, it was unifying around the idea of a peaceful transfer of power. I think
it's okay to be white, John.
No, it's not.
I don't mind being white. I don't feel ashamed of being white.
Something to look forward
to. But I
to.
guess that makes me a racist, according to some. See, it's like we try to offend everyone here.
Next, Lester, is tomorrow.
But yeah, everyone is just a Borg on the opposing side. So every single person on the left must be like an internalized racist.
Who calls leftists Nazis? It's happened several times to us. And
yeah,
I guess you could call us leftists.
Well,
show the clip. Scroll up the fucking chat.
Well, there are people that do make that argument that, like, in the same way people try to argue that the Civil War wasn't about slavery, or like, yeah, like the Democrats, they don't like that we took their slaves away from them. There's people that do the same thing where they try to argue that the Nazis had more similarities with the Democrats than the Republicans. Therefore, it makes sense to associate them with Nazis, and so that is a thing.
Set to deliver remarks here to talk about what's next in the transition. We also understand, as I mentioned earlier, that he did speak with former President Trump earlier today, and he spoke with him about, what happens next. And I'll turn your attention back to 2016.
Okay, next vid.
Kamala Harris has lost a stunning defeat for Democrats.
Now, I do think it's odd how she didn't give a speech, or she didn't address like her supporters at her like campaign headquarters. She had somebody else come out and do it for her. And she didn't address people until the following day. I don't know what her logic was there. So
I find it weird that, we didn't storm the fucking Capitol.
No.
After she lost.
Devastated.
What, you want that to happen?
No, I'm just saying that, Democrats lost and we conceded that loss. We didn't fucking get butthurt and storm the Capitol.
Well, the Republicans didn't storm the Capitol. like last election. That's just that's a conspiracy.
Oh yeah, I was just in
everything's a conspiracy.
It was a
overnight
fugue
after
state.
Donald Trump dominated, blowing through the so-called blue wall of Midwest states that Democrats had counted on. Improving on his 2020 margins in more than 2,000 counties nationwide. In the key swing state of Pennsylvania, Harris underperforming President Biden's results. And further down the ballot, Republicans also flipped the Senate to their side.
And I know Pelosi's come out and she's called out the Biden administration and Harris for this particular loss, but this is a problem with the two-party system and everything, where it really doesn't come down to a popular vote. It comes down to which particular candidate that party puts forward. And if you are an independent or support some third party, you kind of at that point don't stand a chance. And you look at Bernie and Bernie's campaign and how popular he was, and that was one of the big reasons why a lot of people didn't show up to vote for Hillary, because they don't like how the Democratic Party kind of fucked him over. And the thing is, they pretty much already decide who they want to be the representative for their particular party, and they chose Hillary, and they chose not the people. And then when Bernie kind of went against what his party, what their wishes were, and ran against her, they went out of their way to obstruct him actually winning the popular vote for the primaries. And it just shows how, it's not a completely fair system. There is that sort of cultish element when it comes to the different parties. And this is, and Pelosi's trying to criticize them, but yet it's you can criticize her for being one of the major players in the Democratic Party in Congress that kind of keep that sort of cult-like system going.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate.
Now for Democrats, the soul searching begins. After an unprecedented race with Harris
Oh, they're making that argument. You know the Nazis were socialists, right? Yeah, so when we talk about most Americans failing at tests that measure critical thinking, you're doing a good job there wrapping your head around nuance. It's yeah, you do know the Nazis breathe oxygen, right? Therefore, these Republicans, they breathe oxygen. So yeah, they must be like Nazis. It's just you do know that when it comes to different political systems, and you're discussing things like communism, socialism, capitalism, it's kind of complicated. And it's no two countries are exactly the same in terms of how socialist they are or how capitalist they are. And it's a spectrum. And America has always had elements of socialism. Why? Because currently the way things work, you can't really have a country that's 100% socialist or 100% capitalist. So when people are like, oh, the Democrats are socialists, it's well, they support certain types of social institution, but public schools are a form of socialism. Universal health care is a form of socialism. Social security is a form of socialism. So it's arguing
it's
that
a bunch of Nazi stuff.
Well, it's hey, maybe this should be dealt with the private sector. Maybe this should be dealt with the social sector. Maybe we shouldn't have a privatized prison system. But hey, that automatically means that you must be as socialist as Hitler, because there's no nuance there.
Stepping in as the presidential candidate just 100 days ago when President Biden withdrew.
Oh, Kamala's a communist. And I'm sure, again, 93% of Americans can't show any complexity when writing an essay. I'm sure this person right there, they'd be able to write a very cogent essay discussing communism and what communism is. Because a lot of these people, they don't even know what the fuck communism is. They just hear their grandparents talk about, all the communist scare propaganda that they were fed during the Cold War. And it's communism bad, socialism somewhat related with communism. Therefore, any politician that supports any sort of social policies, communist. Because that's not a sign that you fail at critical thinking.
Well, they didn't say Kamala, they said Kalalava.
Oh, okay.
So
that's so
maybe
funny.
I'm strawmanning them.
No, yeah,
you guys. Right. Look, they
and
took
there's a difference between communism and socialism. Communism is like an 11 on a 10-point scale of socialism. All countries are going to have somewhat of a socio-capitalistic like system. So it's kind of hard to have a country that has absolutely no social sector or absolutely no private sector. This is just a basic dynamics of how like government works. So this is like civics 101. This is socioeconomics 101. And again, it's like most Americans read or write at or below an 8th grade level. I don't think they actually have taken the time to read a book or two when it comes to these subjects. But hey, if you just spam a bunch of rolling on the floor laughing emojis, that's how you show you know what you're talking about. That's how you show that you're in the 7% of Americans that knows how to show complexity when you're writing an essay.
Wait, yeah, the John, emojis add complexity to a written statement.
Yeah, that's not John, a sign you're an illiterate fuck, but go ahead, Crow.
I want to ask you a question. Someone said the end goal of socialism is communism. Why don't you just start with fucking communism then?
Okay, so I'm going to address Melissa again, where she's like, just because people don't agree with you doesn't mean they're stupid. It's not the fact that they disagree with me. It's how they're disagreeing with me. And just how like rote and rudimentary their arguments are. And I went in like thorough detail at the beginning and presented all the statistics. This is something that is a very pervasive issue in America, that critical thinking has been on a decline and people's literacy and education's been on a decline. So the reason I keep bringing that up is because people aren't doing a good job proving to me that they fall within the minority of Americans that actually are able to show any sort of adeptness when it comes to critical thinking, that they do fall within the minority of Americans that are able to show complexity in any of their arguments. So they're kind of just proving my point earlier that this is a serious issue in America. We have kind of a stupidity epidemic.
Distanced herself from Biden, but perhaps was still hampered by his legacy.
This is about what the Democrats did while in office over the last 4 years. Inflation, which was so high during much of this.
And here's another good example where when it comes to inflation, it's really complicated. And this is where people look at the president like they are the government. It's only the president that has anything to do with inflation. After the pandemic, inflation went up significantly worldwide. So if it was just Trump or just Biden, then you should have seen like America should have been more of an outlier there, which it wasn't. And you know, sometimes there are elements of like the global economy or even things on a national level that the president has no control over. And there's also statistics that show that inflation's been declining like post-pandemic. But yet, let's ignore those statistics that show that the Biden administration wasn't really contributing to inflation going up. It was something that happened during the pandemic, and it's been gradually going down, but inflation's still notably high. And this is just another example of how people don't have any basic level of education when it comes to understanding how these elements of socioeconomics works. It's just, hey, let's look at things in a very one-dimensional manner where like you have to vote to have an opinion, but it's only the president you look to, and it's just the president. If something happens when the president's in office, it's their fault. If they're the one that you didn't vote for, if you voted for them, then it's the fault of the other party that's just not letting them do what they need to, or the candidate of the opposing party that they seceded. So yeah, it's just black and white, their side, my side, and the president is the only entity.
This administration, and many people are still feeling the pain of that.
Exit polls show voters listed the economy as a major issue. Harris also underperforming in key areas.
Where she's coming up short are in the cities.
Somebody says, what country has socialism helped? You are aware that most developed countries have universal health care. Universal health care is a type of social institution, and those countries tend to have a far better healthcare system than America does. There you go. That's an example of a layer of socialism that has benefited other nations.
Nah, Gene. I want to pay millions of thousands and millions of dollars for my insulin. For my insulin medication. I got diabetes.
And the thing
That's
is,
the
it's not
American
just
way.
as simple as the country's socialist or not, because all countries have elements of socialism and elements of capitalism. So it's just, when is there too much socialism? When is there too much capitalism? When should things be handled more by the private sector versus the social sector? And it's a case-by-case basis, but hey, what I'm discussing here is nuance. What I'm discussing here is, not looking at things in a very rote black and white manner. But hey, I clearly don't know what I'm talking about here.
And Virginia, despite a massive campaign blitz from major Democratic stars. Harris also came up short with key minority groups.
How about you check your fucking white privilege, John?
Yeah.
Fuck you, Gene.
Trump by a 10-point margin after backing President Biden by 23 points.
Are there people actually accusing me of...
all four of us.
Yeah, I'm accusing you of being white.
Democrats now face an uphill battle.
We know.
They don't know I'm fucking native, you dumb bitch.
Yes, you're one.
What they don't know won't hurt them.
Yeah, you're 180th Cherokee.
Of leadership in America.
With Harris's message clearly not resonating with enough voters, Democrats are now left trying to sort out how to turn the page down. And already you're beginning to hear questions in terms of that Monday morning, or in this case Wednesday morning, quarterbacking among Democrats. Among the questions right now, whether it would have made better sense for President Biden, after Democratic successes in the midterms in 2022, to have stepped down then. Remember, transitional president in the...
Someone made an error. Look at what an avian is that being from the Nazi faction. I think you meant Aryan, not avian.
Well, he is an avian. His name is Drunken Crow.
Yeah, I am, but they're talking about avians.
Next vid.
Tonight, America's transition of power begins. The White House announcing an Oval Office meeting between President Biden and President-elect Trump. Biden following through on his promise earlier this week.
On January 20th, we'll have a peaceful transfer of power here in America.
Trump and
I don't think they should be so peaceful about it. I think they should roll up their sleeves and.
Oh my God. What if after like the meeting in the Oval Office, what if it turns out, Trump just miraculously fell dead in during the meeting? It's like, oh shit. Or what if it turns out that the opposite happened? It's like, holy shit, all the left-leaning candidates, they just miraculously disappeared or whatever after the meeting.
I want to see Donald Trump and Joe Biden in a fully produced Hell in a Cell WWE.
Dude, look at him. Look at his face. It looks like worked leather at a saddle factory. Look at his fucking face.
Dude, look at you liberals with your appearance shaming. God damn it, Crow.
Fucking libtard.
Orange lives fucking matter.
He's gonna be 82 when he's fucking done. Look at him. But look at both of them. They're fucking old as shit. He's the oldest. He's the oldest fucking president to ever fucking be president. And he's 78 right now. He's gonna be 82 by the time his 4 years are up. Look at your fucking 78-year-old goddamn grandma or grandpa. Do you want them to be president? Do you think they could be president? No, they're shitting their pants. They have fucking adult diapers.
With age comes wisdom.
Yeah, and shit in your goddamn adult diapers.
Yeah.
Damn.
Also, cognitive decline. That's also a thing that typically comes with age.
Into the White House after he won the 2020 election. Trump only agreeing to an orderly and peaceful transfer of power back then after a violent...
Okay, Casey, again, you're he still won. If you've watched our streams throughout the last few years, we constantly criticize Biden. We've been very critical of Biden and how he's dealt with what's been going on in regards to Israel and Gaza. So we don't fucking care if they won or lost. We're not little kids where it's just about I won, our side won. In the end, you should be skeptical of any politician who's in office. Because guess what? When it comes to all the things a president needs to know, I don't think there's really anybody who can prepare for every single like particular topic or every single subject that you need to have some basic understanding of when it comes to like all the decisions in the executive branch. It's like you have the FDA, and it's like, you know what, I don't think most presidents are pundits when it comes to like chemistry and like all the medical sort of science associated with things like that. And you should always like hold all of your politicians to any level of scrutiny. And guess what? They're fucking human. The likelihood of them like making stupid decisions is pretty high. Like all politicians, you can find them saying stupid things, supporting really flawed policy. So this mentality of, hey, we voted for them, they won, so let's just white knight them and act like a bunch of sycophants and have this very pious attitude towards them. And then it's just the other politicians where if they flub their speech or say something stupid or support some really terrible policy, where they're just completely incompetent in every single area. Because again, like when we're talking about these very multifaceted issues and things that are really esoteric, it's just that absolute. It's just the other side, they're always right 100% of the time and never make any mistakes. And our side, everything they do is just completely pristine. It is just accurate down to the exact decimal, because when we're talking about things that have so many, the level of like variables that we're discussing, things are usually always that black and white and that absolute. Numbers are usually that fucking clean.
Mob of his supporters.
Tariffs are going to save the economy for some fucking reason.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. I'm sure those tariffs are going to help.
Whatever brings the price of groceries down, John.
The Oval Office, extending an olive branch after Hillary Clinton's defeat.
We now are going to want to do everything we can to help you succeed, because if you succeed, then the country succeeds.
That meeting following decades of precedent. Bush to Obama, Clinton to Bush, Bush to Clinton, Reagan to Bush, and Carter to Reagan.
This was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time.
It's so funny. Pause this for me. It's like you're not listening. None of us gave a fuck about Kamala Harris. I mean, maybe John admits to passively preferring that she'd win. I didn't give a fuck. Unfortunately, I didn't vote in this election because generally I didn't think there was a politician that really represented me. And I'll tell you what, if they put a politician up there that I feel like represents my political beliefs, I'll sign my name right beside him. But I refuse to sign my name beside a crook. And when my option is a crook or a crook, I'm not gonna, whatever. I abstain. None of my business. The crook is gonna win no matter what I do.
I think she was the lesser of two poisons, but still, I don't think she was a good vice president.
Hey, I just want to throw out the fact that Donald Trump was good friends with Epstein. So yeah, there's that. You voted for that, guys. Trump 2024. Yeah. Good job.
In Florida, focusing on buildings with
you just hate big bad orange man, so you're not listening. You're not listening. You want to be like, it's funny. You guys are on a celebration high right now. It's cute. It is, but you're not listening. You're arguing with you got the wrong guy.
And I also think it's really childish because you constantly see this pendulum swing where it's like nothing changes, and then the opposite party is elected to replace them, and then nothing changes, and then it shifts back to the other side. And it's like, okay, what about like half of the elections where the party doesn't win? So when like people on the left played this stupid game of like, you lost, losers, nanny nanny boo boo, like do you think it's not like really fucking retarded when any side does that? Like when I think of formal adults that have two brain cells rubbed together, I don't think of that kind of behavior. That sort of political football of like, yeah, we won. And it's like, okay, good job. We live in a country with a two-party system where it's always a fucking coin flip. And whoever wins, it's always by like a little over 50% of the fucking votes. So it's like you happen to be on the right side of the coin flip this time. Good for you. I mean, you're such an exceptional human being.
Choosing his campaign manager.
And I'm sure the next time we have like a left-leaning politician that's voted in and people do the exact same thing to you, it's like, what's your response going to be? Are you not like a big baby who can't handle losing?
As his new White House chief of staff, the first woman to ever serve.
Have any of us worked a real
Trump also favoring
day in our lives?
Oh no, never. Fucking, I'd never woken up at 6 o'clock in the fucking morning, fucking chopped down trees for fucking 12 hours, and gotten a goddamn fucking burger for a year. Yeah, I've never worked a fucking goddamn day
Got
in
a
my life.
goddamn burger for a year.
Yeah,
Holy
my
shit.
job in technical writing as a civil engineer for the city government. Yeah, I clearly, it is just a nothing.
Oh, that's not a
job.
real
Anybody
job.
can do it. It's not a real job.
That's a nerd job. That's
Yeah.
for nerds. Get a real job, pussy. A job that pays real money.
I mean, yeah, engineering, something that pretty much anybody can do.
I've never walked into a McDonald's that was closed down and put on a fucking apron and fucking, gave burgers to people that liked me through the drive-through. Oh, who am I talking about? I don't fucking know.
It was a pretty funny thing that Kamala claimed to work at McDonald's. Trump was like, no, McDonald's confirmed that's not true. She's just a faker. And then he goes and fakes working at McDonald's.
Well, it got
It's so ironic. Neither one of them could work at McFucking-Donald's for a month, let alone a year or anything like the rest of us. Trump can't even do it for a fucking day for a stunt.
I saw him put the fries in the bag.
He hired a bunch of actors.
I want to address this one person where they said the majority of America disagrees with you guys. So I already went over the fact that
that's a logical fallacy.
Well, yeah, it's a 50-50 divide, and plus most Americans don't even fucking vote. So it's like it's always been this it's always been half of the country that supports one side over the other. So even if it is like the slight sort of majority, it's just do you know what an appeal to popularity is? It's almost like, again, when we show that data that demonstrates that the vast majority of Americans fail at tests that measure critical thinking, and you're using that logical fallacy of the appeal to popularity fallacy, it's almost like, again, you don't know how to think critically.
Dude, it got underneath his skin. That's how fucking narcissistic he is. Because I guarantee you, if AOC was like, oh, I worked at a bar, because she did, and he got AOC got underneath his skin, he would try to work at a bar, and I fucking guarantee you, worked at a bar for fucking 7 years. Yeah, he'd be pissed off.
So,
but
Melissa Ray says, laughing my ass off, data can be manipulated. So, okay, so here's the thing. When you hear information like statistics, numbers that you don't like, how often do you actually look into it to verify that it's fabricated or inaccurate? And when you hear some statistic or data that you like, how often do you actually look into that as well to verify that it's true? So when we showed studies that confirm that, you know what, most Americans tend to just make decisions based on impulse and based on emotion, are you saying that that's not what you're doing? It's confirmation bias. And this is where we get into the hard science when it comes to psychology and neuropsychiatry and so forth, that's how people tend to just naturally assess information is, I like this, therefore it's true. I don't like this, therefore I'm just going to assume that it's false. And knowledge is a justified true belief. You justify something as being true through analysis and assessment. So how much analysis and assessment are you applying to verify whether or not this data is manipulated? And the problem is these are countless studies from all the world's leading academic institutions. We're not talking about journalistic sources. We're talking about scientific and academic sources. So when you're just going to sit there and play the, hey, regardless of what the source is, whether it's an academic source, a government source, a journalistic source, I'm just going to jump to the conclusion that it's inaccurate or fabricated when it doesn't tell me what I like. Do you not think that kind of proves the conclusion that those particular studies have come to? Go ahead, Chad.
They say you assume a lot when everything you just said was one big question. Melissa, can you follow along? I'm the one drinking here. The whole thing he just said was one big question. The big question mark at the end. And you say he assumes a lot. Him asking questions, he can't assume, like he's not assuming things. He's asking you direct questions. Is that too hard to answer?
They never lie. That's the point, is that you have to cross-reference information and thoroughly evaluate things, which just went over like a lot of people's heads there. And I mentioned like, okay, what do you do to determine whether or not the information you like, the information that you accept as being true, what level of research do you do to verify whether or not it's
He didn't assume how you verify information. He asked you he asked you. Rewind it back, Melissa. I know it's hard to remember 2 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago. I know it's really complicated.
Or even seconds ago.
Even though I'm the stoner here.
And somebody's laughing like CNN told me at the beginning of the stream, I read through all of these sources that come from academic institutions. It's not coming from journalistic sources. I was reading the information coming straight from the academics. And
that communist Marxist funded bullshit.
Yeah. And somebody said appeal to authority. It's like, okay, well, again, if you're believing something that you hear from some other source, why isn't it appeal to authority if you believe the information you're getting from some source is true? 100% of sources of information, you can make that argument that it could be wrong, therefore it is wrong. That appeal to possibility fallacy. So that means that out of all the sources out there, some are going to be more valid than others, some are going to be more credible than others, and you have to actually get your information from a wide array of sources and make sure that you're getting your information from like more credible sources, people who are pundits and academics, as opposed to just like these journalistic sources. And then I explain that and people are like, yeah, CNN's a journalistic source. So I'm saying you shouldn't get your information exclusively through journalistic sources.
I just want to point out that the fact that like there was this one guy. I just want gasoline prices to go down. Yeah, it's in my state. It's less than $3. If you remember, like 5-6 years ago under Trump, we were paying like almost $5. So. Yeah, have fun with that, because it's going to fucking bump up in the next few years.
And it's funny, because at the end of the day, the president really doesn't have much control over that, but I promise you, he start pumping out some little aggressive tariffs, yeah, everything's going up.
Plus, we also know that, like you said, with the price of gasoline oil, it has been declining. Or it's been going down. But yet, let's ignore that, because numbers don't matter. And the issue is that everyone in the chat now, they have access to the internet, the world's largest database of information. Everything you find at a university, anything you'd find in the library, anything you'd hear on the radio or hear on TV, everything is online. If you want to, you can do your fucking research. You can go to peer-reviewed sort of databases like the Frontiers, and you can try to find studies that you trust when you actually read through these peer-reviewed, sort of documents. You can determine whether or not what we're saying is valid or invalid. But instead, it's like, even when we give links and show the data on the screen that's coming from these professional peer-reviewed sources, let's just sit there and jump to the conclusion that it's bullshit and so forth. And you can do that with 100% of sources out there. You can just baselessly come to the conclusion that it's wrong. And it's just, what are you doing to determine that the sources that you're trusting, what level of investigation are you applying to determine whether it's valid or accurate or whether it's not a biased study? So it's just, they're too stupid to see the glaring hypocrisy there. And when we're discussing poor critical thinking, it's just, a source of information could be wrong, therefore it is wrong. They just believe what they hear from a source. And it's like, well, what about you? Again, are you not just believing what you like gather from a source? And are you honestly going to say that you're doing more fucking thorough research than I am? But I really anticipate people's responses. I'm sure they're gonna fully comprehend what I was saying there and give like these very like sort of elegant responses. It's not just gonna be like it going over their heads again and more just like, well, Trump won, you're gay.
Washington, and
that's not true. You just believe what people tell you.
Experience over members of Congress. That's according to two sources familiar with the process.
And Aaron, we have late breaking news on some former Trump administration officials who will not be joining the new one.
Jose, Trump just posted on his social media platform that he will not be inviting former Ambassador Nikki Haley or former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo to.
Okay, next bid.
Some ominous words today from Russian President Vladimir Putin on the heels of Donald Trump's re-election. Putin said the struggle for a, quote, new world order is underway and the moment of truth is coming. Putin often speaks using such vague terms, but with Trump soon to take office, much could change in regard to U.S. foreign policy as wars rage on, not just in Ukraine, but in Gaza and Lebanon. The president-elect and his cabinet will have thorny decisions to make on possible peace proposals.
And again, sick cope. I'm presenting all these arguments, and again, there's no response. So when I present all this research,
no rebuttal.
That, yeah, Americans fail at tests that measure critical thinking, and Americans overall fail to show any complexity when presenting an argument or writing an essay. It's just, yeah, sick cope. Yeah, you're coping.
As well as
here's one like just declarative rote statement and assertion that's presented in the form of a fragment. Can't even write a complete sentence.
Our chief foreign
My favorite rebuttal is, what flavor of crayon do you like?
Yeah,
I prefer
purple.
Blueberry.
Yeah, because again, the kind of discourse I'm presenting, it's not like I'm going in meticulous detail at all. Like clearly they're the smart ones because it's, you suck, you're coping. You eat crowns, you're stupid. Because when you think of highly educated people that know how to think critically, that's the kind of rhetoric I think of. Spamming, rolling on the floor, laughing emojis, just baseless, rote, childish insults. I mean, God.
Here you go, John.
It is here's some high IQ galore in the chat.
Here's some actual discourse you're afraid to acknowledge, John. You haven't provided any information. You are straight word salad talking about how your good sources are good and you're calling other people dumb. What did you learn from
earlier in the stream?
Nothing,
I
bitch.
went through and cited all these sources, and I read all these particular bullet points in citation from various different sources. So if you don't trust what I'm saying, go back earlier in the stream and look. Because
also,
we did present, yeah.
Also, you need to learn the difference between somebody saying a bunch of things and word salad. It wasn't word salad. Just because there was a lot of things said.
Didn't read.
Too long, didn't read, yeah.
Yeah.
Word salad is supposed to be just stuff that's all over the place. It doesn't really come together. Doesn't really make sense.
This person actually discusses things in detail and provides sensitive responses.
This guy.
I don't know how to write a paragraph or two because that's challenging when most Americans read or write at or below an 8th grade level. And I prove that I am not one of those Americans that reads or writes at or below an 8th grade level because I can only respond in just fragments, not even complete sentences.
Gene is doing a Trump. He's just doing the weave. He talks about this, he talks about that. And
yeah, you Trumpians should believe him. He said it with a lot of confidence.
Yeah, after half an hour, he gets back to his original point. It's the weave. Not his fucking hair.
Forward for two historic John conflict. Garrett in the chat really wants to know your IQ, and he's got a tie, so he's serious. Okay. He spammed what your IQ? What your IQ? What your IQ? 105 IQ cope.
Yeah, it's clearly 105. Yes, he got it.
And in the Middle East.
You're so dumb. It's 117 actually, guy in the chat. Okay, he's super smart.
In 2018, Israel had long lobbied for that move, but previous administrations held it out as an incentive to be delivered after the establishment of a Palestinian state alongside Israel.
Oh, we could probably after this.
Sounds like I'm an alumni from the University of College Park in Maryland, which is one of the most like prestigious universities in the country. And it's not like I went to that college on a scholarship. And by the time I graduated from high school, I graduated a year early, and because I was in all AP and parallel enrollment, I pretty much had all the credits I needed for my major. So I essentially graduated from college at the age of 18. And, but that has nothing to do with it. And I went to school on an academic scholarship, and I have a major in computer science and a master's in civil engineering. But hey, I'm just some loser that lives in my mom's house, even though I'm a homeowner and I make more money than most people do with my job.
John, you need to put your IQ on your beanie.
Oh yeah. Should I show my Mensa card? I mean, I think Skeppy mentioned that before. That
and also need your birth certificate, your IQ, and all that.
Well, the thing is, if you don't bring up this stuff and they just want to assume that, like, oh yeah, you live in your mother's basement, use big words, blah blah blah.
What was your SAT score?
What's that?
SAT scores.
What was your ASVAB?
It was 2210.
Off the top.
Needs to end the war in Gaza as soon as possible.
You have to end this fast. It can't continue to go on like this. It's too long. It's too much. You got to get your hostages back.
But a day later, while meeting with Netanyahu at Mar-a-Lago, Trump publicly...
And I know they changed things with the SAT scores, so I graduated in 2012.
Dude, okay, so hold on.
So you got to look at, like, the SAT, like, scoring system in 2012. But what's that?
So fucking Trump is like, oh, I can end the Ukraine war. I can end the war in Gaza and whatnot. Why does he have to wait to be president to fucking do that? Why can't, if he's such good friends with him, why can't he just be like, hey, dude, stop this? And then,
well, it is technically illegal to do that, to like be like a representative of like the U.S. government on.
Gives a fuck though?
What's that?
Do you think he gives a fuck?
Well, even if he like doesn't give a fuck, he could still get in serious trouble. Any politician could. They definitely would go after him if he did that.
Mentioning the hostages and not the pace of the war.
That's a very tough situation, the hostages. They have to be given back immediately because there can be no way that they're in good shape.
Trump's July comments coming after Netanyahu praised the former president during his address to Congress. As
good shit, no reply. Congrats if true.
In Lebanon, Gaza, and beyond, Israel and Iran have also traded fire directly in recent weeks. The Biden administration has sought to de-escalate tensions, urging Israel not to strike Iran's nuclear and oil facilities. Trump, however, urging less caution, saying last month that Israel should...
And here's the thing. So when people are like, hey, you need to prove all this stuff I'm saying, one issue is that you'll dox yourself if you show like a lot of the documentation and information. And second, I guess like there's plenty of people in the community that have seen the documentation here that proves this. And I guess they're all just lying and so forth. So like the people in like my inner circle in the community, like they know where I live. They know that I'm a fucking homeowner. They know what kind of income I have. So, but I guess like all of these people, they're all like, they're all just lying on my behalf.
Listen, Pepe Atreides, you've been piping up in our chat for a while tonight. And let me get you the acknowledgement here. So listen, no critical thinking trans men should go compete against women. No, who?
I don't think that.
So this is where you have critical thinking. You're making assumptions about what we think there.
Yeah, I think that there should be women's and men's, and then there should be a third sector where they just like don't care about the gender.
But
that's what I think.
That's the thing though. The Republicans were just like, the Republicans were just like, oh, Kamala's running on that. Oh, we need to have trans men and women. No one was fucking talking about that the whole time. That wasn't Kamala wasn't just like, oh yeah, let's have trans women in fucking sports. That wasn't her running. That wasn't her main thing. That wasn't even her minor thing. Why are you bringing that up?
Wait. Somebody asked homeowner in what state? Maryland. So
no,
I mean the house. Go ahead.
He lives here in Nevada with me. We're roommates.
Somebody in the chat has 20 houses.
What's that?
Somebody in the chat has 20 houses, John.
Okay, good for them.
20 houses? Can I have one?
Well, the point is, if you're going to make the argument that, like, hey, this person, I bet they live in their, like, mom's basement and so forth, and then it's like, oh, yeah, this person that, in a lot of cases when people say that, I'm younger than they are, and I have, like, a higher like income than they do. I am an actual like homeowner compared to them. It's just kind of ironic. And then what I love is people will do that, but then once you start to point to their job and do a little comparison there, then you're an asshole and you're elitist and so forth. But it's like you're sitting there trying to point to somebody who lives with their parents or whatever and shame them for that. So it's like, okay, it's okay to do that. But then if they shame you for working some entry level, low skill job, then they're a giant asshole.
Would hit Iranian nuclear sites first and worry about the rest later, but also saying he'd be open to striking a new deal with Iran to prevent it from developing a nuclear weapon. And when it comes to Ukraine, the stakes couldn't be higher for the war-torn nation.
The rusting remains of Russia's war machine.
Yeah, I mean, higher income, low IQ, because again, engineering, people with their like fundamentals of engineering, principles of engineering, they usually are just a bunch of fucking retards. We all know that those are occupations that it's like, it's not like most of these people in the chat wouldn't be able to comprehend the math involved in order to actually follow through with what's needed.
Well, that's why the bridge fell down.
Yeah, exactly.
For Ukrainians every single day that this war, now almost 2.5 years long, is still very much active. But they don't need this to remind them. There are the constant air raid sirens, the bombs, the missiles, the rockets, the artillery, the attacks by Russians who are advancing.
Now don't forget,
on the
Gene.
eastern front line.
Don't forget that there's people in the chat watching that agree with you too. Don't forget about those people, Gene. Okay? Sure, there's a bunch of they exist. Guys, type 1 in the chat if you agree with Gene.
Ukraine.
I don't agree with any of you, but I value all your opinions the same.
US and NATO partners asking that they be allowed to use long-range missiles provided by the West to hit strategic targets deeper inside Russia, believing it'll change the outcome of the war.
Fucking
Ukraine
Trump
received
and Putin
over
are butt
$175
buddies.
billion worth of US aid since the start of the war.
And I mean, Melissa's like, gotta love dudes that degrade others. Have you not watched like our last few streams and the kind of people that come in the chat? One of the reasons why I've been fairly degrading towards a lot of the people is because their only rhetoric is, you're gay, you're a libtard, you're a cope. So it's nothing but them trying to degrade us. And then when we do the same thing, again, we're arrogant assholes. It's okay to like talk shit and throw a bunch of childish insults at others. But then if they do the same thing, then they're arrogant. They're pieces of shit.
Wait, no.
They're mean.
She says gotta love dudes that degrade others. Maybe she wants to be degraded.
Whoa.
Maybe that's
okay. Moving on.
Most from any nation by far.
A lasting peace for Ukraine must be underwritten by Ukraine's own ability to defend itself now and to deter.
Well, even if this is the first time you've seen our stream, like look at the chat and look at like the kind of people that have been posting stuff in the chat. It doesn't really seem like there's been a lot of formalcy. So it's just, we're a bunch of triggered snowflakes and stuff, but it's the golden rule, treat others the way you want to be treated. So it seems like a bunch of like Trumpsters that want to come in the chat and engage in the kind of rhetoric that you expect from 12-year-old kids, which is just, you suck, I could beat you in a fight, you're gay. I'm sorry, but I don't think they're presenting rhetoric that falls beyond just degrading others.
Not a single one of us here is for war either. Like you just you look at 4 people and assume so much about them. It's pretty.
I'm for war. I want everybody to be in a war right now.
Knowledge, recognizing one's own lack of knowledge. So you shouldn't make baseless assumptions. You don't know exactly how, like, what our stances are on all these various different issues. So maybe ask questions. Ask us what we think about A, B, or C. The logic of, hey, we're somewhat on the left or whatever, so we must be for all of these different things. That's being stupid. That's just making premature, sort of like hasty assumptions. And that's not like. And again, you're not proving our point, or at least my or disproving my criticism of most people in America are failures at critical thinking, because that right there is a sign of piss poor critical thinking. Go ahead, Chad.
And it's not understanding the fact that we have a false dichotomy. There's just 2 choices. They aren't either. Both of them are wrong. There's a lot more nuance to it than that, and that's why we aren't part of Team A or Team B. We don't consider ourselves, or at least I don't, and I guess everybody else on the panel, I guess, it doesn't consider themselves either the Democrat or Republican, because they're both wrong in so many ways. They might have a lot right, but they have so much wrong too. It's a lot more complicated
Garrett Lewis
than that.
says trans the kids. I don't know what he means there. If you're talking about, do we think minors, so people under the age of 18, should be able to go through the process of transitioning if they identify as trans? No, we actually don't agree with that, and we get a lot of shit for thinking that it's like that is something that if they're going to make a decision like that, wait until they're 18.
But that's what fucking Trump runs on. He's like, this Midwestern person sent their kid to school and they came back with a horrible surgery and now they're a woman. That's not happening in schools, like Trump fucking says. Like, are you fucking stupid? Like, that's not what's happening.
In the future.
Trump himself claimed he'd end the war in Ukraine on his first day in office.
Within 24. Another thing is we really don't talk about trans issues a whole lot, and we also get shit about that. So if you do talk about it, it's like, hey, because you guys aren't trans, you're not allowed to have an opinion. When we do occasionally talk about it, then it's like we're a bunch of woke libtards. But then because we don't really discuss it that often, people will claim that we're anti-trans because we're not talking about it all the time.
4 hours, that war will be settled.
You don't go about your day. You send your son to school, and then they come back at 3 or 3:30, and then you have a daughter, and you're okay with that. That's not the fucking liberal point of view or perception. That's not what's fucking happening. What Trump is trying to fucking say.
Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I don't think in terms of winning and losing.
Russian forces continue to chip away at Ukrainian-held territory along a wide.
I don't think in terms of winning or losing. What does that even mean?
Yes. I don't know.
What does that even
saying,
mean?
Hey, don't think in black and white. It's like maybe nobody wins in war. I mean, I guess he might be preaching some level of nuance there, but I don't think if that's the case, I don't think a lot of people in the chat would appreciate what he's saying because he's not being absolute and just completely black and white.
At any time since the start of the war.
That is
and it's not like that's something you could classify as some kind of word salad.
Force Ukraine and Russia to the bargaining table by telling Zelensky he won't get more aid, while also telling Putin that the United States will dramatically increase aid to Ukraine if a deal isn't hammered out quickly.
I would tell Zelensky, no more. You got to make a deal. I would tell Putin, if you don't make a deal, we're going to give them a lot. We're going to give more than they ever got.
In the meantime, the Biden administration just today pledging that $9 billion worth of U.S. assistance will keep flowing to Ukraine until January 20th.
Nonetheless, world leaders continue to...
Now, do you think he'll do a good job putting an end to this war?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck
I
no.
believe in him.
Well, the thing is, Putin's dealing with a lot of inner challenges with the kleptocrats, in his inner circle. Because in Kursk and everything, he had a bunch of untrained, young troops deployed there that they're not on, the front lines, and they are the kids of a lot of the rich families in Moscow and St. Petersburg. So the thing is, a lot of the people that have been dying are some of the poor, population where they've been drafted from the more rural, parts of the country. So because a bunch of rich people's kids have died on the front lines, now a lot of the kleptocrats in Putin's inner circle are really getting on him. And there's quite a bit of infighting, and plus, because so many people have died, and if Putin does, sign off on some kind of peace deal, then he's going to receive quite a lot of backlash, because it's going to be viewed as all of those young men dying for no reason. And I don't know if Trump would be able to persuade him to just sign a peace deal.
But they're friends, though. He even said they're friends.
They're drinking buddies, maybe. And it's not like Putin is a tyrannical fucking warlord. If you hate fucking fascism and stuff, then you probably shouldn't be a big fan of Putin.
Someone said that Trump should remove two-term limits. Yeah, that doesn't sound.
Oh, yeah, because that's not a problem. It's not like when you see that happening, in China and so forth, or whenever people like Erdogan start extending like term limits and everything, or trying to get rid of term limits, it's not like then it starts to go down the path of a dictatorship.
After he said he'd give Putin the green light to invade NATO member states that aren't meeting their military spending goals.
If we don't pay and we're attacked by Russia, will you protect us? No, I would not protect you. In fact, I would encourage them to do whatever the hell they want.
And though Zelensky congratulated Trump on his win, Trump's relationship with Zelensky is said to remain frosty, since an infamous phone call in 2019 ultimately led to Trump's first impeachment, when he allegedly withheld $400 million in aid and weaponry under the condition that Zelensky promised to investigate Hunter Biden, the president's son, and his involvement in the Ukrainian energy company Burisma.
Look
Trump
at them.
claims
Look
Zelensky-
at this conspiracy. Them trying to get rid of Trump. Now, here's the thing. I do agree that pretty much any of the big politicians, if you really wanted to hold them accountable for all of the things that they probably shouldn't have done when they've like crossed like notable boundaries, I think Bush should have been impeached. Obama should have been impeached. Clinton should have been, both of them. Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton should have been impeached. I think all of the major politicians that have been like candidates or VPs or our presidents in the last 4 or 5 like terms all should have faced some level of impeachment. But I'm sure that, yeah, like Trump isn't guilty of anything.
There's a lot of talk about Biden's...
Someone said that hot take. Ukraine isn't our war or our responsibility, and we need to quit trying to be global police.
I agree. And
Yeah.
you know what? If we're going to not get involved in Ukraine, then we shouldn't be getting involved in Israel.
Yeah, this person didn't like get. I guess I don't know if they said anything about Israel, but they said about Ukraine.
Inauguration Day. And for beleaguered Palestinians, as with war-weary Ukrainians, the stakes couldn't be higher.
Certainly high stakes here. Our chief foreign correspondent Ian Pannell joins us now from London. And Ian, I know you travel often to both Ukraine as well as Israel and know how U.S. politics are intertwined with both.
Okay, next vid.
Around 50 leaders met in Budapest Thursday for a summit of the European political community set up in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. French President Emmanuel Macron said Europe must stand up for itself as it prepares for the next Trump presidency.
Now, Trump says he wants to back out of NATO. Now, the thing is, if you don't like war and war's taking place, which I think Putin probably would have invaded Ukraine and would have taken Crimea, regardless of whether like NATO was expanding. That's a stupid argument that's the reason why Putin went to war. But one of the things about NATO is it's essentially just, hey, if you attack a NATO state, then all other NATO states come to their aid. So you better really be tentative before you decide to, I don't know, take over a country like Estonia or something. And something like this, like these kind of alliances or treaties, I think it probably has prevented a lot of wars from taking place. Because it acts as like a deterrent. So if you're the kind of person where you really don't want war, I think that, you know what, that is something that's somewhat positive about NATO, is I think it has prevented a lot of foreign conflict, because it's probably a better deterrent than a country like just being a nuclear power.
No, let's follow Trump's advice and pull out of NATO and just be isolationists and, let the rest of the fuck. I know we aren't the global police anymore, and we shouldn't be, but we
still are. We still the United States has been acting as the global police.
But I know we shouldn't be, but we do have that influence. Like, hey, can we rely on you? Yeah, we can rely on you. But we shouldn't force that kind of stuff on other countries.
I like Dan. No, I think they think they're smart. Okay.
I think. Wow.
I mean, I wonder how many people accuse others of that, where it's like, do they not think they're smart? And then what if somebody is in certain areas more intelligent than other people? I mean, facts are facts. So if they are objectively more intelligent. Like people keep bringing up IQ. So again, I'm not the one that brought up IQ. Other people want to talk about it. So if somebody has a higher than average IQ and they think they do, does that make them foolish or arrogant for thinking they have a higher than average IQ when they do? So, but hey, it's only arrogant when other people think they're smarter than others. If you or your buddies think that other groups are stupid and you're clearly smarter than them, I mean, that's not being an arrogant dumbass. But hey, I got to take a piss, talk to the chat. I'm sure they have plenty of really constructive things to say.
Oh, yeah. None of us remember the Cuban Missile Crisis because there's this one person that says that no one talks about the Cuban Missile Crisis. That was during the fucking 70s, 60s?
I don't know nothing.
So what are you, fucking like 80 or fucking 90? And you're talking about the Cuban Missile? Oh, no one remembers that because I'm a grandpa in my fucking
Calm down,
90s.
Drunken Crow. Okay?
What? Sorry.
I'm trying to talk to this
chat.
girl named Dirt. Girl, Dirt, what's up?
I'm trying to talk to the chat.
I see how it is. Okay.
How do we? No, chat makes a good point. John is a malignant narcissist, so I think when he comes back, we should have an intervention. Address the issue, and see if we can make John change for the better. For the good of everyone.
Yeah, like if he's so successful, he could just give us his house and go get another one.
Yeah.
He should give me. Yeah, fuck him. And if there if there's any sort of struggling that happens there, like whatever, he should be able to deal with that. It's like pull your boots up by the strap boots or whatever the
pull your house up by the straps and you get boots.
Pull your boots up by the strap or whatever. He could do that. Facts. He needs to give us all a house. Everybody in the chat, look under your seat. You get a house. You get a house. You get a house. You get a house. Gene's so rich.
That's communism right there. We can't do that.
Oh no.
Yeah, I can't abide that commie shit. No free house.
Yeah, we can't have any kind of socialism. Like holy shit. One time I had a fire and the fire department came and that was paid for by taxes and shit. And I couldn't believe it. I was like, fuck you. Go away, firemen, you socialists. And I let my house burn down. Because fuck socialism. Fuck the cops.
Work for 45 years.
Fuck heavens. Yeah.
The fucking government to take care of you. That's fucking socialism, man.
Yeah, socialism.
Fuck having cops to keep the streets safe that we pay taxes for. Public schools. We'll get rid of
the federal government, Congress. It's all socialism. Let's just become anarchy.
All of these things.
Anything covered or anything taken care of by the social sector, communism. Even though 0% of countries have absolutely zero social institution.
In the United States,
he is going to defend the interests of the American people, and that is legitimate and a good thing. The question is, are we ready to defend the interests of Europeans?
The NATO alliance remains the bedrock of Europe's security amid Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
The first implication for the alliance is how to continue support for Ukraine if there's an expected drawdown of military assistance from the US.
Could Europe make up that shortfall?
Yes, but it would take a lot more effort than Europe is making now.
On the campaign.
Now, something I will agree with Trump to some extent is a lot of NATO states that join NATO, there is this minimum that they are supposed to be spending on their military budget. And some of them aren't following through with that. So that is something Trump has said. He wants other NATO states to actually pay their fair share. And at least to that extent, I will agree. So see, I'm not the kind of person that's just like, hey, I didn't vote for them, therefore they're just wrong on every single issue.
Trail, Trump said he would end the Russia-Ukraine war on day one, though he didn't say how. Analysts say Ukraine fears being forced into an unfavourable peace deal.
Actually, there might be a bit of a worry where there's some within Europe to say, well, why would we ramp up aid now if there's going to be a negotiated settlement fairly soon?
Former US government officials say Trump considered pulling the country out of NATO altogether in his first term.
I think he likes the idea that he's keeping foreign allies as well as adversaries guessing as to his ultimate intentions. I think he sees that as a source of leverage, as a source of power.
Well, somebody mentioned, like, why should we pay 65% of their budget? Well, maybe that has something to do with the fact that overall, the United States spends more money on its military than, like, the next, like, 7, 8 countries combined. So America, regardless of whether they're a NATO state or not, like, the U.S. does spend, like, a notable sum of its federal budget on the military. So I think a lot of people that are like, hey, like, why should America spend this much, or why should it make up this very large chunk of the NATO, like, military spending overall? But the problem is, if we're not a NATO state, do you agree with them cutting the military budget? And by how much? Because that's one of the big reasons why they make up such a large portion of the budget. Go ahead, bro.
Also, if we tap out of NATO, we still have a shit ton of fucking bases in different countries. So, like, what would be the point if we dropped out of NATO? If we're not, helping them.
But NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte also attending the Budapest summit.
Bryant tipped $5 and said something I can't make out here.
Pull it up in a second.
To spend more on defense.
He was the one in NATO who stimulated us to move over the 2%.
US allies could also face economic turbulence when Trump enters the White House.
The declarations or the claims of putting in about 60% or more tariff on all imports from China will have to have a major disruptive impact on world trade. And there will be repercussions on the EU, on Europe, on the US.
Okay, here, talk to chat. Pulling it up.
Brian! So, cheers, everybody. Cheers to the Democrats winning the election. Or wait, who won again? Whatever. Kevin.
Yeah, conspiracy.
Congratulations to Kevin. I want to ask all the Trumpsters in the chat, if the election was rigged where Trump lost, then what the fuck happened this election? How the fuck did he win?
They dropped the ball. They had it in the bag, or at least they thought they did. So we don't even need to cheat this time.
Did they get lazy? That they got the dumb Democrats got stoned and forgot. They're like, oh yeah, we're supposed to do something, right, bro?
No,
I don't know.
It has been really fucking funny to me because I knew it would happen if Trump won, to see the Democrats go, this is all kind of suspicious, isn't it? Right?
Yeah,
there's people actually claiming that shit. Like,
shouldn't.
Yeah, they weren't malicious about it though. They're like,
like, I thought it was rigged. Weren't the Democrats supposed to win? I'm confused.
Wait, Bryant says if Gene is so rich and successful, he should be able to afford his own fish tank house.
I was talking to.
Yes, let's do it, Gene.
I think I was talking to Bryant and Negan, and we were watching Fish Tank. So
yeah,
I think that's where that came from.
Poop and pee.
Okay,
right.
Shab.
Shut up. Shut up. Play the video.
And elsewhere, and that we can expect also tariffs on imports from the EU as well.
Add it all up, and in Europe there is nervousness over what a second Donald Trump presidency will bring. Analysts say the unpredictability means there is little its leaders can do to prepare. Henry Ridgwell.
Like you guys mentioned when it came to how, like, people throwing conspiracy theories, and this is another example of just nonstop hypocrisy. When Obama won his second term, people are claiming that China interfered with the election results. Then when Hillary lost, Trump won, it was Russia tampering. Then Trump lost, and it was stolen from him because of the mail-in ballots. So it's just every single fucking election, there's always some conspiracy of, like, they didn't win fairly, and there's some, like, third party intruding. So it just shows that it's just the same old fucking rhetoric, regardless.
VOA News.
I just want to point out that Trump is for early ballots, early mail-in ballots, because that's how he has voted. And during this election, or I guess before or whatever, he was just like, mail-in ballots, early ballots, yeah, don't count those or whatever. even though
Yeah.
he fucking does it himself.
Wait, so this one person says top left didn't get bullied enough, I think. So
No, that's
yeah.
why I bully him nowadays.
Well,
Make
here's the
up
thing.
for it.
So one of the things I find funny is that like a bunch of people are coming in the chat and just talking a bunch of shit, and then once I start talking shit, like, God, you're so degrading. You're such a like a condescending asshole. Same thing happened when I was like in high school, is that if a kid wanted to be a dumb fuck and talk shit, and then once I start talking shit to them, I would 2 periods later be called into the office because they went to the guidance counselor and cried. And then when I would then tell everyone that they went and tried to complain to the guidance counselor, then they would start crying even more about me being a giant asshole. So I think it's just kind of funny how people like to talk shit, but then when you start talking shit to them, they like to cry and get all triggered.
Soldier has seconds to escape a shell. There have been around 1 million casualties in Ukraine.
And it's like, how many times have we dealt with people that come into the chat and or the voice chat and stuff, and they want to beat their chest and act all like they want to act like a bunch of tryhards, and then when I start like roasting them, talking shit to them, it's like, you know what, I'm gonna leave. He's a piece of shit. He's an asshole.
Ukraine, with roughly 80% caused by artillery fire. North Korea has sold Moscow millions of shells, and Russia is believed to have at least...
Here, and it seems like because there's so much more activity, maybe we should increase the mods in the chat. So Lad Tepes, he's been around for a while. He's been a regular viewer. I
Good
think
to see you back, Vlad.
What's that?
Good to see you back, Vlad. Welcome back.
Yeah, so I think maybe he'd be a good mod contender. Let's make him a
general
standard
rule of thumb
moderator.
is don't ban anyone unless they're spamming
Yeah.
a bunch of nonsense kind of shit. No, pretty
Three
much no
times more in
spamming.
Ukraine.
We like to read everyone's shit the best we can. So don't spam. Other than that, we'll try to read your shit.
Now joined by thousands from North Korea, which has one of the world's largest armies. Ukraine's remarkable resistance rests heavily on drones, which are responsible for 65% of destroyed Russian tanks. Costing only $500, they destroy hardware worth millions, and Ukraine has ramped up production to...
So this is another thing I've discussed where look at what the Ukraine's been doing with drone technology. Same thing in Burma with like the rebels, and how they took out that like munitions factory with just like drone strikes, and it's one of the largest non-nuclear explosions, and yet it was something like, I think there was only 1 casualty. And then you look at Gaza and how it's just, Israel has one of the most sophisticated militaries on the planet. And if you want to discuss how just how you don't want America spending so much on its military, and with NATO, like other states need to pay their fair share, look at all the money that goes into like shilling for Israel. And it's like they have to use missile strikes and airstrikes when they know that there's like 3 militants in some abandoned building when it's surrounded by a bunch of buildings that are full of pedestrians. And they can't just use like drone technology to collapse the building into its footprint. It seems like if they're able to use their drone technology to this effect, I don't get why Israel, like when they have like that Lavender AI program that's able to track like it uses facial recognition to track not just militants but journalists in Gaza, and determines like who all their associates are, who their relatives are, and it finds the time of day where they are most likely to be surrounded with most of their peers and contemporaries, and then that's when the AI will order some kind of strike or bombardment on their like residence. It sounds like, you know, maybe it would be easier for them to utilize this kind of really sophisticated, like very precise drone technology. But they seem to care more about just using, you know, like airstrikes and dumb bombs and so forth. Seems kind of odd.
Per year. But drone pilots are losing control to signal jammers, so they're being replaced with autonomous AI drones that don't need a signal. The conflict is driving a dangerous revolution in warfare and splitting the world into 2 increasingly aggressive and militarized camps. Democracies back Ukraine, and autocracies back Russia. Iran provides Putin with drones.
I think Ukraine would be fine without us, but Gaza is going to be fucked without us.
well, Gaza's going to be fucked with us or without us.
They're fucked.
Finland
We're
and
not doing
Sweden
anything
have joined
about it.
NATO, and member countries have boosted defense spending. Some see the war as an opportunity to weaken Putin, and there are signs that he is under threat.
And here's the thing: we've heavily criticized Biden for being a shill for Israel and going out of his way to defend them and not call them out on the fact that they've been obstructing aid from getting through and just killing people indiscriminately. But hey, we're a bunch of shills for the left and so forth. And then it's just hypocrisy on the left and the right. It's okay, we don't want to get involved in wars, but then it's okay for them to be giant shills for Israel. And it's like, okay, well then it's like pick a side. I mean, it seems like there's just no consistency when it comes to whether people claim to be pro or anti-war, or pro-involvement or anti-involvement.
The ruble is cratering, and there are some very prominent Russians who are now speaking out against this war and against Putin. The latest one is another militia mercenary head, and he's demanding that the army overthrow Putin.
But with Putin jailing...
Yeah, and another thing with Wagner, or the troops in North Korea, is that one of the big things is that Russia, at least recently, they've been losing an average of 1,000 troops a day. And people think okay, North Korea, they've sent thousands of soldiers there to support them, but those soldiers aren't very well trained. They're probably even more poorly trained than Russia's own soldiers. So I don't think they're going to really contribute a whole lot.
Well, so I've been trying to cover this by myself or whatever, and I heard that the North Koreans, they sent a troop of North Koreans into Ukraine, and the first thing the next day is that squad got fucking wiped out by the Ukrainians. And
Wait. Somebody says, oh boy, more warmongering propaganda from the West. I don't know if they're talking about us, but haven't we been discussing not getting involved and being consistent and not being shells for Israel and what they're doing? But I guess we're a bunch of warmongers.
We are covering war. So look, if you just scroll in it, so let's, maybe we should. So someone in the chat said, hey, I'm just scrolling past this now. Maybe don't spend so much time talking to the trolls in the chats. Maybe people make these snap judgments, and maybe we should speak a little bit longer and let some of them make their points. But at the end of the day, yeah, dude, these people are going to pipe up, and if
we're not used to having this much activity,
that we're not the type of people to just not disagree with you if we disagree with you either, or if if you look, I'll tell you, this is what gets me the most. If you have an assumption about me that I think is fucking wrong, yeah, I'll try to clear that misconception the best I can. Because I don't know, maybe I look like some long-haired dumb fuck hippie, but
you dumb fuck. But yeah, Skeppy, I did mention I don't know if they're talking about us.
Or killing those who threaten him. The war could run on for years, and substantial shifts in the front line are rare. It's trench warfare.
Drop! Hello, bro. Bro, it's okay, we'll get you out. Promise you we'll get you out, bro.
Despite the deadlock, the war is intensifying as Putin sends more men to the front. He bets on winning.
And discussing this is pretty much how all of modern warfare works, is that if it doesn't turn into a war of attrition, you pretty much have to rely on the blitzkrieg, which is what Russia tried to do with Ukraine initially. They surrounded the border and they kind of just expected the blitzkrieg them and for it to be a very quick and decisive victory. And then when that doesn't happen, war of attrition runs its course, and then it's like World War I with trench warfare. It's just victory is measured in inches, and many people die in these meat grinder sort of assaults where it's just very little land is even acquired in the span of months and months. So when will it fucking end? Because they've been in the stalemate pretty much since the beginning of this war.
The war of attrition, with more soldiers, ammunition, and political will. There are over 1,000 Russian casualties per day, and they've been told they're liberating.
Why do all these sources just keep regurgitating all this shit that I'm saying?
Ukraine.
Nazi, she says. I don't know if they sent just one. North Korea just sent one squad, but there was a a squad of North Koreans in Russia, in Russian territory, that surrendered. But you gotta fucking think about it, though. They surrendered in Russia. They're North Korean citizens. They willingly went to Russia and then surrendered. So what does that say about your fucking country? That you have to go to Russia, which is still a shit country, and then surrender.
Well, it kind of shows that North Korea is up there with Somalia as one of the countries with the highest levels of human rights violations. And despite it being called like the People's Democratic Party of North Korea or whatever, it's the least democratic country on the planet.
They're the Nazis. Putin's next step.
And somebody asks how do you solve the problem in Ukraine? Well, to me, I just think they should probably bite the bullet. Who will cave first? Because both sides are having issues with notable troop shortages, and it seems like maybe they should just accept some kind of peace deal and deal with just ceding those territories over more in the east. I know it sucks, it's terrible, but Russia's definitely taken heavy losses economically. Putin has definitely suffered quite a bit when it comes to his reputation in the country. And plus, it's expanded the NATO borders. Like Finland and Norway have now joined NATO. And I think that what Ukraine should do from here on out is just continue to apply for NATO membership.
Maybe to use conscripts, and Ukraine would face a much bigger Russian army, with casualties rising again among men forced to fight. Ukraine, with its far smaller population, already uses conscription, a controversial issue in the country. A poll found that 35% of men not already on the front line are willing to serve, but all men aged 25 to 60 must register for conscription, and some have been
60. I mean, good God.
That's a high upper.
Wasn't it? In Vietnam, it was 18 to 40. Just maybe if they're over a certain age, over the age of 40 or 50, maybe they're just going to give them some kind of desk job, they're more of a radio operator or something. But still, that quite the age gap there.
dragged from restaurants.
No, bump it up to 78. See if fucking Trump still has goddamn bone spurs.
Men between 18 and 60 are not allowed to leave the country.
At Sergei's wedding, half of the guests didn't show up. Going out in public is now too.
So when the Civil War breaks out in the United States, what are you guys going to do? Are you going to flee? Go to Canada? Are you going to fight for your side?
I'm going to join the winning side.
I'll probably just do whoever I can. I mean, whoever's going to stick a gun in my face eventually is going to be like, who'd you vote for? Like, I didn't vote. And they're going to be disgusting and shoot you in the face.
With all the drone technology and so forth, here's the
disgusting
thing. Bleach and ammonia, fertilizer. These are things you can easily get at your Home Depot. You can easily get at any convenience store.
You can get it in Minecraft.
In Minecraft. In Minecraft, all these common household cleaning products and fertilizer.
You can dig them up right out of the ground.
Tractor trailer, get a few tractor trailers. There you go. A few sacrificial lambs, and you got yourself quite the weapon. And then follow it up with a killdozer platoon. It's just, I'm sorry, if people followed my tactics or whatever, you'd see quite a bit of progress.
No, it is funny. So I'll say this for Facebook brain rot, and I probably mentioned this on a podcast, or I don't know if I did or not, but it's funny. I saw a bunch of people posting the same shit. What color do we wear to the Civil War tomorrow? Right before the election. And then when Trump won, they're all like, the same people were posting that shit about Civil War, half the country right now waiting for Civil War. They're like, now is a time for healing. We need to heal this division and come together and move forward. And it's like, okay, yesterday it's Civil War, but now that baby's got her way, I don't know.
So the movie Civil War, which Dirt had me watch that, and a bunch of people, when the film came out, are like, God, it's so accurate to what would happen. And I think it's funny how the way the movie depicted it is that pretty much every single end, every zip code of the country is engulfed in the war. So they come across this one town where there's no war going on, and they're like, there's kids outside playing? You do know there's a war going on. And it's just, even like Ukraine and some of some of the more notable wars going on, you're gonna have the front lines, and the farther you get from the front lines, the less you're gonna see of actual like gunfights and actual like turmoil. So you need an economy for a war to to keep a war going. War's fucking expensive, and it's just so the Civil War's been going on for years, but yet and you're never like 4 miles away from some gunfight going on. But then it's just like, how do they even have like a workforce in a scenario like that? And it's like, is that what they think a civil war is? A civil war breaks out and essentially pretty much every single person in the country has a gun. It's just you walk outside and it's a civil war. So everywhere you go, there's a bunch of fighting.
Yeah, well, we got 82 Saw in the chat saying he saw kids out in the street playing in Fallujah. He said we had. I don't know if. Forgive me for assuming you were out in Fallujah.
To enlist.
Plus, most Americans are overweight, and I'd like to see all these people that live a very sedentary lifestyle that just watch like hours of TV a day in their recliners. I'd like to see them out on the front lines when the Civil War happens.
Yeah, the Gravy Seals. Fucking
exactly.
The Gravy Seals.
Yeah, well, no, some dude is like, I'm in Michigan. We'll protect our southern border. Like the southern border of Michigan. You're protecting Michigan from what? Like what are the states? Like Wisconsin?
I don't know. Like it's going to be like I don't know, because World War II, it was literally every person on the planet was fighting. Every single person was locked in some kind of like gunfight. That's the American Civil War movie, is that except for that one neighborhood, every single place you go to, there's a gunfight going on.
But the bride, Tanya, understands why her friends and family don't want to fight. Her father was killed on the front line.
NATO didn't want the war, but should we use it for our uncertain strategic gain without pursuing a ceasefire? The most obvious example may be when Boris Johnson visited Ukraine in 2022, urging them to abandon negotiations with Russia and fight on. While the war diminishes Russia's military, for China, it's depleting Western munitions.
Well, apparently leftists don't own guns.
Wait, now...
Go ahead.
China's gotten really mad at North Korea and Russia for like both of them collaborating and for North Korea sending troops over to Russia. So China's starting to get pretty pissy with Russia, but go ahead, Crow.
Well, no, someone said that, what did I say? Leftists don't own guns. Now, there's a handful of, we're fucking Americans. Even the people on the left own guns. We're not fucking Kristi Noem who fucking use those guns to take a dog to a fucking dirt pile to fucking shoot it.
John Ivory Tower Morgan.
What's that?
I don't know. You and your ivory tower, John.
NATO bloc and ramping up weapons production.
I will prevent, and very easily, World War III, very easily.
Dude, like people, I'm going to be in a bunker in the Civil War. And I'm going to be the one coming up with like all the blueprints for the bleach and ammonia, like Cameron.
Oh, calm down, kid.
Before I even arrive
in
at the Oval Office, I will have the disastrous war between Russia and Ukraine settled. And it will take me no longer than one day.
But this emboldens Putin and may diminish the chances of a deal that Ukraine would accept.
Putin thinks he can win tactically. He can't. But whilst he thinks he can, he's not going to want to negotiate.
If they stop the assistance, Ukraine would only have 1 week left when they run out of ammunition.
We've given them close to $300 billion. And you know what Europe has given them? They've given them like a small fraction of that number, just a small, very small fraction.
Trump has also blamed Zelensky for Russia's invasion, saying...
What's that?
He should...
No, I'm just fucking...
He never goes into specifics.
No, he doesn't.
He never gives numbers.
It's just... Oh, it's small. It's very big. It's small. It's
well,
very
again,
big.
that's something that all fucking politicians do. Like that one stream where we covered 6 or 7 interviews with politicians. Like it was Mike Pence. There was a governor from like Ohio, and every single one of them, they went into no detail. Every question they were asked, they gave this like, you know what? It's like family. We need to come together and we need to pray. And it's just they never give any straightforward questions. They always give the most roundabout responses so they don't piss anybody off or they don't accidentally give some kind of more hard, like, sort of estimate that would make them look bad in the future. So they always present things that are more arbitrary, so that way no one can actually call them out on anything.
But no, but this dude during his fucking speeches, he's fucking talking about shit, and he fucking he glitches. Like, I'm drunk right now, and that's an excuse. If I misstep or if I miss.
Hey, he's 78. I mean, come on,
but they're seriously.
He's a senior citizen.
There's cognitive decline for him, and it's been documented.
Oh yeah, what about Biden? Even though we've constantly criticized Biden for being a decrepit senior, but yeah.
But
we're completely biased, even though we're criticizing both candidates for being a bunch of geriatric fucks.
No. We're pro Biden because he did that. He fell up the stairs, dude. I fell up the stairs. And I was sober. But fucking Trump, oh my God. There's been numerous times where he is like, oh, I'm doing the weave here now. I'm doing the weave here now. Do you understand? Do people that go to his rallies fucking understand that he just rambles on like I am doing right now?
No, I'm the one that does the
like I am doing right now.
I understand I am rambling.
Maybe because Trump is like an alpha, he doesn't give a fuck. He can still drink a bunch of alcohol, show up inebriated, and still give a very hardcore speech and rally his people.
No, he's never touched any alcohol in his life, and he's
said that.
Yeah, his older brother died of alcoholism or complications of alcoholism.
Dude, why do you got to attack his family?
Because he's gay.
Oh my God, Crow.
Could achieve a fair deal.
So crass, so
noted that
lowbrow.
even with China, Putin's relations are transactional in the extreme.
Ukraine is. Oh, and there's somebody said we should get rid of term limits, and here's somebody, Xi Jinping. That's something he recently enforced, so
yeah, that's something
going the right direction.
That's something Kim Jong-un would want too.
Oh, you're being a little robotic, Shad.
Ukraine is
what? Does that sound weird?
It's not.
No, you sound better now. It was a little staticky earlier.
Ukraine anymore?
What we think he means is that Russia has essentially already won this war, or will. Why bother continuing to help the Ukrainians?
What happens if they win? That's what they do, is they fight wars.
Knowing that Trump wants to end financial support to Ukraine gives Putin a powerful advantage in negotiations, and his demands include Ukrainian forces withdrawing from some of their own territory. Pushing Ukraine to accept Putin's terms would be a stark betrayal.
What that will do is send a message out to other countries around the world that actually, if I take territory by force, I just have to wait a few years before the international community changes and will allow me to keep it. Xi Jinping is sitting watching Taiwan. We've got the Middle East in the middle. That gets very dangerous because they could all join up. I've never seen a clear path.
Well, here's the thing. Then that means that they'd only take a third of Taiwan because they got to wait a few years fighting them, and then that's it. But it is a complicated issue, so they give that argument. Like I mentioned that it's been going on so long, maybe they should bite the bullet and apply for NATO membership. But then there's that issue of, well, hey, are you going to reward their bad behavior? Because if you actually do cede land to them, then you're kind of communicating that this is okay. And that's what happened with Crimea, is that when they did annex Crimea, now they've continued to bully other countries. Go ahead.
Oh, he's there's an audio issue. He's fixing it.
To these sorts of things joining up.
Well, John, apparently someone's reporting us for terrorism.
Really? So what are they
well, the comment is, I'm reporting this stream for terrorism, and everybody should too, promoting terrorism.
We don't promote terrorism. We've been very anti-war and everything.
You cannot say those things on
And
YouTube.
we're talking about the Civil War being stupid. We cannot say what?
You cannot say those things on YouTube. You're reported and recorded.
Okay, good job.
We have to be very careful.
With less pressure to negotiate,
It's almost like people try to false flag us all the time and nothing ever happens.
Putin may stick to his impossible terms, including a limit on Ukrainian weapons and the lifting of all sanctions. prisoner swaps show that Putin is not cut off from negotiation. And a poll in Ukraine found that support for entering talks with Russia has risen to 44%, with 48% against. If the trend continues, a majority may soon favor talks. Ukraine must, of course, agree to any deal, but if we don't try for a ceasefire, if we fail to provide the third-party efforts often crucial for talks, are we fully supporting Ukraine's heroes? Has Putin drained our humanity? When a Ukrainian
he
drone
loses
operator
arms
spotted
for
this
nothing.
exhausted Russian soldier, instead of dropping a bomb, he dropped water and directions to safety. We may all rely on a similar pivot, because along with the escalating Cold War, military AI could quickly spiral out of control. This drone is piloted by a human. The soldier threw a sack of potatoes at it, and remarkably it worked. It was okay.
And we were discussing with the trenches how the soil's a lot more dry. So compared to like World War I, where lots of people were dealing with trench foot and stuff, and probably has to do with like the environment that they're in. But I was trying to think, like, what's the technical term for soil being like more damp or whatever? And then we looked it up last time, and it's like apparently it's hydric. Hydric is the proper term for wet soil, or waterlogged. So the more you know.
We can't show the new AI drones targeting soldiers because there is no escape. They are too fast and accurate. The US and China are building vast numbers of AI drones, which can hit many targets at once. Large swarms can overwhelm defenses, striking from different
Now,
angles.
this is another thing I talked about, like nanotechnology. And I'm currently writing a book about that, but yeah, imagine like genetically engineering viruses and bacteria, or just nanobots that you put in the water supply, it gets into people's bodies, and you can program them to like clog people's lungs, clog people's arteries. Pretty scary thought.
At the same time. And it's only possible with AI in control. Humans can't think or react fast enough.
For the first time in the history of aviation, this drone, high-performance drone, was flown by an AI agent.
The US hopes that swarms of drones will counter China's advantage.
That's actually scary, though. I know it's for our protection, but that's actually fucking kind of scary.
China has a much larger...
Wait, what's scary?
Oh, you got these jets that fly on their own.
Yeah.
A manufacturing base, producing 90% of the world's consumer drones. A Harvard study found that the military AI race could well be...
Dude, imagine like sniper drones. Like 50 cal sniper drones that are in swarms. I mean, I don't know like what the, I guess, weight would be of like a weapon like that. But imagine you have like this swarm of drones that have like pinpoint accuracy. And they just swarm over a region. And they're all like just miles worth of radius when it comes to the sniper fire. And it's just a 50 cal like sniper drone swarm.
An existential threat. And here too, the election is a fork in the road. Trump's allies plan a Manhattan Project for AI to take on China, scaling back AI safety research.
You don't like my ideas?
Which may benefit Trump's tech donors. Hundreds of experts have warned that mitigating...
Spoken like a true warmonger, John.
Yeah.
AI
Sounds like
should be
something
a
that will
global
exist. Them doing attacks like
Well,
that.
that's the thing. We do need to like think about this in the future. There's a lot of really scary technology that's around the corner. Everyone talks about nukes, and people will sit there and just ignore the fact that if you told somebody in like 1935 about this technology of here's a bomb the size of a football that can like annihilate an entire city. And then it's like the Tsar Bomba, where its blast radius is like larger than Mount Everest. That's like fantasy. That's something like, no, that's in like some kind of science fiction novel. There's no way.
Hold
What's
on.
that?
John. I want you to give a history, because not everyone knows about Tsar Bomba.
Oh, it was like a Soviet nuke, and I believe currently it's the like strongest, deadliest nuke that's been developed. And it's just, if you look at like images that show like the blast radius of the Tsar Bomba relative to like, what is it, Fat Man and Little Boy, those are the two nukes dropped on Japan. It is like it dwarfs them, or they dwarf it like in comparison. And it just, it is sort of like people like know that nuclear weapons like or nuclear projectiles that could lead to the end of the war. But what people don't understand is it's like with AI and stuff, they are developing nanotechnology to fight cancer and stuff. It's already here. So you think about that, producing nanotechnology that can replicate. They already have this technology to some basic extent, and we know how tech does tend to improve at an exponential rate. It's Moore's law, where it's like every 18 months, silicon-based technology doubles in power. And what happens when you have nanotech that you can just put it in the water supply, or even like just deploy it in the atmosphere, and it enters people's bodies, and you can program it to just like stop people's hearts. You can program it to fuck with people's organs. It's just, and then imagine like one country develops that technology and then actually deploys it in another region. And then it's like what is it, nanotech, like cataclysm, whatever it's called, but there's a very large technical term where it is applied and it just starts to grow exponentially and out of control. So even if they don't actually try to apply it, just working on it and working on this like self-replicating technology, it could get out of hand, and people will sit there and act like, oh, this is a bunch of bullshit. But like if you told somebody in the 30s that there are going to be these bombs the size of footballs that are like double the blast radius of Mount Everest, they would look at that like that's just like that's cartoon like sort of nonsense. And this kind of technology is already being worked on. It's already here. Same thing with CRISPR and genetic engineering. Genetically engineering bacteria, that's something they're already doing. And that's stuff that like universities have this technology and are working on it. It's not even hidden from people. And then that's where you can speculate, like, okay, if this is what's available to the public, and this is what's already something that's obtainable in terms of like people being able to actually work on this, design it, program it, engineer it, what like degree are they at when it comes to sophistication at any sort of like government research facility? And I mean, I'm just saying, if people try to act like this is nonsense, it's like, well, it's like, oh, horseless carriage? Yeah, okay. If you told people in the 90s or in the early 2000s that like in a decade or two, everyone's going to have a computer in their pocket that is exceptionally more powerful than your home desktop, people would look at you like, yeah, okay, sure.
Man, my boss is an electrical engineer, and he's an old guy. He's been in the trade for a long time. But he was telling me about how basically if he did the math on, I wish I could remember the figure he gave me, but it was something insane, like $700,000 it would have cost in like, I don't remember even what year he told me, but I don't know, like back in the day, it would have cost like $700,000 to create an iPhone.
To AI.
Yeah, it's like like in World War II, like it was Michio Kaku, Physics of the Future, like he was writing about how like Christmas cards today, the little chips they have that allow them to sing the little like jingles and stuff, that those are like exceptionally more powerful than supercomputers they had in the 30s, the 40s. And he discusses how, like, look at the Bamba, which is one of the first computers developed through a government project. And the Bamba was like for decryption, and it shortened the war, World War II, by like 4 years. It's estimated that it saved like millions or even tens of millions of lives based on how much it shortened the war. But he discussed how, like, if a chip like that existed, that we're just using for Christmas carols, like Churchill, Hitler, like Roosevelt, they would have had somebody killed for that chip.
John, how advanced or how far in years advanced do you think the U.S. government military is? 20, 30, like 40, 50 years?
Wait, what's that?
How far? Because you know the military, the government is more advanced than what we know now. How far
far ahead of like what's available to the public.
Yes.
I don't. 40 years seems a bit like I'd say they're probably like a decade or two ahead, maybe. I don't know. And I mean, it depends on what it is. I mean, I think in some areas they might be notably far ahead. Some areas you'd probably be disappointed.
Unpredictable black boxes. Our previous video showed how the sub-goals of survival, control, and deceit can emerge, because they make it easier to complete any task.
It's going to have
Jesus
self-preservation.
Christ. Like, my peripheral vision, I keep looking at the chat, and it's like, oh yeah, socialism. God, these guys are fascist. I don't know who's criticizing who's advocating for what.
Sub-goal.
Jesus.
You can't fetch the coffee if you're dead.
This could make humanity the target as we currently decide if AI survives. The common sub-goals also apply to humans, but most of us have a moral compass, and if we veer off, we can be caught. Dictators don't have these.
I don't like that.
They are coldly calculated.
What's that?
I didn't like the visuals there.
I want AI
But it's uncanny.
Yeah.
Did you know it was like Japanese like robotics like engineer? He's the guy that came up with the term uncanny valley, because it was like robots at conventions that kind of freaked people out, and he's the one that like came up with the model where if it looks fairly human but not human enough, it creeps people out significantly.
Calculate that we won't abandon Ukraine, forcing him to negotiate. It would present Ukraine with another way to win the war while protecting and honoring its heroes.
Ruslana Danilkina was 18 when she volunteered to defend her country. In this war, everything comes at a cost.
Приїжджаючи сюди, бачивши це все безтурботне життя, яке проживають інші країни, дуже сильно хочеться, щоб в якийсь день і в нашій країні настало мирне небо та спокій.
Well, I mean, at least we have robotic limbs now.
They have already achieved an incredible victory in stopping the...
And that's something like cybernetics. If you told people in the 80s, like with Star Wars, wasn't The Empire Strikes Back? That was in the 80s? Yeah. And you told them that, like, yeah, in 30 years, that kind of cybernetics, that's going to be a thing. That's going to be a part of reality. People are going to have cybernetic limbs that do function close to the same level of like efficiency as somebody's natural limbs, and people would look at that like, yeah, okay.
Larger Russian forces from taking their country.
I don't think anyone really read just how determined, how strong, how courageous, and how skillful the Ukrainians would be.
We could make the vast majority of Ukraine, so bravely defended, a thriving, prosperous place with great healthcare and education, everything that Putin's Russia cannot be. Ukraine's population has dropped dramatically. Part of Putin's aim was to boost Russia's population, but many have now left the country. And
the thing is with Russia, you have Moscow and St. Petersburg. Outside of those two areas, pretty much it is what you'd expect from a third world country. I mean, it is pretty desolate if you're not in those two specific like metropolitan regions.
May not return. The battle for people, prosperity, and humanity is one that Ukraine can win decisively. Subscribe to keep up. And here's
subscribe to us.
Well,
I
like this guy.
Look, obviously,
Here
I
we
ain't
go
happy about it.
again.
I don't even know who he is.
Crying or whining or saying that it was unfair that anybody cheated, because I'm not a goddamn baby, and unlike a lot of people, I can accept even an uncomfortable reality. But y'all do.
Yeah, and people in the chat that are like, why are the mods not banning these people? We like to have open discourse. So it's like, we like it when our mods argue with the people that we don't agree with. We like it when people disagree with us. We like disagreeing with their mods. And Bill Hicks, I think he's somewhat pro-Russia, and we disagree with him all the time. So there's been plenty of
still our buddy.
People,
you know, it's funny. I can disagree with people and still.
But we're a bunch of libtards. We make everything an echo chamber.
I've banned 2 people, but that's because they fucking spammed.
Oh my god! Look at this censorship.
But it also shows that you're able to argue your own point of view, and you're willing to, if you're not scared of people in the chat disagreeing with you. There's people that will just like, I think it's like there's certain channels that'll just ban you because you disagree with them. We want to have a conversation.
And then there's people that get mad at us because we're not banning people.
Well, there was someone that said you guys
trolls
seem
should
more
be
like
banned.
You're gonna die.
What's that?
There was someone that said you guys seem more like a centralist group here.
Yeah.
Well,
kind of.
here's the thing. We are fairly left-leaning when it comes to a lot of things, but it's like we're not just going to agree with anything that the Democratic Party likes to preach. So we support like a no-party system, and I'd say we encourage discourse and critical thinking. So we don't encourage people just getting mad and acting like people need to shut the fuck up because people don't agree with them.
And trans people, trans kids, immigrants, both documented and not. Poor people are going to die. A lot of people are going to die as a result of this. Not only that, but Project 2025 is fully on the table now. Our institutions have never been more threatened. The Supreme Court's going to become even further solidified as the nightmare repression tribunal it already is. RFK Jr. is going to outlaw 5G, and Dana White's going to be the goddamn Secretary of Education. But hey,
what?
Right? Except
okay,
you're going to outlaw 5G? No.
Crow's a fan of this dude. So what do you think, Crow?
I think he's being tongue in cheek. I think that's him making it funny.
Yeah, he's a fucking good old boy, and he lives in the South. He's a liberal person that fucking grew up in the South, and I don't know about the fucking 5G shit, but I don't know. Maybe I just misheard, and I don't know the context of that.
No, that's conspiracy theorists were claiming that 5G was like giving people cancer or something.
No, he said that he's gonna cancel 5G. I guess it was a joke based on that.
Yeah, I think that's what he's referencing. And there was somebody in Nashville, Tennessee, I think, where they there was an explosion and they were trying to destroy a 5G tower because it was some conspiracy that it's either like causing cancer or autism or something stupid like that.
wait, no, they very won't, because that's not how any of this actually works. I mean, your boy's going to round up all the egg workers. Do you think that's going to help grocery prices? Come
Dude,
on.
we're laughing, but it turns out that all these 5G towers, that's what they're going to use to transmit all the nanobots.
The only reason things are as expensive as they are.
All the fucking
big egg. And
all the what?
All the 5G transmitters are gonna make us trans.
Damn.
Oh God, Crow, you don't joke about that. That's going too far.
Yeah, you're going too far. You're grounded.
We're gonna have to cancel you.
You're
actually
canceled.
like pretty hard. Jesus Christ, I hate everything. But it's not just that.
Dude, and it seems like the chat's starting to chill out. I think it's because now we're getting into like it's almost 4 a.m. my time, so I think we're getting a bunch of more foreign viewers.
It's not just the kitchen table stuff, the egg price stuff. We all know that the other inescapable, undeniable, and truly unfortunate fact of the matter.
You know what? I like all of our viewers from like India and Europe and Kazakhstan and everything, because they're not just spamming a bunch of like childish ad homs. So like we need more of these like non-Americans in the chat.
Country is just not.
You guys are a bunch of idiots that think they know politics and policies, but more than likely never worked a day of hard work in your life.
I'll make more.
Dude, someone say that again.
Not even that, dude. It's like, so not only, believe it or not, do I know a little bit about, American U.S. history and the policies that exist in the past and today. But I've worked a couple of hard jobs, my friend. Hard jobs, working with my hands like a true red-blooded American, my friend. You take one look at people like me, and you fucking whatever, bro. I think you got it figured out.
And
here's
the thing: when it comes to my history, which people can just like engage in confirmation bias and basically discount it. I mean, maybe I haven't engaged in a lot of blue-collar work, but I did move out when I was 18. I cut my parents off when I was 18. So I did have a fucked up childhood in terms of...
You ungrateful son.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
child.
The thing is, I understand I had a lot of opportunity that a lot of people didn't have. So it's like, I did have a scholarship, so I had an opportunity there. And I was able to use that to obtain like a decent job. But the thing is, it's not like, oh, I'm some like libtard who's just living off their parents and so forth, which is what people want to claim. It's just, I haven't talked to my father since high school, and my mother, it's just, she lives all the way like on another end of the fucking country. And I see her probably like once or twice a year.
That makes you gay, Gene.
Yeah.
According to everyone on the fucking commenting, that makes you gay.
Yeah, see? What about all these Canadians in the chat? Like Skeppy. I don't know, Skeppy Jesus, all these Canadians, they're infiltrators.
Now look, I'll say John...
Skeppy, if I want to leave America, will you give me asylum at your place? Can I bunk in your place?
All of us.
Yeah.
Now, John, I don't know if you've noticed, but several people have challenged you to debates tonight, John. And I don't know. Now that we've got this newer pool of people coming in and checking us out that disagree with us or otherwise, we may want to, we may want to do not a call-in show, but maybe a call-in segment. Why not we do the Master Debaters segment?
Oh, fuck yeah.
I'll set that up for later streams because it's like
I'm not saying we do it right now, but that's what I'm saying.
The Discord, like our Discord, that would be the platform where we do that, where we'll bring people in to discuss things, and I will set up like a segment for that. But chats, like Skeppy, you damn Canadian, how about you post the Discord link in the chat?
It's just not anytime soon anyway. I mean, apparently, even a man as demonstrably dim-witted.
If you want to disagree with us, if you want to tell us how awesome we are, or if you want to disagree with us and tell us how retarded we are, join our Discord. Just don't spam a bunch of porn.
Outwardly vile as Donald Trump is still preferable to even the most competent of women just because he is a man. Ain't that America? And then lastly, we also know that there's plenty of people.
Ain't that America?
In this country.
Now, I do think it's ironic that the two scenarios where we've had a female candidate, Trump is the president that beat them in the election.
Yeah.
It's just, oh boy.
To the ground just as long as libs get owned in the process. And who knows? They very well may have done so.
Damn libs.
Look at this cope. Look at this cope here.
Really hope for now.
Such a snowflake.
These people continue to be as...
And it's, you know what, like, I don't care if somebody's on the left or the right, if they go on camera. Like, if somebody's on the right and they go on camera and talk about how, like, I'm very disappointed, I don't like that Kamala won, I think it's going to be bad. I don't think it's like, yeah, they're a pussy, look at them crying. And it's just, I think it's kind of odd that that's the attitude, is that if people on the opposing side aren't happy about the election, they're a bunch of pussy snowflakes crying, coping. But what about, like you're saying, you don't do the same thing? It's like at a basic level, it makes sense regardless of who you are. You're going to be disappointed to some extent that the candidate you were like rooting for ended up losing.
Makes sense making fun of people who like throw a big fit or something. Like there's people that uploaded videos on YouTube where they're like literally crying and screaming at the camera. It's like, okay, well that's childish. That's fucking stupid shit.
There's people where when we're discussing it, it's like, oh yeah, we're coping. We're a bunch of like triggered babies. And it's just, okay. So us simply just discussing it.
Yeah, those are people just trying to get on our nerves or whatever, but they're being stupid because it's really people like that are the crybaby stupid people during elections. It makes sense to be like, oh shucks, that fucking sucks. But if you're like screaming in your car, punching things, what the fuck? You know, it's like
this right now.
It's like, yeah, you're out of your fucking mind. Like, chill out. You knew that there was a high chance of the other team winning. Get over it. That's what happens sometimes.
Team bullshit. It reminds me of the South Park episode where
I'm sorry, it just is a team bullshit thing, but yeah.
But it's just okay.
That's what it is. American politics is a team sport. That's all it is. And, you know, if you're not going to the Super Bowl, then why even bother rooting for that team? Who cares?
But it's like what you did is you just cast it like a vote on a ballot. That's it. It's like, oh, good for you. Like, I guess
your vote didn't really matter in the end.
You're such a, I guess, like an athlete or a player. It's like you happen to be on the winning side when it's like a coin flip every election.
Fundamentally incompetent and dysfunctional as they historically have been, and as such, maybe some of their more destructive plans will not come to pass. Right? And also, if our lovely fellow Americans actually get what they voted for here, then things are going to get pretty catastrophic. And if they do, then maybe 4 years from now, this fickle, shuddering empire of ours will once again turn to a Democrat to clean up a Republican's mess, as it has so often done in the past.
I don't agree with that, because I think every single fucking election they make promises that they never fucking follow through with.
And that's about as positive as I can be today.
So, Obama. He's a good example. Didn't he claim he was going to get the troops out of the Middle East?
Yeah, as soon as he became president, but then it wasn't until his last month or something.
He got us involved in a shit ton of like other military conflicts throughout the Middle East, and he sent troops to Libya, and various other regions. So he like prolonged the process by like deploying more and more troops, not just like in Afghanistan and Iraq, but in other regions as well. So he didn't really do a good job like withdrawing the troops.
I was talking about this with a friend today. So literally, I'm 26 years old. The first real president I can remember being president is George Bush. Whatever. But that being said, I remember, Iraq and Afghanistan and all that shit, and me being like, wow, why do we gotta kill people as Americans, mommy? And mommy's like, well, you see, little dirt.
Little dumb.
America has a bunch of good guys, and the thing is, sometimes the good guys have to kill bad guys to keep good people safe. And I took that for face value as a child. Took it what it is. It's okay. It sounds good. Thanks, mommy. And little young Dirt moved on, and as Dirt gets older, it's like still like, oh man, I'm sorry. Around 2008, I'm like 10 years old. I can, I'm starting to think for myself a little bit, and I'm like, war sucks. I don't think all this, I'm starting to pay attention a little more. I'm thinking, okay, maybe this shit isn't what I thought about. Well, then we get Obama coming along, and he's like, change, hope, change, no more war, peace among fucking whatever. And I'm like, yeah, that's somebody I can believe in. I'd love that. And then, just like you guys said, Obama gets into the fucking office, and it's like, actually, guys, it's a little more serious than we thought. We're going to have to double down on killing all these people. So I was disillusioned. I have no faith in any politician whatsoever.
I mentioned things where it's like with Obamacare, or like he promised universal health care and he wasn't able to really follow through with it, because that's something that's handled by Congress. That's an area where the president doesn't really have a lot of power, and they'll promise to do all these things that they really don't have. It completely falls outside of their jurisdiction. But then something like that with the war, that's where the executive branch, that's where they do have a lot of say. That's where they do have a lot of influence there. And yet it seems like in every single military dispute where the popular opinion is we don't want to be involved, like Vietnam, it's like Vietnam, every single fucking president campaigned on actually withdrawing troops from the war, besides like Eisenhower, because he was the initial president that actually got us involved. But it's just, people seem to just have dementia where every 4 years they forget about just the extreme level of hypocrisy, because it's political football. They never want to admit that their candidate was just incompetent or insincere or making promises that they couldn't follow through with. Obama promised that he would shut down Guantanamo Bay, and he didn't. And it almost makes you think that how much power does the president even have within the executive branch, where they're supposed to have most of the power? Damn well, people probably sat him down and they're like, look, Guantanamo Bay, it's not shutting down. Listen, the troops, they're not leaving the Middle East.
Gene, speaking of dementia, there's been, Trump has promised a whole bunch of things. Build the wall. Did that happen? No, it fucking didn't.
No, it's because the opposing part, the opposing side.
Well,
yeah,
okay.
The other side. Blame the other side.
Yeah, okay. We can blame.
Here's something that's funny about that. The Republicans, when Trump was initially voted in, they had control of all three branches. They had control of the Supreme Court, they had control of Congress, and Paul Ryan was the Speaker of the House. And you could see multiple interviews or not interviews, but multiple examples of him discussing things with Trump. And Paul Ryan's just like, no, the wall, we don't really want to take that seriously. That's not something we're really interested in. So they kept claiming that, oh, well, it's the left that are obstructing. And he started blaming the left once the left did retake control of Congress. But when the right had control of Congress, they didn't want to follow through. But hey, it's only the opposite party that obstructs.
And what happened during the Trump's 2012, 2016 presidency, it was only 50 miles. Oh, we're going to build a wall. We're going to get these illegals out of here. It was 50 miles of fucking barbed wire. That's it. and it was in Texas on private. Most of it was on private fucking property, and they were fucking pissed.
I've discussed how, like, when it comes to immigration, whether you're pro or anti illegal immigration, whether you think, oh, well, it's just illegal for them to be here illegally to begin with, whatever. The problem is that the data shows that if you're a natural born citizen, you're more likely to commit crimes than a foreign citizen, somebody who's here legally. And then legal, like, immigrants, they're less likely to commit crimes than illegal immigrants. And this one dude was disagreeing with us the other day, and he claimed that he worked for Border Patrol, and then he showed a website that just showed, like, the procedure when it comes to arrests, no statistics, and then we showed a .gov website that showed this particular data. And it's like, you know what? What level of an effect does it have on the economy? It doesn't really have that much of an effect. It's pretty minuscule. So out of all these issues that we're obsessing over, why that? It's just, why are they so fucking obsessed with it? You look at them go to these towns and they interview people on the right, and it's like, yeah, we got to deal with the immigrants. And it's like, whether you're like pro or against it, it's like, why does it bother you so much? A lot of these people, they don't live like on the border where the majority of like the like illegal immigrants live. They live in like bumfuck nowhere. And it's just, is this segment of the population, like, how much influence do they have over your day-to-day life? And yet, this is the thing that you, like, won't shut up about. And it's just, what about, like, the problem with our educational system? What about issues with our criminal justice system and how much money we waste on, like, having these, like, overpopulated prisons and so forth? And but no, let's hyper-focus on some boogeyman that has little to no effect on the economy and little to no effect on the crime rate.
John, there's been an influx of Mexicans in Alaska taking all the jobs because they go through the border, they get passes, and they go all the way to Alaska.
I'm fairly sure most come here legally and they overstay their visas, and that's how. Yeah. But building a wall, that would have stopped all of them who are like residing in Alaska.
Yeah. All the Mexicans are, going straight to Alaska.
And the thing is, it's like, okay, can you provide statistics? Because like the other day, and we've done this countless times where we've shown data from .gov websites, from the FBI, from various sources that showed that it's like most of the immigrants are located in like the different border states in California, New Mexico, Texas, and also like Florida. I know Florida's not a border state, but that's another one that has a decent percentage. And I know New York's dealing with a decent level of immigration, but it's just a lot of these Midwestern states, it's pretty like scarce, their population of legal or illegal immigrants. And Alaska, it's like, even if there are some examples, it's like, how pronounced is it? Because finding like one or two examples doesn't change the fact that it's probably fairly small, and there's probably other groups of people that are causing problems in other areas. Where are you going to focus on those? Or are you just going to focus on some boogeyman? Because you can find a few anecdotal cases of this happening.
Well, even if they are illegal, they are still paying into like Social Security, everything else for the American public.
But the point is, regardless of whether you're for or against it, it's still, why is this like always like the number one thing that they want to talk about? It just seems very disproportionate when you look at the numbers and like the overwhelming supply of other issues that definitely have much more of a damaging like effect on the economy.
Well, let him move in with you, John. That's what the chat says.
I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, let him move in with
hosts.
Instead
Next
of
video here, Steve's gonna speak to us.
They can move in with me. I need more friends.
Steve Burns delivers an emotional message to fans after the 2024 election without saying a word. The 51-year-old posts a video to
Who's
TikTok
that?
showing himself in the countryside.
It's Steve from Blue's Clues. He's giving us a message.
Oh my god!
That's Steve. That's the actual Steve.
All the
Fuck. Never mind what I said.
taking in the fresh air and exhaling in the autumn.
We love shrooms too, and
Dude, this isn't the real Steve. Didn't Steve unalive himself? Wasn't
No.
No,
Yeah.
he went.
that? Was I know
going
that was like
bald.
fake news, like a rumor going around.
He was going bald. I thought he did die, but he just went bald.
Take your time, Steve.
He's gonna need a sip
Yeah,
of
fuck
coffee.
you,
Dude, this is
Steve.
the
I don't like
TikTok
you anymore.
Yeah, this.
Don't
is the
even talk to
TikTok
Steve from Blue's Clues until he's had his coffee.
Oh, they're looking for him.
The police are on the way. Yeah, dude. Wow.
Wait, what's that?
He's just brooding. Like, Larry, let me start recording.
To thousands of likes.
Yeah, let
The
me
comments,
fart.
fans reacted to the somber post. With one saying,
I
"Steve,
mean-
I'm trying real
Dude, he was like the host of like a Nick Jr. show, so he knows his shit.
hard not to cry at my
He's
big
a
girl job today,
star.
but it's not easy." While others add, "Everything feels so heavy today, and you are exactly what we need right now." One more wants the Blue's Clues alum to know the support goes both ways, asking, "Are you okay, Steve? We're here for you too." And Steve's comforting demeanor resonated with
Wait,
his
did they say Blue's Clues like alumni?
audience even after he left Blue's Clues in 2002. He famously returned to his
Alumni.
character in a 2021 video posted by Nick Jr. on X, then Twitter. In the clip, Steve tugged at the heartstrings of Blue's Clues fans, rocking his signature green-striped rugby shirt and giving viewers a hopeful message.
I mean, we started out with clues, and now it's what? Student loans and jobs
Time to find our next clue.
and families.
And the
Some
handy
of it
dandy notebook.
has been kind of hard, you know.
Handy dandy shotgun.
And I wanted to tell you that
Bad
I
throw.
really couldn't have done
Minecraft.
all of that
You don't joke about that
without your
stuff.
help. And in fact, all the help that you helped me with when we were younger is still helping me today, right now, and that's super cool.
And since then, Steve has kept up a similar format, using platforms such as TikTok to check in with his followers, often letting them have the floor as he sits and listens in front of the camera.
Hey, checking in. How you doing?
Jesus Christ.
It's a format that he
See,
says
do what Blue says, or Steve says. He's this generation's Mr. Rogers. He
Ah.
says, don't throw a fucking temper tantrum.
You dumbass, you called
Hear him
him
out.
Blue.
develop dumb Blue's Clues.
Blue was the fucking dog, you dumb bitch.
Exactly.
Get your fucking facts
I learned my
straight.
fucking Blue's Clues.
Fuck
Most children's television
you.
talks to the camera, right?
I gotta cite the Blues Clues.
Piece of
But
shit.
what Blue's Clues did that I think was really a breakthrough is we listened. I worked really hard on making that as believable as possible.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Next vid. God, look at these pussies, like, protesting. And, I mean, here's the thing. They're not destroying property. They're having a peaceful protest here, so it's just whatever. But again, people on the right are gonna play the childish, like, yeah, like cope, and it's like, in January 6th, didn't they do this thing known as, they had this huge riot, and didn't they, raid the fucking Capitol?
Oh, an insurrection, you might say. There was one person that said that half these people sound like.
What's that?
There was one person that said half these guys. Where is it?
Sound literally disabled, right?
Yeah.
Which half? Because what if I told you half of us are?
What?
Okay, who isn't fucking disabled? I mean, everyone's disabled.
You know what? You know
these
what's
days.
funny is people always trying to use literally to like emphasize what they're saying. When it's like that's not how language works. You don't use literally to show that you're like you don't have to say we're literally. You guys literally sound disabled. If you just said we sound disabled, that would be still literal. You don't need to put in that extra literally.
I guess
there.
it's like it's like text and everything. So sometimes it's like, are they trolling and being hyperbolic? He's claiming that no, like he seriously thinks we are disabled. And
But a bunch of us are high as fucking drinking, dumbass.
plus it's also
Literally
4.
sound retarded.
Yeah, it's 4 a.m. It's like 4 o'clock in the morning. So
Uncle Don loves me.
It's late. We're all drinking and shit.
Grandpa Donald Trump loves me.
to be fair, who isn't fucking disabled? these days. I mean, it seems like everyone
I'm the greatest.
is diagnosed with something.
I'm in peak condition.
I'm in peak condition. I've been fucking, I've been eating McDonald's every day for fucking 78 years, and now I've become the president, and I got hair.
It's like Biden or something here.
Yeah, I can't do the voice. I can't do the voice.
Oh my God, we got some counter protesters here. So let's.
No.
What happened?
Well, I'm just saying counter protesters. I don't like that.
Look at them. They're all triggered that these people are protesting. So they're going to show up and protest because they're fucking triggered. And like I said before, most people in the US, if you actually quiz them on like socioeconomics, you quiz them on like civics and so forth, they know very little. And I do feel that in most cases when you see a bunch of protests, it's just people partying. It's just people like showing up to virtue signal. And I think a lot of it is really fucking fake. It's just people like on the left and the right, they're just showing up to be like, yeah, I'm part of something.
I agree with that.
Yeah, and it is just, if you really fucking care, and like I know people that will show up to these different protests and then you have conversations with them about it. And it's just, if you really care so much, why don't you take time to inform yourself? And like have more of like an in-depth understanding. It's like, just as much as everyone else knows. And usually when people really are interested in shit, whether it's something that's more divisive or something more serious, like political issues, or if it's something that is just more like casual, like, I don't know, you're a fan of Stranger Things or video games. It's like, you'll notice that when people really care about stuff, usually, they have more knowledge on the topic because since they're interested and curious about the topic, they try to learn more. So this is where it's like, okay, they'll go to a protest every once in a while so they can be part of something, but then they spend all their time at home on Facebook or playing video games or like binging Netflix series.
Well, John, you brought up Stranger Things. You want to know some Stranger Things? Donald Trump hosted some teenage beauty pageants and went into...
Oh God, I guess he must be the P word.
He is. I mean,
okay, you didn't let him finish what he was gonna say.
I didn't let him finish.
I'll just stop there because you don't even have, just look it up. People can look it up.
Okay, whatever. I do agree that if a left-leaning politician, if they were involved in some beauty pageant and they hosted it, they would be throwing that allegation out there. And
it's not an allegation. It's straight from his fucking mouth. He even said it.
He said that he was the P word. Like, I'm not talking about beauty pageants.
No, he went backstage when they were fucking dressing
PDF
up.
file.
Oh, so a 70s or at the time.
So is it more than speculation? Because if somebody is going to accuse somebody of that, I want it to be more than just, hey, they participated in some beauty pageant.
So his one of his friends was Jeffrey Epstein. Can I not say that? Is that not?
This is where, like, weren't the Clintons? Didn't they go to Epstein Island? And you had people on the right pointing to that. And yeah, Trump did the same thing. And this is another good example of just like the other side does it, so they must be like when they do it, it shows that they are.
I'm not saying that like, I'm from the left or I live by the left or whatever, and so he's conservative, so I have to bring that up. No, both parties, both people were friends with this PDF file, and no one wants to fucking bring it up. So
okay,
I'm trying to bring it up because people are just like, oh, it's economics. Oh, Trump is gonna tariffs and shit.
Well, here, let me interject with the stupid beauty pageant thing. I think beauty pageants are kind of stupid and antiquated. I don't know why we still have them, and I think it is weird when it's something like it's one thing if it's adult beauty pageants. I really don't get the tradition of like getting kids engaged in something like that. But I think with a lot of adults that show up or hosted, it's just some like antiquated tradition in like these small towns and so forth. So it's like I don't think that automatically means that they must be like a PDF file. So I think sometimes it's just people like him being a politician and showing up, and it's like, yeah, I'm actually like I don't know, I'm getting involved with the small town and they're like more local family traditions, even though it's kind of weird and antiquated.
Oh well, hold on before you start this. You said family traditions. Trump's been quoted and been recorded saying that if his daughter Ivanka wasn't his daughter, yeah, he would do her. So there's that.
Okay, like that is pretty fucking weird and creepy if he said that.
If he said that? No, he did.
I don't know. But here's the thing. If he said that, like, can you actually find the source? Because usually if I accuse people of shit like that, I actually do want to have, like, the direct source. And I think people do throw those allegations when it comes to, like, a person being a map. They tend to throw those allegations around a bit too loosely. So when people do accuse others of that, I do want people to have some fairly like hard evidence.
Close the border! Close the border! Close the border!
But hey, if other people are aware of this in the chat, point out whatever like article or whatever like source it's from exactly. I'm not denying it, but I'm not just going to like buy into it just because I heard it just now, because I did hear this just now.
We'll find one. Close the border! Close the border! Close the border! Close the border! Lander, you're a socialist! You hate New York!
Again, socialism, it's like people want to use that word, and most Americans, read or write at or below, like an 8th grade level, a fifth of Americans are functionally illiterate. It's like so many Americans, like they don't know really, like a large percentage of Americans think that the president can create laws and write laws, and they don't even know what the difference is between like the legislative branch and the executive branch. But then people want to obsess over socialism, and they don't even know what the word fucking means. It's like, hey, communism and socialism are somewhat connected. And communism is something that my grandparents were brainwashed to believe is this profoundly evil thing. But yet they don't even know what fucking communism is, and they can't even explain why they think communism is bad. And I agree, communism definitely isn't something we should try to apply, but there's a difference between communism and socialism.
You hate New York, he hates New York City! Brad Lander would not be mayor! Brad Lander would not!
It's the same way there's a difference between capitalism and anarchy. Or capitalism and like kleptocracy. So kleptocracy and anarchy is when there's no social sector at all, and everything is pretty much controlled entirely by aristocrats. There is no division between the private and the social sector, and that's not good either. So every country's going to have elements of socialism and capitalism. Maybe someday, if we have some super sophisticated AI or whatever, and AI can do all the work, and you can have some sort of technocracy, maybe having a completely socialist state might be feasible, but I think we're far off from that. And in the end, it's just like arguing that, hey, we're going to apply universal health care, therefore they're communists. It's just, what about Social Security? So are you anti-Social Security? Is that communism? It's like they don't even know what socialism is.
Mr. President! Mr. President!
New York City Police Department, you have reached the end.
Oh! Take back America! Take back New York! Trump 2020!
Oh, this one person says, guys, be his friend and shut him up. Do you want to tell me what I'm wrong about? Let's see you actually type up more than just a fragment with some, like, rolling on the floor laughing emojis and explain what I'm getting wrong here when it comes to this sort of, like, outline of communism versus socialism and everything.
24! Trump 20!
What he's saying is stupid because it's stupid.
We don't hate the immigrants! Legal migration! Legal migration! That's what we care about! Safety for New Yorkers! Safety for America!
And isn't that a Puerto Rican flag?
Back the blue! Respect the police!
Yeah, that's the funny thing is, like, people that are migrants that are here legally, Trump wants to he even said, oh, the whatever act of 1798 or whatever, yeah, gets rid of your fucking family. Yeah, so go ahead and vote for fucking Trump. You fucking already voted for Trump. You voted for someone that wants you and your family out of the country. So, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I already explained what socialism is. And I've explained numerous times what it is. And this is where I'm constantly being asked to explain the same thing that I've already gone into meticulous detail about. I've discussed how all countries, you're going to have a private sector and a social sector. Socialism is a political philosophy where you allocate certain elements of the government or certain jobs, responsibilities to the social sector. And the thing is, there's a gradient when it comes to socialism in the same way there's a gradient when it comes to capitalism. So the logic they're using is that they're using the term socialism and communism interchangeably when those two things are not exactly the same thing. And whenever you try to encourage or you try to argue maybe this particular thing like healthcare, maybe it should be dealt with more by the social sector. Communists. And it's just all countries are going to have some level of social institution. So is it, like, again, a police force, the military, all those things are social institution. So I guess, yeah, the FBI, the Food and Drug Administration, your General Assembly in your state, yeah, it's all communism. Public schools, communism.
Hey, Trump 2024! Trump 2024!
You said, show me what country or socialism has worked. It's the United States is not a completely capitalist country. We're like a socio-capitalistic country. And the thing is, it's a philosophy. It's kind of like no country is an entirely socialist country in the same way no country is an entirely capitalist country. It's just something that isn't even possible. Because you'd have to have no degree of social institution for it to be 100% capitalist. So, like, there are countries that are definitely more socialist than America, like, I don't know, Norway, Finland, Sweden, and I would say that they definitely exceed us when it comes to the quality of their education and their quality of living. And when it comes to universal healthcare, like, I'd say countries like Canada and much of, like, the Northern European countries that have universal healthcare, where people will argue that that's what makes certain politicians in America communists. Why? Because they're supporting more social institution in certain areas. And because that type of institution falls within the realm of some level of a socialist system, therefore they're completely communist, because there's no nuance. It's just black and white. You're either entirely socialist or entirely capitalist. There's no in between.
I just want to point out that Social Security, you fucking idiots. Do you not want Social Security? Do you not want to get paid?
Nah, that's communism, dude.
What about public school? I mean, and the thing is with prison, it's like we have we do have certain private prisons, but most prisons are dealt with by the public or the social sector. And it's like, okay, like, what if we had no fucking, like, prison system at all? What if we had no court system? It's like, we need something. It's like, should everything be dealt with or handled by the private sector? It's like building the fucking wall. That's like a socialist project. And it's just anything that is not dealt with by the private sector is dealt with by the social sector.
It's a socialist project if Mexico doesn't pay for it.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, then that would be fascist if you're forcing another country to do something.
No, we're gonna tell them like strictly, just like
we're
with
gonna
a
use
really
our
strong
military.
attitude or whatever is.
Yeah, we're gonna use our military to force you to siphon a bunch of money to us so we can do this thing.
Someone really wants to know, have you ever paid more than $1,000 in taxes? I know I have.
$1,000 in taxes?
$1,000.
That is nothing.
Yeah, I get almost half of my paycheck.
That's nothing.
Yeah,
garnished by the government.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. I'm the kind of person where I would probably pay less in tax, or I do pay less in taxes if we have conservative politicians. So whenever we have a Republican politician in the state level, like when Larry Hogan was our governor over Westmoreland, Maryland, I was being taxed less. Why? Because if you make a lot of money and you have a 6-figure salary, you know what? They're like half of my fucking paycheck is lost to taxes. So, but hey, I'm an arrogant piece of shit because you know what? I'm willing to pay more in taxes in order to try to improve the well-being of other people. But that's just me being a virtue.
Nice
signaling
virtue. Yeah,
motherfucker.
you beat me to it.
Yeah.
Well, John, we don't pay taxes. We live in the basement with our moms.
Yeah,
So our
exactly.
our
I
moms
bet you're
pay
this off the internet. You know, whatever. I think this is awesome. Look at these crybabies, but whatever. It seems like this is the most significant kind of outrage we're seeing, so that's good.
Wait, no, John. They were doing. They were having a fiesta. I mean, how many people got graped? How many people got mugged? I mean, it was Mexican.
Oh my God.
It was
Okay, whatever, bad joke, but somebody's
No.
like, yeah, 4 losers. You guys are losers because you're losers. You're a poopy head.
Yeah,
Can't
look at
stop
this guy.
losing. I'm in love with losing.
Look at this guy at a fucking shut down fucking McDonald's, and he's like, it's the fryer waiter.
He put the fries in the bag. I'll give him that.
Put the fries in the bag. My name's
Oh,
John.
and I mentioned this before. Like, you'll have people that will come in and like call us fat, even though like 9 in 10 Americans are overweight. But then Donald Trump, he is the fattest president we've had, second to William Howard Taft.
No, he's so thin.
Oh yeah,
He's so thin. He looks like he's anorexic, actually.
Exactly.
He's so thin. Right, Trumpians?
He does eat McDonald's every
Dude,
day, so he's making
somebody
himself
says
a fucking meal.
Somebody says that he was there longer than Kamala. Whatever. It's just it's them pandering. It's just a bunch of it's this veneer that politicians put on. It's just a bunch of superficial garbage. It's like a lot of these people that's not where they're at when it comes to the pyramid and everything, when it comes to finances and so forth. So it's just Trump inherited millions of dollars. He's not a self-made man. And a lot of these people, even though Kamala wasn't born into an uber wealthy family, most of these politicians are born in these upper middle class sort of settings. So it is just incredibly pandering when they do this, and it's kind of cringy.
Well, no, but why is the fucking big thing like I said before? He's like, I before I was a senator, before I was the attorney general, I worked at a McDonald's when I was in college. Why is that a big thing? If it didn't get underneath his fucking skin, it got underneath his fucking skin, and this is why he's doing this, because it's got underneath his. Oh, you didn't work normal job in your life.
No, he's a self-made man. I mean, he
No,
was
he's
not born into a state of privilege.
Crow, you're drunk. This is just him being a smart businessman. This is
Oh, yeah.
This
Yeah,
is
the
literally just
fryer
him
later.
being smart. No, literally, because people ate that shit up and started talking about it. Hell, everyone's like, you see Trump working at McDonald's? Everyone was talking about it, dude. It's just him being a
It was
politician.
fucking
Oh my
close,
God. And
though.
see, we have somebody else coming in when we've been streaming for hours, like, oh, she lost, boo-hoo. It's just, our mods in the chat have to discuss things with them because they're clearly late to the party. We've already discussed this. It's almost like you're kind of a dumbass when you just come in, and because we're discussing things at all, we're automatically crying.
Never even touch it, huh?
Oh, never even
Not to that, to mention to think that any of us gave a fuck about Kamala Harris or cast a vote for her in the first place.
And a fucking another thing. Oh, yeah, Kamala was lying about it. Why would she fucking lie about it? I mean, fucking...
Did she actually... What's that?
Yeah.
It took me a second to realize what he was talking about. Like even if I still think it's ironic as fuck that even if she's lying about it, he proved her by putting on a show and having a bunch of actors come through and act like they're buying McDonald's from him while he scoops out and puts them in things. Oh yeah, look at me! I served like 5 people and we recorded it for a video. It literally was closed down temporarily so that they could have Trump in there and a bunch of actors come through and act like they're actual customers. So it's ironic as fuck that he's making fun of her for acting like she worked at McDonald's. Then he goes and acts like he works at McDonald's.
And this person's like, why does Kamala lie about anything? Because she's a politician. And I think 100% of politicians, if you go through all their speeches, all their addresses and so forth, conversations, you'll find that they're not telling the truth. And the thing is, people lie all the fucking time. It's like people should try to keep their lies to a minimum, especially if you're a public figure. But it's just lying is kind of a part of human nature. And when people sit there and say crap like, well, I never lie, everyone fucking lies. There's studies that show that even babies lie. They'll cry to see what they can get away with. So, I'm sorry, but if you honestly think that somebody lying makes them special, you're out of touch with reality, and you probably don't get out much, and you probably don't really understand how people just naturally think and behave.
No, it's fucking narcissism, because if it was, if Kamala said she worked at Burger King, we would have this video at Burger King, not McDonald's.
Oh, and somebody asked again, I don't know if it's the same person, whether we've paid $1,000 in tax stuff. We already answered the question.
I don't pay taxes, just like your fucking goddamn presidential.
Yeah, why should we pay taxes? Trump doesn't. Fuck you.
Okay, we get the point with this. It's fake. Next vid.
I'm Katie Legrone. He spent his entire life living and working right here in the U.S. But when it came time to collect his Social Security benefits, one Florida man tells us he has...
Okay, I have a chroma key up, but you can go back to my older videos where I didn't have a chroma key up. And you can see what my, room looks like and crap. And it's we've been to Shab's house. People have been to my house. It's
He's got a treadmill back there.
Yeah, but still, it's show what your rooms look like. It's okay, it's not that impressive.
Hey,
you live in houses. It's these crazy things with roofs.
Yeah, there's rooms.
Told him he's not who he thinks.
No, and that's the thing. I've done streams where it's people come to my front door, and I'm answering the front door and stuff, and then it's oh, I bet he lives in his grandmother's guest room. That's what Origin said. Which, that dumb fuck, they ended up losing their job, and now they're literally living with their mother. But it's just, you can go back and see other streams where I don't have a chroma key, and you can see that it's I clearly have my computer in my front room, and I live in the city. I have a townhouse in the city.
Thinks he is.
Stop lying, Jane.
Outside Jimmy Class's mobile home in Clearwater. Symbols of American pride hang not just front and center, but on the side of his home, in the back. America is, after all, the only home this 66-year-old has ever known.
What a
I moved to the
loser.
U.S. in 1959.
How long have you been here?
64 years.
But after more than a half of a century in the U.S., where he's lived, worked, went to school, got married, had kids, paid his taxes,
Mr. Class, you will be entitled to retirement benefits.
even voted, Class says in 2020,
Instead of receiving my first check,
he discovered
I didn't have any thoughts.
he's not a U.S. citizen.
I just was like blindsided.
Class says it all came to light after he applied for the Social Security benefits he paid into his entire working life.
You gotta be kidding me. You know, 1 month you tell me I should expect my first check. Second Wednesday of
And
2012.
this guy, he was a Trump supporter, which I don't think people should be like, yeah, haha, like, yeah, fuck him, serves him right, but it does suck. And the issue here is, it's like with like the abortion thing where we've discussed that there's extremes. Whether in general you just think people shouldn't really get abortions, I think there's something wrong with you where if it's a scenario where if the person doesn't get an abortion, they're gonna die. Like the child isn't gonna survive regardless, so it's just, why are you against it in those extremes? Here where it's like, okay, it's of no fault of his own, and he's been living in this country his entire life. He doesn't have any understanding of like what it's like to live in Canada or whatever country like his parents were from or that he derived from. So it's are you against people like this just being granted citizenship? I mean, I know it sucks, but it's like, what about all the dreamers and so forth where their parents brought them here? They've lived here their entire lives. They don't know what it's like to be Mexican or Bolivian or Honduras like sort of citizen.
Well, apparently Trump wants them to go back to their own fucking country. So.
Hey, it's like not my problem.
20, but instead I get.
And this is sort of like the argument, like, oh, they voted Hamas into office when most of the people living in Gaza are like children, so they weren't even old enough to vote. Plus, it's like I think Hamas are pretty fascist and authoritarian. I don't think they were like really fair elections, but. Here it's just, what about like all of these people? Is it their fault that their parents took them here illegally? I mean, it's just have some like basic shred of like empathy. And there's this other story where there's this guy that actually, I think he worked, his entire job was finding illegal immigrants and trying to deport them. And he was responsible for like thousands of illegal like immigrants being deported. And it then later turned out he found out he was an illegal immigrant. And there are a lot of people out there where it's like they have some basic level of empathy. It's not like they're psychopath. But there are a lot of people out there where it's like they can't really process what it's like unless it happens to them. It's like they need to experience things in order to get it. They just don't have the critical thinking to be like, okay, I'm going to put myself in this situation and what may it be like? And they're kind of that limited. And you'll see it with people where it's just, you'll talk about really fucked up things like people with disabilities and so forth. And they're like, yeah, whatever, pull themselves up by the bootstraps so they don't get like what it may be like to be like somebody with a very chronic disorder. But then it's like somebody getting their food wrong at a restaurant. It's like, oh God, I hate it when that happens. So it's like, okay, they have empathy, but only if they experienced it themselves.
Letter stating that I haven't proven to them that I'm here legally.
You see, Class was born in Canada. His mom Canadian, but his father American, born and raised in New York.
This is Dad?
Yep, that's Dad.
The family moved to the U.S. when Class was 2 and stayed here.
That's me, as a Boy Scout.
In America.
In America.
As he got older, he says he just assumed he, too, was American. The dual citizen documents he laid out for us are a glimpse of his deep roots in the U.S.
This is when you know you're old, when the old driver's licenses were paper.
Roots, he says, were never questioned. Not when he got his Social Security card, driver's license, or voter registration card.
I've been voting for over 40 years. I guess I'm in a lot of trouble.
Class was even approved to serve as a Marine for the U.S. military.
I signed up to defend this country.
And work for the New Jersey State Police. His citizenship status is never an issue, he says.
The only thing they asked me for Here's my social security card and my driver's license.
After he learned he wasn't really a U.S. citizen, he formally applied for status, but was denied. U.S. Immigration Services wouldn't share details with us, stating they don't talk about individual cases. But in this 2022 denial letter, the agency stated Class didn't provide enough evidence to prove his father lived in the U.S. for 10 years before Class was born, a requirement.
I've seen a handful of cases like this. They don't come around.
And this is something that, when it comes to our immigration system, people are like, why don't they come here legally? But even when people try to come here legally, it is a pretty convoluted process. And compared to other developed Western countries, it's just people would be surprised how there are people who are doctors, people that are highly skilled in these different professions, where they'll get denied again and again and again. And it's like, well, they make it pretty hard for people who want to come here legally to do so. Where it's just these aren't people that are just crossing the borders who are unskilled workers. It's even for people that have a lot to offer, it's still, there are so many unnecessary barriers. And in a scenario like that, it's okay, he's lived here his entire fucking life. You'd think it wouldn't be that hard for him to go through the process.
Every day.
Indira Demine
Well,
is a Fort
and
Myers-based
you're talking
immigration
about people that come here to get an education. They don't stick around. They come here legally, they get an education here legally, and then they go back to their own countries. And
Now, oh, go ahead.
Well, what I'm saying is oh yeah, America is totally great or whatever. We got all these smart people. The only reason we got all these smart people is because of I can't remember what it's called, but we not import. We get
but here,
all,
I do want to respond to this person. So, what's their name? Little White Privileges Killstream. So they mentioned that it should be hard. It shouldn't be easy. Well, the whole point here is it's just we're showing this very extreme scenario. And you mentioned we're showing exceptions to the rule. And we just want to show that some people are very black and white, where even in these very extreme cases, it just makes no sense why they're against it to such a large extent. But also, I would argue that, again, even if you're anti-illegal immigration, if you look at what level of an effect that it's having on the country, it is pretty fucking small. And yet people are so fucking obsessed with it.
She says Class's case is a reflection of a large, complicated, and changing U.S. immigration system that can't always accurately track who's here legally, illegally, or somewhere in between.
For many years, the DMV, the different agencies didn't necessarily communicate with each other. And so the documentation that you need to renew.
Well, you're saying we have a problem, deport the illegals, but I mean, how much do you care about other issues, like the fact that our prison system, we have less than 5% of the world's population, but it's something we have over 25% of the world's prisoners. And I mean, holding people in prison is really fucking expensive. So, I mean, how much do people talk about that as opposed to talking about immigration, which has far less of an effect on our country's economy? And then it's also things where it's okay, why is there this major issue with people crossing the borders illegally or trying to get into the U.S.? There's a lot of instability to the south, and it's just a lot of people to the right do support these wars going on across the globe, supporting Israel. And it's just, what if we invested more in, I don't know, just basic diplomacy with our fellow neighbors to the south to try to improve things to some extent, because it does affect us.
I hear the cartels got their hands in that pot, John.
And then the cartels, that's another thing I mentioned, is that a lot of the crime that does take place is due to the drug trade, drug trafficking. And a lot of the people that are trying to come to America from countries in Latin America, it's because of these cartels getting out of hand and all the instability that comes from it. And a lot of it, cocaine, is the big lucrative drug that fuels this drug lord, or this drug war. It fuels the cartels. And if maybe we decriminalize that, it would really fuck with that black market. And if you try to eliminate that particular black market, there's supply and demand, it's the invisible hand, then maybe, what's that, Dirt?
Sorry, I laugh because someone said Democrats, they eat the tampons. But I just want to ask this.
Constructive discourse.
It was too perfect. So did bottom right guy and top right guy just go off to go kiss or something? Because they left at the same time and came back at the same time.
No, he sucked my dick.
You interrupted me to point out things that aren't even, like, that are just stupid or, like, insults.
Shush, Gene.
It's because you're gay.
Yeah,
We're all gay. We don't know what we're talking about because we're gay.
I'll stop.
And here's the thing: I'm arguing with this one guy that actually is coming up with arguments, whether we agree with him or not. But then you want to point out the dumb fucks that don't have anything of substance to say.
Well, I just wanted to comment on the fact that Shab and Crow just met up for a romantic tryst, but
hey, don't.
That was really the core of it. But I got distracted.
Yeah, Gene, God, stop being mean.
I know that it's not. So I know that it's not the engineers crossing the border, but a lot of the issue with people trying to cross the border is it does have to do with instability. And a lot of the instability are due to the cartels, and the big like product that's fueling the cartels is cocaine and the drug wars. And if we just decriminalize cocaine, it would completely cripple that black market.
You really want cocaine to be legal, Jane, don't you?
No, hold on. Who started the war on drugs? Republicans.
Okay,
Damn.
so because
another...
little white privilege kill stream, because he isn't being a giant like asshole or dumbass, and he's actually coming up with constructive arguments, we'll be willing to have people on later stream. We'd even be willing to have you on next weekend. So mods, post the Discord link, and we'll be willing to have you on to discuss things. And I actually do like that you're presenting arguments and you're not just acting like a little kid. So this is a good example where if somebody doesn't agree with us, we don't automatically think they're stupid, because he actually is acting like a fucking adult, and it's not just claiming, yeah, you guys suck, you guys are gay.
License or for the Social Security benefits. We're not as stringent as they are now.
How do you get issued a Social Security card, though?
And that right there, like earlier when people are like, hey, you're being condescending, calling people stupid. Well, that's a good example where if you actually act like a fucking adult and discuss things like an adult, we're not going to call you stupid. It's how you go about disagreeing with somebody, not just the fact you are disagreeing with somebody.
Good question. Quite possible that back then, the requirements they have a social is just not the same as it is today.
So is it fair, though, that he was issued a Social Security card, he got his Social Security taxes withheld, he worked all of his life, he paid his taxes?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I worked my 50 years.
Oh, Shab, are you just playing video games now?
Paid into my Social Security.
What?
He should be paying.
No.
You have a game. We see the game controller in your fucking hand.
I'm not. No, this is the control of the stream.
Oh, really? Okay,
Yeah.
put down the fucking game controller.
Dude, it's just like the submarine and the PlayStation controller. This is how I control the stream, Gene.
Yeah.
Do someone else?
He's trying to keep this boat afloat.
I'll probably move back to Canada.
You would consider leaving?
Yep.
Welcome back. Well, new here tonight. He spent his entire life living and working in the United States, but when it came time to collect his Social Security benefits, one Florida man says he has not received one penny.
Instead, he got a surprise reality check. The government told him he's not who.
Okay, do you think we've discussed this enough?
What else is there to discuss?
Last night in a Fox News town hall, Sean Hannity asked Donald Trump twice, coaching him along as he often does in these interviews, if Trump planned to abuse his...
Do you think he's going to try to overthrow the government? Because some people...
Yes, he is.
Do you think he is capable of doing that?
No, but he's going to try.
Well, he just said he would do it.
Power if elected.
Yeah, what the fuck, Drunken Crow?
Whose side are you on?
Yeah.
Both.
Idiot.
Well,
idiot.
he says that, like, Trump says he would be a dictator, but only on day one. So that does sound like a bunch of, like, hyperbole bullshit. So I know they're going to go into detail.
Yeah, he
here
says
to
a
be
lot
like-
of crazy shit, so
Yeah.
it's like...
Not be a
Yeah, his neck looks like a vagina.
Yeah, that's true, too.
Okay, now, stop. like Crow, you got a tip.
He's talking about this part though.
Okay,
It
whatever.
makes
If you
sense. It's all like
I don't want things to regress into making like stupid like comments like
I don't want you to regress into saying that we're making stupid comments.
Have any plans whatsoever if reelected president?
Someone was going to say it. I had to.
Okay, here, we're listening to the
Use
video.
the government to go after people?
You mean like they're using right now? So, in the history of our country, what's happened to us, again, has never happened before. Over nonsense, over nothing, made up charges. I often say Al Capone, he was one of the greatest of all time, if you like criminals. He was a mob boss that likes to Scarface.
What is it, 32, 34 felony convictions? Yeah, no president has ever had 32, 34 convictions. So.
It is kind of odd that he was found guilty, whether you think he's guilty or not, and yet he still hasn't actually been like held in prison, which it makes like no fucking sense. And it just kind of shows that there's a justice system for the poor and a justice system for the rich. Now, again, I do think that pretty much every politician or every single presidential candidate we've had for like the last 5 or 6 like terms, you could find a shit ton of stuff to charge them with. So it just, I think, I do think the reason they went out of their way to like assemble all of these things to charge him with, and I do think he's guilty of it, is because they really just like wanted to get this clown like out of like the political system.
Well, John, so I want to ask you, what do you think the difference between Trump and Nixon is? Because someone mentioned Nixon. And Nixon,
well, he didn't spend time.
He didn't spend time.
Gerald Ford pardoned him.
Yep, he pardoned him. And I think there's a movement for Biden to pardon Trump before he's actually in the White House again.
And like Nixon, like that's a good example of like there are all these leaked conversations or phone calls with him and Reagan where it's like he's saying some of the most like racist shit that even in that like that particular decade would be viewed as pretty like distasteful. And he was talking about how Reagan had phone calls with him, like how do we like ban all the N-words from the schools and so forth. And it's not even like speculation of like, hey, after the civil rights movement happened and they abolished Jim Crow laws, that all of a sudden it's like you have this war on drugs and they're locking people up in bulk. Like I said, we have like less than 5% of the world's population and over 25% of its like prisoners. But then there's conversations where they're specifically discussing this. So there is no like speculation that it's like, hey, what are some like backdoor roundabout sort of things we can do to make sure that there's less people of this particular race demographic that are like on the streets.
Times. I want to go back to this one issue, though, because the media has been focused on this and attacking you. Under no circumstances, you are promising America tonight, you would never abuse power as retribution against anybody.
Except for day one.
Except what?
He's going crazy. Except for day one.
Meaning?
I want to close the border and I want to drill.
That's
drill,
not. That's not.
And he mentions drill. Like, America has one of the largest like natural gas and oil reserves, and I think that we have even more than like Russia, but we've been like extracting like oil and natural gas more than we like have in a long time. We've been like extracting far more than Russia has or Saudi Arabia has, and we've been relying more on like extracting our own like fossil fuels and everything than we had relied on like importing it. So he's saying that where it just shows that people that listen to this shit, it's like, yeah, like let's actually drill and shit. It's like, well, we have been doing that.
Well, like I said earlier, I got into an argument with my brother, and he's very conservative. But yeah, in the next few years, in my state, in my area, it's less than $3 for gas.
Oh, and this
So-
one dude says, "No, we haven't." Laughing my fucking ass off. And it's like, you know what you're talking about when it's just baseless confirmation bias. Like, that's not true because it's not true. And I'm sure this person has like extensively read up on this subject, and they really thoroughly understand it. And again, recognize one's own ignorance. Knowledge isn't justified true belief. I'm sure he knows enough to have like a notable justification for thinking that he knows what the facts are here. And it's almost like, hey, they have access to the internet, the world's largest database of information, and if they wanted to, they can cross-reference what I'm saying to see if it's legit or not. But I don't think they're probably going to do that. But hey, it's not true because it's not.
Yeah, so when the price of a roll of toilet paper is the same as a gallon of gas, $5 whatever, yeah, that's not gonna be on Biden. That's gonna be on fucking Trump. You fucking idiots.
Nah, it's always the other side that's to blame. It's because he succeeded the Biden administration, so that's why.
Retribution. I'm gonna be. He keeps. I love this guy. He says, "You're not gonna be a dictator, are you?" I said, "No. Other than day one."
Other than day one. What the fuck does that mean?
We talked about.
It's almost like it's a bunch of political word salad.
Yeah.
And we see that kind of crap all the time. And the thing is, it's something that's very vague and arbitrary. And you see this kind of political, like, sort of speak on, like, all sides of the political spectrum. And it's like that one stream I talked about where we were, like, watching interviews from, like, VPs. We were talking about, or covering interviews from governors, mayors, and they all did the same shit where they never answered a question and directly. It's always the most roundabout sort of response. It's an argument via ambiguity, where they discuss things in such a vague, nebulous, vacuous manner where nobody can point out anything and hold them accountable for it. If you make things as arbitrary and meaningless as you can, then hey, later on, you can't claim that they were full of shit and lying because, hey, they did say things in a completely blanket and arbitrary manner where there's really no way to, like, thoroughly dissect what they said and interpret it in a more explicit manner.
Well, John, before you play anything, just wanted to point out, Republicans won the presidency, they won the House, and I do believe they won the Senate. So when inflation goes up, when gas prices go up, when you need to sell a kidney just to buy groceries, yeah, that's not on Democrats. That's on you guys, you fucking idiots. So, yeah, go ahead.
Take all those documents back to your beach club. I did, and I had the right to do it. And Hannity kind of droops his head. But the point is, again, he's saying now just explicitly, I'm going to do a bunch of stuff on day one, and if anybody believes it's going to end in day one, I've got a bridge to sell you across the river here. So this is
okay. So
Trump more and more.
Just look this up. So it's from Statistica, like .com. So clearly a bunch of libtard bullshit and everything. But here, natural gas production in the United States from 1998 to 2023. Oh yeah, laugh out loud. No, they haven't. That's not true because it's not true.
You pull up one graph, John.
Just one graph. I'm sure this person's going to go out of their way to try to look into what I said to find any information that proves or disproves it. I'm sure it's not just I hear something that conflicts with what I want to believe, so I'm just going to basically discount it.
Tucker Carlson said that graph wasn't true.
And it's like, again...
He did his weird Tucker face.
Well, why do they even think that they know whether that statement I made is accurate or inaccurate? It's just Socratic knowledge, recognizing one's own ignorance. So that's where it's like, you know what? If you really, like, if you apply any level of introspection, you ask yourself, okay, when have I ever read an article or invested any time out of my life or whatever, where I've taken the time to read up on it just a little bit, and I've actually researched natural gas production in the United States, maybe you would find out, if you asked yourself that question, that there isn't a single instance of you ever doing that. But yet, you clearly know what the data is.
And we're hearing more and more.
Somebody said you three are unemployed as fuck. Which three? Which one of us has a job? I want to know. It's so funny. Like, should I have a badge that says, "Yeah, I've worked a job, a real job"?
Well, it's also like
working a job doesn't mean shit, dude. Everybody got to work a job. It doesn't mean anything special.
Well,
look, I worked at McDonald's.
Unemployment is like 1 to 5% of the population. It's always incredibly low. So it's funny how people like this, it's just they accuse anybody who's streaming as like being unemployed. And it's just what percent of people do you think are unemployed? Seems like it's kind of convenient that anybody on the left that's streaming is automatically part of this small percentage of the overall population. And again, maybe you should talk to people in the chat that actually, or like my mods that actually know what my job is. They've actually met me in real life, in person and everything. Because when we actually do get into my occupation, then I'm arrogant for like, like, oh God, he's like an engineer and shit. Like, what an arrogant piece of shit.
Just want to point out that unemployment has been near to record low under Democrats. The economy has been record low to average under Democrats. So yeah, we'll clip that, and then as soon, like I said, as soon as gas prices run up to $5 a gallon, yeah, go ahead and blame Biden. Because
and also, when we've discussed earlier, somebody's like, the dude talking has a feminine voice. I like how we've went through all this data and statistics and all these studies that show that critical thinking has been on a notable decline in the last few decades. And we've shown how, like, the vast majority of Americans read or write at or below an 8th grade level and aren't really that well educated. And then it's like they prove that clearly they fall within that small percentage of Americans that perform well when it comes to divergent thinking, critical thinking. They show that they're like a very articulate, very literate person, because it's like, you sound like a girl. Fuck you, you suck.
Well, Trump transitioned, so that's how he won.
Of a potential second term.
Well, I mean, Willie, think about it.
Trump is now
any other politician in American history were asked the question, are you going to be a dictator? No. Donald Trump never answered it. He never answered it. And when he said, and I just want, there's a sickness.
Okay, this is here, like, them making a big deal about this. He said something just really fucking stupid that it's exactly what you'd expect him to say. And at the very least, at least he said, like, yeah, like, I am planning on being a dictator. He just gave some typical, like, political sort of arbitrary response, so whatever.
There is a
Throughout the election cycle, you likely heard the Harris campaign and Democrats sound the alarm about so-called Project 2025. It's a far-right presidential transition plan drawn up by a conservative think tank called the Heritage
What the
Foundation.
fuck is the COPE? I keep seeing that in the chat. What is the COPE?
Okay, whatever.
They're saying that we're coping.
Because if the opposing side discusses, like, the state of our political system right after we have an election, they're coping. But if the right discusses, like, what's going on with our political system right after an election, if their particular side loses, then they're not being a bunch of snowflakes and coping. So it's just, if there's a stream where they always discuss politics and they discuss every single election, the logic is that if you're discussing the results when you're more on the left than the right, that's coping. Yeah, again, you're like these particular people in the chat, they're showing that they're not a bunch of dumb fucks.
Trump and his team tried distancing
That's why
themselves from the
the
extreme
fucking
policies.
Democrats
Many of its
lost,
authors are
because we have fucking bunch of dumb fucks fucking
members of his
voting.
26.
Yeah,
What
it's
the
almost
fuck?
like we're turning into like an idiocracy.
16 administration. Philip Bum joins us now. He's a national columnist for the Washington Post who has written extensively about Project 2025.
Dude.
Philip, thanks for being here. First, can you give us a reminder of some of the policy positions and also why you wrote in July about the, quote, impossibility of separating Trump from Project 2025?
I would say there are probably two components.
Now here, Trump says that he's never heard of 2025, or at least he did say that not too long ago. And he says that, 2025, I'm not gonna like support it or whatever. So he's clearly just telling the truth. And again, he could just not follow through with anything in Project 2025. So I guess we're gonna have to wait and see.
To Project 2025 that are important to keep in mind. The first
Not
is
even
that
that
it proposes an
either. Madison Square Garden, if we didn't cover that already,
Pro strong.
What the federal
no. Fucking they vetted what is his name? Fucking Hinchcliffe or whatever. Tom Hinchcliffe. His jokes, and they vetted his jokes, and they allowed him to say that, there's an island of garbage.
You're going over. I don't.
Yeah.
I think
They
I think
vetted
that-
that. They allowed that. They allowed that.
I think
joke.
it was a funny thing, but it wasn't in an appropriate setting. I think that was the problem. Like, you don't invite a comedian to be like, yeah, those N words. You know what I'm saying?
I
Up
think
at
this
a,
is irrelevant.
at a-
Why are we?
I don't know, Drunken
What
Crow.
do we do with this?
Rally at Madison Square Garden.
Okay, whatever. Moving on.
Office, which was recategorize a lot of federal employees, so it'll be easier to fire them, with the idea that Trump and his allies have said of replacing a lot of longtime government employees with people who would be more pliant, who would be more in agreement with Donald Trump's personal political agenda. The other side of it, and there are other aspects of what would happen in the federal government, but that's really the thrust of it. The other aspect of Project 2025 is doing a lot of social issues and a lot of changes from the federal government down, really leveraging federal power to the extent that it
Oh
can.
my God, socialism.
To try and affect changes.
See, like Trump, he's trying to get rid of all this like socialism in the country, and it's all these libtards that they're all about the communism because they're like Stalin.
Social level. So to change, for example, one of the things that's been isolated and was actually a target of advertising.
I'm seeing in the chat that we don't have girlfriends. Yeah, we don't.
Okay,
we don't.
We've
hold
gone
on.
over this a million one times, so it's like considering that we're starting to see more chat activity. Let's only respond to things that actually have some level or some ounce of substance to it. Let's stop going over the like really generic rote insults that people who have no level of intelligence present because they don't know how to find anything original to say or anything constructive to say. So let's stop responding. Yeah.
Can I finish my sentence though?
Okay.
I was just gonna say we do not buy our wives like President Trump does.
Perhaps putting new limits on the availability of pornography.
Only I was a
So
billionaire.
there
or
are various
whatever.
aspects of social issues that are incorporated into it as well. Again, using federal government to affect that sort of change.
And Project 2025 is nearly 900 pages long. So yes, that was a quick summary, but a review by CBS News found in those 900 pages, at least 270 proposals matched Trump's current or past policies and campaign promises. How much is this going to play a role in his second administration?
I think it's less about how much.
They have like a Boba Fett or whatever, like a thumbnail. They're like, oh yeah, cry about it. Hey, we're here to troll you, dude. It's like, well, yeah, you're doing a good job really boosting our concurrent view counts and really adding a shit ton of activity to our stream. So thanks. Like, you're really helping with growing our channel.
Much of a role Project 2025 is going to play, then the extent to which Project 2025 represents what it is, those who are going to be empowered by a Trump administration, how much of what they're going to do is predictable based on that, right? So it was always the case for as many times as Donald Trump tried to get
Okay, we've covered this before. Next vid.
President Trump is beginning his transition back to the White House, and one of his first steps, narrowing down potential cabinet
Wait,
members.
Trump is transitioning?
President-elect Donald Trump
Yay.
is time setting up his staff for his next White House term, and his first move is a historic one.
Susie likes to stay sort of in the back.
Political strategist Susie Wiles is stepping out from her behind-the-scenes role as President-elect Donald Trump's longtime advisor and successful campaign manager, now tapped to become the first female White House chief of staff when he returns to the Oval Office early next year.
She has no ego. She is an amazing woman. She is a perfect combination of talent and toughness.
And it's coming from Fox, so I'm sure They're very unbiased when it comes to their assessment.
Very accurate.
Yeah.
She does not
very accurate.
Other names rumored to be on the short list for a seat at the table. One-time rival Florida Senator
Oh, Elon Musk.
Let any shenanigans.
Yeah, did you know Elon Musk? He's also self-made.
Is he?
Yeah, look.
He has more, like, his value is more than South Africa's GDP.
Oh my God, did you know, like, Elon Musk is an African? Dude, oh my God, look at Trump bringing all these foreigners into, like, office.
rival Florida Senator Marco Rubio is in the running for Secretary of State. Formerly in that role, Mike Pompeo is being considered for Secretary of Defense. And his former competitor, North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum, could be named the next Energy Secretary.
Fantastic choice with Susie Wiles. They're going to have the pick of the litter and putting together a fantastic team to help drive the
Dude,
country forward.
what Trump really needs to do is pick Kristi Noem for Trump's dog.
Crow's drunk.
Coming to terms with the results of the election.
We accept the choice the country made.
Still,
You guys know what,
are expressing frustration over Vice President
Kristi
Kamala
Noem.
Harris's failure to win the race.
You don't know that.
To let people know that we hear them and we
She
See,
shot a
this is
dog.
like people talked about me like going on excessively and not letting others talk, and then this is what happens.
Shut up, Gene.
New at 5, the
Nobody likes when just you talk. You're boring.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
Come through with the facts, but it's only interesting for so long, God.
Exactly.
Then I gotta come through with my cool guy jokes. You know what I am saying?
Yeah, discussing things in meticulous detail. That's what like gay supposed to.
Them queers.
Corrections has
Yeah.
See,
Speaks
Gene
more in
gets-
fragments and doesn't just rely on ad homs. I mean, yeah. People who are educated, they're all gay.
inmates who are illegal immigrants or have an unknown status. Now, those immigrants could easily fall into President-elect Donald Trump's plans for mass deportations in the first days of his second term.
I asked the Oklahoma Department of Corrections for their immigrant inmate numbers and looked into why these inmates are being looked at as the first to be removed from the U.S. next year.
Vote Republican, and we will begin the largest deportation operation in American history.
President-elect Donald Trump promised mass.
Do you think he'll deport more people than Obama? Is that something where people are talking about how Obama is too lenient on immigration, at least Fox News, and then they talked about him like using executive orders, but then Obama deported more like illegal immigrants than any other president, and he used executive orders to do it.
Yeah, he'd be like, deport them all. And then the next day he'd be wondering why his lawn wasn't cut. Because he fucking deported them all.
What the fuck?
Deportations on day one, and now we are
Very
getting a better idea of who could be the first to go.
But I'd like to start with deporting those who are the most violent criminals, those who are raping people or they're pedophiles or murderers. Those should be the first ones to go.
Many Republican members of
Yeah, Morpheus in the chat says, Elon loyalists forget, this is the person who owns a company that wants to inject chips into people's brains.
Congress say the easiest to deport quickly under a second Trump administration are the illegal immigrants in prison nationwide already convicted of a crime. Right now, an illegal immigrant must serve out their sentence and then after paying their debt to society.
And this one person in the chat, what's Mr. Educated degree?
Are they then deported? Immigration and
I've already mentioned it multiple times when people have asked countless times.
Republican officials say since deportation is going to happen anyways, Trump is expected to just speed up the process.
There are just not a million criminals.
People in the chat need to start like answering these questions, or the mods in the chat need to start answering these questions.
Ready to be deported in a given year. You might have a number of people arrested, but they go to prison, and you can't get them until they finish their prison sentence.
The Oklahoma Department of Corrections and Immigration and Customs Enforcement already have a relationship in place.
We monitor every state and local jail in the United States. ICE does. It monitors every federal prison.
ODOC had to compile the number of illegal immigrants in state prisons for a study at the state capitol by state lawmakers looking at the cost of illegal immigrants in Oklahoma just last month. In total, there are 594 immigrants in Oklahoma prisons who are either illegal or their status is unknown. 480 of them are housed in Oklahoma prisons.
Okay, so they're discussing numbers that are in the hundreds. Again, the United States has more prisoners than any other country. We have less than 5% of the world's population and over like 25% of the world's prisoners. So when we're discussing like a third of Americans have some kind of criminal record, and we're discussing metrics that are probably like in the millions, and they're presenting data that's just in the triple digits, I'm sorry, but it seems like there's some selective journalism going on here. Oh, and they make up like less than 1% of the prison population. They make up 2% of 1% of the fucking prison population.
prisons under a relationship with ICE.
Yeah, but out of those people, you know, we only have one candidate that has 32 to, I think, 34 federal
felony.
Felonies that is now
our president.
So
there's an additional 140.
He's my president.
This is an example of when statistics are presented, and it's like, well, why aren't they presenting like all of the just the core constituent data when it comes to the overall prison population of that entire region, the entire country, and so on and so forth. Instead, it's just like, hey, here's an example of like a few hundred people who are illegals that are in prison. People that aren't able to see right away that, yeah, this is selective journalism are kind of like, you know, they're kind of dumb fucks.
14 immigrants in prison who are serving sentences, but
hey, they don't just blindly believe what they get from the right-wing media. It's only the left that does that.
No agreement with ICE. 68 in ODOC custody.
Or convicted of felonies can't, you know, vote, but people.
You mean just from the media, Jane? But yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
People that are convicted of felonies can't vote, but they can run for fucking president after 34. What's the fucking limit? 36?
Custody have an unknown status, but are not American citizens either. Things get a bit more complicated at the local level. The Tulsa County Sheriff's Office says its illegal immigrant population has plummeted.
And this one guy's like, where did the only cool guy go? I guess they were talking about Chad.
Dude.
One, because Tulsa County ended its...
No, I'm cooler than dirt. Shut the fuck up.
Immigrant housing
No,
contract
I'm
with ICE
cooler than
long
him.
ago. And two, the Biden administration started giving bail to illegal immigrants arrested for crimes back in 2021. Tulsa County Sheriff Vic Regalado has previously told Fox 23, once an illegal immigrant is arrested, they get a court date, bond out, and then they just run away, never showing up for court.
You're talking about individuals that committed serious crimes, okay, that have been released and are gone in the wind. You know, to commit another crime. Who knows?
A spokesperson for TCSO says because of those factors, there is really no one in the Tulsa County jail for ICE to deport. Now keep in
okay, this one person's like, well-off people and well-off rats vote blue. So talk the chat for a second. Let's bring up some more data.
Okay, so they're talking about, oh, yeah, once they are let go.
They're the one making a huge claim.
Yeah.
Do you have any sort of thing to back that up, that it's just well-off brats that vote that? I mean, like, if that's true, then holy shit, a lot of America is way more rich and well-off than I thought. Because, I mean, like, when I think of a well-off brat, I'm thinking of somebody who, like, lives in a big-ass fucking mansion and shit. That is not the amount of people that voted for blue. There's not that much rich ass people in this country. I'm sorry.
Now,
there's plenty of wealthy people, not that much.
This is a map of like education, and you'll notice like the Northeast is like one of the most like democratic parts of the country, and it's also where, you know what, when it comes to the middle class, the like Maryland has one of the highest levels of academic attainment, and Maryland's also the state that has the wealth, like I believe it still does have the wealthiest middle class. So I like how it's just look at all these blue states where they seem to be a lot better off, and then kind of odd. Let's look at piss poor academic attainment. Why is it all these states that are, you know, very red that tend to be the bottom of the barrel here? But why do you think that is?
It's because they're the smart ones, really.
They married their cousins.
Hey, my cousin sucks dick way better than
this is a bunch of liberal propaganda.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, the only people that vote blue are these idiots, even though, like, you know, when you look at most doctors are left-leaning, it's like there's a correlation between having a higher level of academic attainment and being left-leaning. There's usually a correlation between being more white-collar and being left-leaning. So, yeah, all of those, like, STEM workers, like, all of those engineers, architects, like, lawyers, accountants, like, that are earning, like, six-figure salaries, yeah, they're all a bunch of, like, losers or whatever, a bunch of rats.
In mind, nothing is going to happen until mid to late January. President-elect Donald Trump will not be sworn in until January 20th. The Biden administration is going to keep its current policies in place until then.
A federal judge here in Texas.
Even if so, Trump won. Do you think they're still gonna fucking riot? Like, yeah, we won, and then they still.
Yes, they're gonna. Yes.
It's a bit too late for that joke.
Yeah, yo, what the fuck, Drunken Crow?
Including Texas, sued
You
the Biden
suck
administration
dick.
for its Keeping
Try
Families
better.
Together program. Now, that policy would have allowed undocumented spouses and stepchildren of U.S. citizens to stay in the country while they applied for legal status. A federal judge ruled the policy violates immigration law. Immigration was a big part of President-elect Donald Trump's campaign. He's pledged to launch a vast immigration crackdown. But as KVU's Daniel Perot tells us, there are a lot of questions about how he'll carry out his plans for...
Wait, and this one person's like, y'all lost the election. Well, I mean, it seems like it tends to just oscillate back and forth between a Republican candidate, a Democrat candidate,
and
every single election every 4 years.
And
so
who's
it's
y'all?
Just, again, I like how childish they are. Where it's like, yeah, you guys lost Cope, and it's just like, yeah, because when all the Trumpites riot and raid the Capitol and stuff, when people every single election cycle where the Republicans are the ones that lost the election, yeah, they're not coping when they're just discussing the results. So if right-leaning journalists are just simply discussing the aftermath of the election, they're just a bunch of babies and losers. It's just, even though this is something that's ubiquitous, that all sides are going to just discuss it to some extent. And it's just, it's not like you're a moron when that's how you interpret that kind of situation.
No, there was good guys on both sides, Trump said. And I believe he said the same exact thing during World War II. There was good guys on both sides, you fucking idiots.
For immigration policy.
We will seal the border, stop the invasion.
I mean, Schindler's List, or Schindler, Oscar Schindler. I guess he was
Yeah.
part of the Nazi party. He was a
Yeah,
good
exactly.
President-elect
guy. I guess he wasn't on their side. I guess
Trump's win is setting the stage for what he vows will be a swift crackdown on illegal immigration. Trump made bold campaign promises, including mass deportation.
Well, maybe that is the reason why the left lost. You lost because of your policies and identity politics. But what about when the right loses? So, couldn't you make the same argument that when they lost, it's because of their policies? So it's just, this happens every 4 years. It's constantly oscillating back and forth between the two parties. It's just some two-party system. And the fact that hey, when your side wins, it's just yeah, they're coping, they're just talking about it. So simply discussing it is coping and being a sore loser. So what about when Trump lost the last election? Or Romney lost against Obama and stuff. It's when you see people discussing how they're not happy with Obama's win or Biden's win, is that not them coping? So why doesn't it count when the exact same thing happens every fucking 4 years, and the exact same thing happens just in reverse?
There's fucking video evidence of Trump
they rigged it. Okay.
shitting his pants during interviews.
Okay, you've brought this up.
What
It's
the
not fucking relevant.
They came in illegally. No, fucking play it because
stop bringing up stuff that has nothing to do with what we're currently discussing.
Fucking people are like, oh, he's alpha, and we're getting called beta. Well, MAGA. And we're getting called beta.
Is the chief
show
transformation
their
officer.
fucking
Dude,
idol.
he's yes, the Republicans sweep the Democrats in an election. It's a 50-50 coin toss. And it's not like they won by 80% of the vote. It's usually whichever side wins, it's by 1 or 2 percentage points. And plus, this is the first time a Republican candidate has won the popular vote since Bush won the popular vote, in his second presidency. And the 2 times that a president has won due to the like electoral college since like the 20th century has been Republican candidates, where it's like they didn't even win the popular vote. So the problem is it's just like, oh yeah, they like we sweeped it. It's like, are you like a 5-year-old kid? The fact that this is how you look at like politics, where hey, the other side lost. Yeah, they're a bunch of losers. Cope. It's just, I think
it's not football. This is politics.
Yeah,
like, you're acting like it's some shit like football. Like football doesn't need to be treated like serious like that. Like politics is something that you should be more mature about.
The Texas
Should
Public
be.
Policy Foundation, a conservative think tank in Austin.
My expectation is that they're going to...
and again, it's just so far every other election, it's a different candidate that wins, and it's like based on their logic. If the right discusses how they're not happy with the results because their candidate didn't win, does that make them a bunch of triggered snowflakes? So you don't see us pointing to people on the right when they're giving their take on like what they think went wrong with the election and why they think things are going to go downhill with the opposing like candidate being elected in. So you don't think you're kind of a dumbass where it's like if anybody of the opposite side simply discusses the aftermath, that's them being a triggered snowflake who's coping.
going to think of a way, and probably already have thought of a way, to do it rationally, effectively, and also humanely, which is important.
I think that is almost an insurmountable task because of the number of individuals who are here that may fall under that.
Edna Yang with American Gateways, which provides immigration legal services, says heavy enforcement won't solve the problems in the immigration system.
It's going to exacerbate problems. It's going to lead to additional wait times, and I think it's going to make the situation much worse than it is now.
Roughly 11% of immigrants, 5 million, live in Texas. The state has an estimated 1.6 million undocumented immigrants.
There are community members. They have families here.
President-elect Trump has also vowed to end automatic citizenship for children born to illegal immigrants and reimpose.
Now, they showed that one group of immigrants, they made up like 2 or like 4% of the or like 2% of like the 2% of the overall like population. So we're talking about a country where there's hundreds of millions of people living in this country, and when they're making a big deal about like the handful of immigrants, it's just, hey, a few million might seem significant, but overall it's look at the kind of effect it has on the economy, and it shows that a lot of countries like, or a lot of states and counties on the border are actually doing fairly well because they rely on the cheap labor that the immigrants are actually providing. And it's also a lot of those like particular markets, like a lot of those like farmers or like forms of agriculture, they would crash if they didn't have this particular like cheap labor to exploit. Now, whether you think it's okay for them to do that or not, it's still not something that really is having this really, really terrible effect on the economy overall. So what about other like issues in our country, like problems with our criminal justice system? What about the like that population of our prison system or of our overall prisoners that aren't illegal immigrants? What about the ones that make up the 98, 99% that don't make up that 2% of the 2%? Why don't we focus on why our prisons are overpopulated? And why we keep like people in prison much longer than like any other developed country? But let's not focus on things that actually do have a like very profound and significant impact on the economy. Let's hyper focus on this like fucking boogeyman.
Yeah, like let's hyper focus on things like they're eating the cats and the dogs in Springfield, Ohio, or whatever the fuck.
It was J.D. Vance that said that.
No, it wasn't.
Until they're
well, J.D. Vance, he was the big politician. I don't know, maybe Trump said it as
Trump
well,
said it.
Court date.
The only person I've heard say it on the internet is him. So he you know,
Look it up, Shab. I'm fairly certain JD Vance.
Maybe JD
his
Vance
VP
was the person that began it,
understand.
but
Yeah.
Trump definitely said it. They're eating the
So
cats and the
somebody
dogs.
is like they are eating them.
Immigration is a part
No.
of the nation. If we want it to function in the way that it's supposed to function, we need to look at it differently.
It's not clear what exactly the sweeping immigration policies will look like or what they will mean for Operation Lone Star, a border security program that Texas has spent more than $11 billion on since 2021.
Texas is probably going to see an influx of resources, new coordination, and new efficacy in defending Texas communities from the predations of the traffickers and the cartels.
President-elect.
Again, we've discussed like the cartels and the traffickers, and there's this other element when it comes to that, like notable dark side when it comes to illegal immigration, where a lot of the dangerous crime comes from. And Shab,
what?
I'm gonna go into detail about what might be the big catalyst there. Or
With what exactly?
factor. Like all the cartels and stuff when it comes to people acting as mules and like peddling drugs across the border.
The profit they make off of selling drugs like marijuana.
Because there's a black market, and it's the invisible hand in economics, which is like if you've taken just a basic economics course, it's wherever there's a demand, there's going to be someone there supplying it, whether legally or illegally. And it's almost like this market of cocaine, or this black market, is being fueled by the fact that, hey, this drug, if it was decriminalized and regulated and everything, like imagine how much money it would save our government not having to enforce all these like policies. Imagine how much we would save from not holding like people in confinement that are involved in this particular drug trade. Imagine how much money like private corporations, if you love capitalism, would make on actually selling the drug legally. It would be regulated, so it's not going to be like laced with things like fentanyl. So people will be able to obtain clean versions of like said drug. And it like if you love like taxes, at least when it comes to like the commercial side of things, it's like imagine how many people would be working for these particular like corporations that are producing it legally. It would create all these like legal like forms of employment. All those people would be paying taxes. And hey, when most of these cartels, most of the revenues coming from cocaine, maybe if you completely eliminate that particular black market, then maybe it'll have a notable impact on those cartels. Maybe it will crash like their source of like income, and maybe it would drastically cut back on those particular crimes when it comes to illegal like cartel activity on the border.
Trump has said that he wants to work with Texas to deal with the immigration issue. The Biden
And this one person's like, or don't
Maybe
do
it
drugs. It's like
Drugs.
it seems like people are gonna do drugs regardless, and in the end, it's just
if you don't do drugs, that doesn't keep everybody else from not doing drugs. Like, what does that even mean? Just don't do drugs.
We're talking about numbers, and it's just, what do you care about? Even if like you don't want people doing drugs, it's just at least it will definitely cut back on certain crime. It will cut back on people taking like more unsafe like versions of this kind of product that is sold on the street. And like less people to be in the prison system, it would benefit the economy. So it's just, you don't think that you lack critical thinking in that area? And then when it comes to drugs, what about alcohol? Do you think they should outlaw alcohol?
The people that say stuff like, oh, just don't do drugs. It's like, I'm glad you're not a politician. If we needed you to come through with like, oh, how are we going to stop people from murdering each other? You'd be like, oh, just don't kill people, guys. Just don't kill people. Oh, we figured it out. Okay, never mind. We don't need any laws surrounding this. We don't need to work on anything. You told them not to kill people, and they got it now.
The thing is, because cigarettes
no one will ever kill another person now.
Yeah, because cigarettes and alcohol are just part of like our sort of legal, sort of recreational drug market. It's like, do you have that attitude where we should just outlaw cigarettes and outlaw alcohol? And it's just, what about like highly processed food? So this is where people don't understand like what even is a drug. It's some kind of chemical that you put in your fucking body because you get some kind of high or some kind of like pleasant sensation.
Yeah, caffeine is a drug. Who decided that that's legal?
What about highly
Coffee's
processed
a drug.
fucking food that has tons of additives in it and so forth? So obesity is like on a drastic rise, and you know what? Heart attacks, they're the #1 cause of death in America. So it's just, you're too stupid to see the nuance there of it's like, okay, could you argue that like food, you could argue is a drug based on some simple definitions, because all a drug is it's some chemical that has some kind of effect on the brain.
So, some of the chemicals added to food are probably technically drugs.
You take chemistry,
like MSG is probably technically a drug and stuff. But
they're too stupid to really think of. They're too stupid to understand. It's like with communism, and they never even like really think about what even is communism. They're just told that it's this thing and it's bad. They're told when they're younger that there are these things that are drugs, but they don't really take the time to consider, okay, what even is a fucking drug? And like with a lot of stuff, it's semantics, and it's just, what about, regardless of whether you call it a drug or not, it's just, what about all these things that you're legally allowed to consume that definitely are not good for you? Why is that okay? But then if somebody wants to snort coke, that's something that it's like, oh, well, just don't do drugs. That's where somebody is like a junkie and they're going too far. But then like tobacco, like nicotine, caffeine.
Gene really wants his coke, guys.
Yeah.
Look, I think you'll find this a flattering comment. He said it's like Bill Gates had a kid who was inspired by Alex Jones.
Yes.
Administration has tried to push back on Texas.
You're Bill Jones. You're Bill Jones.
Do I have the same kind of conspiracy theories that Alex Jones has?
You're out there, man.
Nah, you just have so much energy, like you're on fucking crack, like he is. That's all. That's what it is. It's all his energy, like he's on crack. Ah!
How do we know he's not Alex Jones's kid, who is inspired by Bill Gates?
Whoa.
Triggering strong and mixed reaction.
Fox's Chanley Painter reports on how
They're saying the majority doesn't want hard drugs. Well, there's this thing known as the appeal to popularity. And like we've shown, the majority of Americans
this is a
read or write at or below an 8th grade level. I mean, most people are kind of stupid. And I mean, marijuana used to be the popular opinion that shouldn't be legal. And it's just whether you think people should smoke weed or not. It's like, why is weed illegal, but then why are cigarettes legal or alcohol legal? It's
yeah,
just where's
things
the logic?
that just
and then
objectively are killing huge amounts of people every year.
And then it's semantics, because what is a hard drug and what isn't? So that's another thing. Like, do you even have an argument for why that should be classified as a hard drug versus other drugs? And it's just, you're told that cocaine is one of those bad drugs. So therefore, it's absurd if somebody
Gene really wants to fight
it.
for his cocaine.
Yes.
He's really focused on he's not just focused on drugs. He's like, keeps going back to cocaine. By the way, cocaine isn't really that bad, guys. It's not really that bad.
Shut the fuck up. That is the drug that is the major cash like product of the cartels all across the Americas. So you'll see that is definitely like contributing to like 90 something fucking % of this like drug trade across the Americas.
Okay, I hear you, Gene. You don't have to yell at me about it.
Oh, great argument. Cocaine is bad. Seems like
crack is bad.
Yeah, what we presented her with just went right over her head.
That's what Gene said. Cocaine was bad. That's what I heard too. He was like, cocaine is bad, and it's bad. And also, it's bad, by the way.
I mean,
good job,
cocaine
Gene.
is bad, so should we outlaw like highly processed food? Should we outlaw alcohol and tobacco? Because that's bad.
In January will be to secure the U.S.-Mexico border.
Of
migrants in the country illegally.
On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program
ever.
John, did Hitler create meth? I hear that from time to time, or is that like
I don't know.
Hitler
That
was
sounds like
Or he had it synthesized.
You know what?
to
I
make it.
try to if I've never really looked into something before and I just hear some like, hey, did you know Hitler did this? Usually I do this thing known as recognizing my own ignorance, and I decide.
Whoa, are you being rude to Dirt?
I'm not. Okay, shut up,
No,
Chad.
he's
But
explaining himself.
Okay,
Yeah.
you seem like you're being a little rude to Dirt. Okay, I'm just
I didn't read
just trying
that
to stick
wrong.
up for Dirt. I'm just trying to stick up for Dirt. Okay.
Well, anyway, I think that people in the chat should probably take my advice here. If you've never looked into something and you only came across this information from hearsay, then maybe you should, do some homework, look into it, see how credible it is.
Now I'll say this, John. I asked you because you're a trusted source. I thought maybe you'd know about meth.
Yeah.
Or Hitler meth.
You didn't have to be rude about
Maybe
it.
Hitler did. I don't know.
Eugene.
And the thing is, a lot of people in the
It's
chat.
one of those things I never cared enough.
Yeah. But a lot of people, like in the chat, if you claim that you don't know, because they might not be that bright. So I'm not looking at the chat now, but I'm guessing there's probably going to be a bunch of people being like, oh yeah, he's such an idiot. He says he doesn't know and they did. It's like, if that's the case, then not knowing something doesn't make you stupid. What makes you stupid is acting like you know something when you have no reason to know something.
The Freddy Krueger effect.
Yeah, or the Dunning-Kruger effect.
The Freddy Krueger effect.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
That's the
That
first time
word
I heard.
sounds like this other word.
Shut up! It's a name.
According to U.S. Census data, it's historically voted Democrat for
Idiot.
decades, something Donald Trump upended, flipping Starr County from blue to red this year.
Oh, do the people that live here by the border know what's going
But,
on?
Trump has also
Gene, you haven't played anything I fucking sent you. I've sent you like.
Okay, we'll get to it later.
Oh yeah, later when I'm asleep.
Yeah, that's rude. What the heck?
Dude, chat is on fire tonight. You guys are hilarious.
They love us in the chat.
Nearly
We're their
11 million
heroes.
undocumented immigrants are on the radar of President-elect Donald Trump. What are some of the concerns you've been hearing?
Knowing whether or not they'll be able to
Whoa, I don't like how this is flitting back and forth from year to year, dude. I'll admit it. I find it off-putting.
Yeah, it's pretty retarded. Like they're stupid. Whoever put this video out, almost like they're fucking idiots.
Huge blow to the state's agriculture industry.
We are concerned.
After already losing thousands of workers last year from Governor Ron DeSantis' crackdown on undocumented workers.
It's foolish. We have people here who want to work, and we're making it harder for them.
In a 2020 survey,
Now, one thing I will point out is that a lot of people that try to cross the border to get to the United States, they will fly to Brazil initially, because Brazil has some of the more like lenient policies or like exploits when it comes to I guess being able to actually travel to the country when you don't have all the proper paperwork and so forth. And then they will like travel from Brazil all the way through like Venezuela, Colombia. They'll go through Central America, and in order to get to Central America, they have to travel through the Darien Gap, which is one of the most like hostile like pieces of terrain or geography out there. And even within the Darien Gap, human trafficking is very high. Once you get more towards like the like end regions of the Darien Gap, then once they go through Central America, they have to go through Honduras and Guatemala and so forth, El Salvador, and a lot of those countries, human trafficking is a serious issue. Then, in order to get to the United States, they have to trek through the Mojave like desert, which is another really harsh piece of terrain or whatever, where a lot of them die of like dehydration and so forth. But that's just in hopes that when they get to the border, they're able to get across it, or if they seek asylum, they're given asylum. So why do you think, like, when there's these other countries in South America, like Uruguay, Argentina, Chile, where they actually have a decent level of development, and when it comes to their like rank on the Human Development Index, they're not that bad. They're not far behind the U.S. or Canada or other European countries. Why do they go out of their way?
It's because they look different.
No, to get to the U.S. and to go through all of that, why don't they try to go to, I don't know, like Argentina or Uruguay? It seems like it would be a lot safer. Why do you think that is?
What are you,
Yeah.
a coyote, John?
See, like when I try to get other people in the panel involved. So do you actually want to like try to answer?
Well, you told me to shut up before. So I did.
Okay, so see, I gotta fire all these other people.
All of them.
Well, maybe it has to do with I don't know, this sort of like U.S. exceptionalism. America's the #1 country. It's the land of the free. It's like it's the land of freedom, and it seems like which particular side of the political spectrum really likes to promote that sort of I don't know, like mantra, that sort of idea that America, it is the #1 country. Everyone wants to be like America. So where do you think a lot of these people that go out of their way to go through that process that I just described, what side of the political spectrum do you think promote that sort of, I don't know, like propaganda?
We got to bump up tariffs like 75%.
I'm gonna say the Green team. Green Party.
I gotta fire Shab and all.
What? I'm not right?
Dirt, you've been AFK. Do you actually want to give like a
The Republicans.
Yeah, I would say people who are asylum seekers are desperate, and I think they'll vote for whatever. They're not going to vote for anything because they're.
We're not talking about voting. We're talking about like who do you think is kind of putting that idea out there that America is the greatest country, the USA, where all of these people from across the globe in these less developed countries, it's the United States, where they go out of their way to try to get here.
The conservatives.
National Agriculture Workers Organization found the U.S. had about 2.4 million farm workers.
American exceptionalism in general. It's not just the Republicans.
Yeah, the Democrats do it to some extent as well, but it seems like it's people on the right where it's all about like having the U.S. flag in their like front yard and all these people, they're unpatriotic.
Wait, what about the caravans of immigrants that they've been traveling across the Mexico border?
They just want a little taste. They just want a little taste of that American dream. Most of them got stopped at the border and had that little American nap, and then got sent back. A lot of them did.
Well, when I think caravans, I think like they're driving like oxen or like
what the fuck?
Okay, Crow's fucking drunk.
No, I'm not drunk.
Like the Oregon Trail. Yeah, I get it.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
See, he's not drunk at all.
No, there's
exactly.
You do a good job showing everyone in the chat that you're on a bunch of retards when it's just
he's never drank in his life, Gene. Shush.
After those criminals,
Lydia Maldonado with the Republican
What's
Party
a beer?
says her concern is crime.
they didn't came here for the American dream. They came here to do evil.
She's part of the roughly 45% of Latinos who exit polls show voted for Trump.
We really need to reform and figure out what we're going to do with this immigration.
Obama had the most deportations during his first term at nearly 3 million people, followed by his second term with 1.9 million. Then was Trump with 1.5 million amidst COVID setbacks, then 1.1 million for Biden through February.
It seems like it's harsh, but when you think about it, we need to.
Dude, it's going to be hard to beat.
WPP News.
Oh, it's over.
Paradox is here. Shab, do you think I should give Paradox a mod?
Yeah, Paradox is proven.
Yeah,
yes, but he needs a tip. Please.
Do you think Trump is going to beat them Obama numbers?
Paradox. What? Obama.
Can he? Going to beat Obama's high score?
No, he's not going to. He's always
It would be
lying.
funny if he doesn't.
He's not going to, probably. He never comes through with this.
Well, it's just the fact that that's his big thing, like deport all these people. And it is funny that the politician that has the highest score when it comes to deporting illegals is a Democratic politician.
Yeah.
He also said he was going to build a fucking wall. And you know how much of that didn't fucking happen? 99.9% of that did not fucking happen.
You don't know math, Crow.
So this one person where it looks like they have more, looks like it's Arabic or Hebrew. I don't know what language it is. It says America, criminal, free Philistine. I don't know if they mean Philistine or Palestine, but yeah, we are not pro what America's doing when it comes to the issues and with Israel.
Free
and we
Philistine.
definitely, yeah.
I do want to. Raymond in the chat said you can keep telling us how great your imported slave class is, but no one's buying it. And I'll say this: I kind of agree. A lot of these migrants, they come here looking for that American dream, and they find that it's actually kind of a shit pie, and they get shit jobs for shit wages, and they do everything they can to scramble up and save. And well, what are they gonna do? Pay a coyote to smuggle them back over the border? Yeah, it is what it is.
And it's also, I'm not making the argument that just have no border regulations, just let everybody in. But the thing is, if you honestly care about, I don't know, drastically decreasing the amount of people that are trying to illegally cross the border, there are a lot of other things that you can do besides just building a fucking wall that would probably cause a major decline in these numbers. And then it's also, my big point is that people are so obsessed with it when there are so many other things that probably deserve far more fucking attention. I understand people talking about this to some extent, but it's just, I'm not even like against them having like money invested in like more surveillance technology and so forth. It's just, regardless of how you go about trying to like regulate like the borders or whatever, I think building a giant wall from like coast to coast is just like fucking stupid. It's
You're
like
right.
some like cartoon sort of policy. So even like when it comes to just like the pragmatism, the logistics of it, that's just a really stupid fucking approach.
The moat. You're right. In the chat.
Yeah.
The Rio Grande is the moat.
We need
And
to
we've
make it
discussed
10
how-
feet deeper and 10 feet wider.
It's also like when it comes to bringing like illegal immigrants into the country, what a lot of people ignore is that there are a lot of big capitalistic organizations that go out of their way, where they have buses that will bring illegals to the country to work in the factory farms because they can like haul that over their head. And like when it comes to all the fucked up things going on in the factory farms, they do sort of exploit illegal immigrants because, hey, we can just deport you whenever if you don't like go along with like all these really fucked up things that are like happening in these factory farms. And a lot of times they are being exploited. So there are a lot of reasons why it's like illegal immigration is a problem and why people shouldn't be living in any like part of the globe undocumented. But when it comes to how you resolve it, I don't think the best approach is just, hey, build a wall.
Well, John, I want to point out the fact that we're all like, oh, we all got these immigrants coming from from Mexico into the United States, and they're taking all our jobs and stuff.
No jobs.
And we don't really give a shit if they come from Canada. So is it nationality or is it economic?
No, the Canadians aren't as brown.
Well, yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. Like, what's the factor there?
They're a
Is
bunch
it
of
because-
racists. That's what it
Canadians
is.
don't want to come here, bro. It's like the layers of hell. It's like, you know.
Exactly. So I mean,
the more north
Yeah,
you
but the
go-
people
They need to build
behind
a
these.
wall. Canada needs to build a wall to keep us out.
Been averted when a 13-year-old was arrested after he tried to enter an elementary school with a bag containing a rifle. It's a reminder of the wave of
Okay,
false
here we
arrests in
are.
schools nationwide and
Oh,
fears
it's
of
school
active
shooting
No more
time.
immigration
temporary
talk.
shutdowns they cause. Ali Rogan explores how
Woo,
the threats are being
school shooting.
The big
Wrong.
difference in educators and law enforcement officials this
A
fall
guy in
on
the
how
chat said,
police deal with the
"Wrong.
of threats of violence.
Wrong, Gene. Wrong.
Using metal
Wrong, you're being lazy. So they're not being lazy when it comes to their discourse.
Wrong.
and arming teachers. Most threats turn out
I
from
said
kids
it's
and
wrong.
from young people. And Investigating them can be an expensive and tedious process. In some places, these threats lead to hundreds of children being arrested and detained. Kenneth Trump is a school safety consultant and heads the National School Safety and Security Services.
Wait, did they just say his last name is Trump?
Dr. Deborah Weiss.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Psychiatry at
Yeah.
Stanford University. Thank you both for being here. Ken, let's start with you. What sort of threats are you seeing these days? How are they being communicated? And how does this wave of threats differ from what you've seen in previous years?
Well, having 40 years in this field, we see a contagion effect after every mass school shooting. Typically, it peaks over a 2 or 3 week period. And those threats tend to come in one of two forms. They're either threats that originate locally with students, former students, someone with a grievance against the school, or they turn to swatting threats. Oftentimes, computer-generated threats that target multiple schools, multiple districts, sometimes multiple states, and originate from across the state.
Now,
that's happened around me.
When I was in high school, there was one thing that I guess you could classify as a bomb threat, and this kid made a fake bomb and put it outside like the entrance to the cafeteria. And they actually did like call in some kind of bomb squad and stuff and evacuated everyone. And it's like, yes, no school for the day. And then I guess this wasn't like a bomb threat or anything, but there was a kid who put like a smoke bomb in the toilet. And then that
lockdown over that shit.
Well, it wasn't a lockdown, but they evacuated all the kids, and then that was like the end of the school day. And then
Evacuate, yeah, that's even better. Yeah, I guess don't lock down for an explosive, do you?
International.
Yeah, when the bomb goes off, I think the lockdown is I don't know, over.
Now everybody stay.
Yes.
If threats turn out not to be credible, every threat has to be treated seriously, and schools need to have threat assessment teams, training, and protocols in place, procedures for heightened security so that they can continue on when threats are not credible during the investigation, and strong communication.
I like how
so that
this
they can
is
dispel
directed
rumors and
exactly toward American schools.
Yeah. Oh, are you saying that this seems to be a very American issue, at least when it comes to the developed world, which is mass shootings or mass killings? Huh.
That tends to
It's interesting. More guns.
Stupid. I've never heard that.
Now, what percent of all of these mass shooters are illegal immigrants or foreigners?
Motivation, Deborah.
Or Muslims?
You have worked with young people who have made some of these threats. You've counseled educators and students who have been the subject of them. Why is this happening more now?
What we have is the contagion that spreads through social media. It spreads from one parent.
Yeah, I do think it is just copycat killers, where it's just they see other people do it, and it's like, oh yeah, I can top that. And that is one of the like big red flags. So the FBI came up with like some list of red flags or whatever when they need to take their guns or actually investigate. One of the big things is a fascination with school shooters. And apparently the kid from Virginia Tech, that
he was Chinese, not white.
Okay, well, he wrote an essay when he was in high school about like the Columbine kids and how he was like fascinated with Columbine. And that is a very common thing, is that they tend to really be fascinated and they like to write about it. They'll journal about like how they think that those shooters were awesome and so forth. And there's usually a lot of signs beforehand. Like that one kid where his parents bought him the gun, even though he was like drawing images of him committing a shooting.
To another, from one
They're
student
good
to another,
parents.
and has taken on a whole new dimension of intensity in terms of the frequency that we're seeing. Nonetheless, several weeks after there has been a shooting or a threat that's been highly publicized, you can see that these things sort of fade down to some degree, but threats are...
And was he Chinese? Because I thought he was from like Thailand or...
He was Asian.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
What the fuck, you racist? Fuck you, drunken... I'm so mad.
Well, yeah, I think he might have been from Thailand.
He was one of those.
On
what
the
the fuck?
There to the teachers, to the
Throw a
functionaries
dart at
as a
fucking
psychiatrist, I've been
Asia.
involved with threat
He was one
assessment
of
way
those.
back since the years of Columbine, and that meant
You're a
not just
bigot.
assessing the threat, but trying to understand who are these kids that are making threats, from the most benign threats to the most serious ones. And
Now, one thing that kids are much more likely to do, as opposed to committing a shooting, and this is actually responsible, or this results in more deaths every year than murder or homicide. What's that other thing? That is
drugs.
Not killing other people, but
Slip when you commit slip and slide.
Slip and slide. I love that shit.
Okay, shut up, Chad. But,
sorry.
Online bullying.
Well, I mean, that is something where when people talk about mass shootings and stuff, even though it's happening more than it should, it's still something that makes up the likelihood of your kid committing a mass shooting is still pretty low. And one thing that people don't really talk about a whole lot is just a kid is much more likely to kill themselves than to kill somebody else due to being bullied and mistreated. Well, we have the channel classified the video under the category of news and politics. I actually looked into the Shab, so you're much less likely to get in trouble.
Okay, if you say so,
As
Jim.
we're just hearing, the vast amount of threats are not serious. Nonetheless, they're very disruptive, can be
Jane.
very frightening, and in fact, a number.
Guess how many subscribers we've gained this stream?
How many?
Guess.
100.
That's how much we've gained.
Yay! 100
Gained
more
100,
subs.
yes, 100 subs.
Dude, okay.
Make even what look like not serious threats or call them jokes or just passing
I don't know. They're all a bunch of like Russian bots, all those subs.
moments of anger have in fact in our studies and clinical work significant concerns psychiatrically. They may have depression, anxiety, attention problems, impulse problems. They may have been bullied. So the threat itself actually can at times be a signal to other.
No, that's another thing, like special needs in our schools. It is sort of like, I don't know, that kind of environment is an unnatural environment, and we kind of force all kids to clock into this setting that really just brings out the worst in people. It seems like when you take like a population of people, so it's not just the fact that in high schools there's over like 1,000 students on average, you include all the staff as well, and you have like 5 times the amount of the population that the human brain is even able to like process, because like scientifically the brain can only really process 300 relationships. And then you have all these kids with like special needs that like they're not even able to really learn efficiently, like kids with ADD and so forth, and kids with autism, because it just shows that when they're in a setting where they're in a room with like 40 other people, they're not able to really concentrate at all and retain any information. And I know like 10% of kids, or I think it's like 8%, have ADD, and yet it's like the overwhelming majority of them don't do too well academically. And it's just, I don't know, it seems like we're forcing a lot of people to clock in these institutions where a very large amount of people, it seems like it's not helping them. They're like, most people still are leaving school like functionally illiterate and not able to show any complexity when writing essays. So I think a large amount of kids would probably be better off just dropping out and not even going to school. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's true. It's like, I think a very large percentage, probably
you're an
like
anti-intellectual, John.
Oh, exactly.
Screw you, Gene.
What percentage of people, if you take them 4 years after they graduate high school and you quiz them on 9th grade biology or just basic algebra or like any of those subjects, what percent of them are actually going to really retain any notable sum of that information? And if you quiz them, they're actually going to be able to perform well in those subjects.
The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell.
Yes, exactly.
Roy G. Biv.
And it is just, we put this huge emphasis on things like chemistry, which most people aren't going to use. And it's like, what about, I don't know, the data shows that most Americans are very inept with critical thinking. Why don't we teach people things like, I don't know, like psychology, sociology, epistemology, things that actually teach people how to think objectively and how to analyze and assess information and ask questions? It seems like that might have a much more like notable impact on somebody's day-to-day life, and those are things that you actually could utilize. The average person could utilize in like any job. but we like to focus on these topics where the amount of people that are actually going to pursue a job or a career that requires you to have any understanding in something like trig or calculus or chemistry or physics is incredibly small. And I think that, again, like I said before, you look at all these people that go to community college right out of high school, and then they take those placement exams, and they don't even like rank into college level classes. So I just feel like, based on how the system is currently structured, a very large amount of people probably would be better off if they just fucking dropped out. What, do you think I'm wrong?
No, I'm sorry, dude. The chat always has me laughing at inappropriate times, but I agree. No, in a sense, if I didn't have extreme, familial and social pressure, I probably wouldn't have stuck out through high school. I mean, to be honest, I was very disillusioned. I've talked about this before. I was born up north, where the education system was ahead of where it is where I live now. So in the 5th grade, I was relearning shit I learned in the 3rd grade, and I was like, oh, okay, this is just baby school daycare, and I'm here so mommy and daddy can go pay bills. So yeah, I was disillusioned. I didn't give a fuck, and whatever. I got decent enough grades because that's what you got to do.
Now, someone else in the chat says, tell us more about the average person. So here's the thing. If you're going to discuss politics, like sort of like socioeconomic issues and everything, I think it makes sense to discuss the average person. Because I don't know if you're aware of this, but most people in a country are the average person.
That's true.
Oh, it's almost like when you're discussing certain policies and trying to improve the lives of the average person, it's almost like maybe you should bring up statistics and hard data
that have to do with average person.
But clearly we don't know how to talk about politics.
Problems, which is why you're hearing that every threat needs to be still investigated, and why that's such a challenge when we have so many of them.
Ken, how are schools and how are law enforcement officials dealing with these threats?
Well, we have to realize that the threats do disrupt the entire school community. We're in a state of high ambiguity.
Oh, his last name is actually Trump. Oh.
Parents are on pins and needles. Educators and even law enforcement.
He loves Trump so much he changed his last name.
Okay, let's continue.
It's not just sensitive to these types
of
threats.
Dude, shut up.
What we want to do is strike a
balance. When you point out something like that, it's like fine, but once you start
I made a little joke about him. Shut up.
It drains law enforcement resources from the community where there are valid, credible, active, violent threats and concerns, and puts those resources into schools. So a lot of times what we see is that schools are investigating, and then when those cases do go to court, they're calling not only for the proceedings to move forward as they do for kids, but they're also proceeding with restitution, calls for paying back the cost of increased security,
Well, one thing, I was watching a documentary about school shooters in prison. And people that are like, they wish they were given the death penalty. It's like, dude, it is. I mean, it's hard to feel sorry for them because, they did kill like dozens or like at least like a dozen of like innocent people and other people's children. But it's like they put them in solitary confinement, and it's just they are huge targets of all the bad stuff that groups of people in prison like to do to people that commits pretty fucked up crimes.
The people that are like, they should get the death penalty. They're just fucking virtue signaling, and it's annoying when people do that.
Well, even if that's the case, if you want them to fucking suffer, it's just most of them do spend the rest of their lives in solitary confinement, and they go fucking mad and insane. So. Yeah, it's like they're pretty much getting tortured for the rest of their life. So if you're vindictive and want them to suffer, that's a scenario where if I was going to go to prison for the rest of my life or spend the rest of my life in solitary confinement, then I'd probably prefer to just be they'd be doing me a favor, just putting me out of my misery.
That's why most school shooters, off themselves.
Yeah, see, they don't want to face justice.
Exactly.
The police time involved. And the key thing is that parents and students need to understand, and educators need to be a part of the conversation, that once you press send, you can't put the threat back into the smart.
You know what I think it is? Video games. Yes.
Yes, it's Call of Duty.
Yes. I mean, all of these kids had access to video games, and even though the overwhelming majority of kids in America have access to video games, that must be the link.
It's Banjo-Kazooie.
No, TikTok. All these kids on TikTok these days, they're all committing shooting. I bet all of them shooters all watch some TikTok.
Nope, it's Banjo-Kazooie. We figured out, Gene. We figured it
it's
out.
all the radiation emitted from like the 5G towers. That's what's causing all the school shootings.
Young people who may
I gotta
initially
bring the next one down.
spontaneous
Shit.
actions and see them as a hoax or a joke need to know that they're going to face a ton of bricks, unfortunately, today. But we have to have those conversations with kids ahead of time to let them know that there are serious consequences and that you just can't make these types of
I don't
threats
think this guy
because it
should be
disrupts the
talking to
entire school
kids.
community.
Oh, we got to talk to kids. Hey, do not shoot up the school.
Don't shoot up the school. Bad.
Plot targeting multiple people.
Bad,
including
Jimmy.
President-elect Donald Trump.
Well, here's the thing. Talking about gun regulation, do you think that if a kid is writing a manifesto or creating outlines of like conducting a shooting, do you think maybe they should not have access to guns?
No, let them have them.
At the very least, do you think if
No,
somebody
no,
like
no.
that owns guns,
Everyone
maybe they
should have
them
guns,
taken away?
Gene. Everyone.
Alleged.
Give every kid in school a gun, and give every single staff member a gun.
There should be a gun at
Everyone
every desk, a gun holster that
Yes,
like connects to the
exactly.
desk. Like,
You need to have
like
your
just in
shooter-
case. Just
No,
in
no, no.
case.
We just need to surgically attach like a fully automatic rifle to everyone's arm. And there you go. That way they never forget it at home. They have it on them at all times.
Yes. That'll keep America safe. Yes.
It has to be at least 22, and that way, I mean,
At least.
Yeah, 22. You've never shot a 22 before?
I know,
What's
like,
less than a 22?
In
Like a
Switzerland, everyone does have a gun, and it's like not everyone has ammo, but everyone knows where to go to get ammo in case like there's an invasion. We need to make sure every kid has a gun that doesn't have any ammo in it or whatever at all times. But then when there's a school shooter, you pull the school shooter alarm,
Okay,
and
calm
then
down.
that unlocks like the containers and stuff in the classroom, so all the kids can arm up. And we got to train all the kids to be ready, be on
That's
standby
crazy.
when the shooter tries to break into the room.
By the
Gene
Department of
for
Justice.
president.
The DOJ pointing fingers directly at Iran, whose foreign minister tonight called the accusations fabricated and a disgusting conspiracy. But the FBI has now charged 3 men.
This case is an example of yet another flagrant attempt by the government of Iran, not merely to silence those who speak out against
Now, I do remember there was this like I think it was after the Sandy Hook. You had all these like educators trying to like or it was like the principals and stuff trying to give alternatives to like firearms or something, and one of them gave these little league baseball bats.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh,
they were
yeah,
like
that's
little
gonna-
yellow bats or something.
And then another one gave every single classroom a bucket of rocks that they could throw at the shooter.
They're geniuses. Good thing we have
Yes,
these people
exactly.
teaching our children.
My high school
Good
did have
thing.
bats. At least
We could throw rocks at
there
them.
was actually only one teacher had bats. I guess she was like, "My babies ain't going down without
For
a
a
fight."
second,
Whatever,
you said
dude."
bats, and I imagined like a flock of rabbit bats. You just unleash the rabbit
It was
bats on the
bats.
shooter.
Well, okay, so I live out in the lived out in the middle of fucking nowhere,
And everyone had a gun.
Yeah, basically.
Oh,
So,
okay.
like, oh, you hear people being like, "Oh, I grew up in 1986 and I went to high school and every person had a fucking shotgun in their pickup." Yeah, that was basically me. And like, because I lived out in the middle of fucking nowhere, so
You lived out in the middle of nowhere.
yeah, so I lived out in the middle.
Wait,
and
did you
everyone had a
live?
gun.
Wait,
Yeah.
did you live out in the middle of nowhere?
So you lived out in the middle of nowhere. That's what
And
you're saying.
and the people had gun?
Yeah, and then I found people that had guns.
Oh my
And
god,
And
that's
then I found a
crazy.
school. Yeah, I lived out in the middle of nowhere, and then I found a school.
Wait, a
And then-
school and everyone had gun?
Oh my god, yeah.
All the kids have gun.
All the preschoolers had guns.
Yes. That's America.
Like I said, we've discussed drones before. You just need to, when you pull the mass shooter alarm, you need to have the drone that has like a casing of Buckminster fluorine where it's like bulletproof. and it needs to be like this assassination drone, and it just starts like projecting all of these like tear gas canisters. It plays like this ear-piercing sort of like noise, and it just has like strobe lights and everything, and it finds the shooter and then just eliminates them. It's armed with some kind of like sniper precision kind of like you know projectile, and there you go. Every school, we just need like an anti like serial killer drone, or maybe like 12 of them.
Yeah, that's called bullying.
Carlisle Rivera and Jonathan
Exactly.
Lodhold, arrested in New York, and Farhad Shakiri, believed to be at large in Iran. Shakiri allegedly told federal agents he'd been directed by an Iranian official with the Revolutionary Guard to surveil then-candidate Trump and create a plan to assassinate
Just
him.
have like I don't know, all the sprinklers. Just have one for the fire alarm or whatever, where it's in the same like particular like system or whatever when it comes to the plumbing and so forth, but it's just one alarm will spray water for the fires, another alarm will just spray mace for the shooters.
Spokesman for Iran's foreign ministry tonight called that story completely baseless. U.S. prosecutors say an American journalist was also a target for assassination by the same criminal network. Iranian-born Masih Alinejad.
We hit 1,500 subscribers! Yay!
Fairfield University.
Well done. We
Yes.
couldn't have done it without you, the viewers at home.
Yes.
The
You
ones who
couldn't
been
have done
here
it
for
without me. Thank
4
you.
hours or more talking.
Yes.
shit. You're
Everybody-
my favorite. You're my favorite.
Everybody hit the like button if you haven't yet.
The same day and warned me not to go. Long openly critical of the Iranian government, Alinejad vows she will not back down. They want to kill me. That makes me more determined to give voice to Iranian women.
Wow, we're almost at 100 likes.
Yeah.
Let's get to 100 likes, guys.
Following the 2 other assassination attempts against President-elect Trump during
Remember people coming in claiming that the guy who attempted to assassinate Trump was a liberal?
Yeah.
Do
There
you
was
think?
evidence tying him to both political
Yeah,
parties.
yeah, and that's what I brought up. But it's like, do you think that dude was thinking objectively? When it's just like, hey, there's evidence showing that he could have been either or. But yeah, it's only the evidence that showed that he could have been a liberal. That's the only thing that counts. And this dude is that particular dude was doing a good job demonstrating Socratic knowledge, recognizing one's own ignorance, and not engaging in confirmation bias, just blindly believing the information that supports like what you want to be true emotionally. When he's just like, no, the evidence that shows that he was on the left, that's the only thing that counts. The other evidence that is on the contrary, no, doesn't count. You're a libtard. You just believe
He was a plant.
campaign.
Oh, yeah, and the second guy that tried to fucking end him, yeah, he was voted right, so...
Well, most assassination attempts, a lot of times it has nothing to do with like political like ideology. A lot of times it's just because they're batshit insane and they want to assassinate the president because Jodie Foster was communicating to them telepathically, or the president's like a reptilian and they need to get rid of them. And if you look at every single like assassination attempt since the Secret Service has been established, where they've apprehended people that have actually attempted it, most of them, it doesn't even have anything to do with any sort of political agenda.
New heights.
Okay, well, Jodie Foster asked for it, so... I know.
Walking on its
We need to hold her accountable.
grounds,
Who
just
she
feet away
thinks
from
she
armed
is?
guards patrolling by land and water. The Secret Service in Florida on alert with just over 2 months before Trump returns to the White House.
Marisa, back to that Iranian plot.
He's not going to return to the White House. He's going to return to Mar-a-Lago. He's just going to fucking golf for the rest of the hours.
No, Obama's the one that golfs too much.
No. Trump golfed more than him.
No, fake news. You just leaning media tells you.
Continue targeting him.
Jose, that's a great question. The DOJ says part of the motivation is vengeance for the death of Qasem Soleimani. That is the Iranian military officer who was killed by U.S. drone strike during the Trump administration in 2020. Jose.
Also making headlines this morning, federal officials released new details against 3 people whom they say were conspiring to assassinate President-elect Donald Trump. We're learning the plot was supposed to happen before the election in order from Iran. The Justice Department says the plan was retaliation dating back to when then-President Trump ordered a drone strike that killed a top Iranian general. The FBI says Iran is...
I thought Iran's supposed to be all cool with Russia and everything.
What the
Selling
fuck?
them kamikaze drones, and now I thought Putin was supposed to love Trump, see?
I
don't know.
Man.
I think this is some front. This is some like sort of little like cosplay that all of those like factions are presenting to make us think that other people are trying to go towards Trump, but really they're all in
He look-
cahoots. Conspiracy.
he look-
Everything's a conspiracy, man.
He looks like a fucking piece of jerky.
Jake,
Okay,
you've been- for over an hour, you've been saying the name Alan Dulles. I'm gonna look it up. Who's Alan Dulles? I'm gonna do it just for you, buddy, just so you can stop saying his name. He was the deputy director of the CIA in 1893. He died. I don't know what the fuck. He is also
Wait,
oh, shit, dude.
1893.
Surveillance.
Dude, no, I'm pretty
the
fucking
future.
high, and I was looking at the wrong dates. He died in 1969, dude. So like, what's the point? Why Alan Dulles? I don't get it. I'll keep the page up. I'll look into it just for you.
Well, it
James,
may be because I was talking about like crazy, like people attempting to, I don't know, assassinate the president, and that might be an example of some crazy dude.
During this last campaign, an attempt to assassinate him. Court papers say the operative recruited 2 American men to help, both of whom were arrested in New York.
I wish someone would try to assassinate me.
Hey, in Minecraft. See,
This is news, John.
I can't get in trouble for that. Just shut up, Gene.
whatever.
You can't wish harm on yourself.
Yeah, Shad, you're going too far.
That's different.
Mastermind who's believed to be living.
You can't joke about that. That's a serious issue.
Shut up.
That was a plea for help. And
Yeah,
this-
I need help. I need help.
Now, do you know which president actually established the Secret Service?
Nixon.
Lincoln.
No. Oh, it was. I thought it was
Shot in the
after
dark.
Wait, you said Nixon, and Nixon was post like JFK.
Yeah. Well, dude, look,
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I just said the first name that came to mind. I didn't know.
I
Wow,
thought it was
what an
after
idiot.
Because if it was Lincoln himself, he kind of fucking failed. So. I
Well,
think
the
it's
thing
after.
is, with the Secret Service, it was originally established to address like a notable issue with counterfeit. So they were kind of like an anti-counterfeit agency. And then it was sometime in like the early 20th century, like the 1910s, 1920s, where I forget which president it was where they were assassinated, but then they decided, okay, we need some agency to act as some kind of like protection for the president. And I guess the Secret Service, that agency, took up that particular task, but that's something the Secret Service still does. So if you look at the Secret Service, half of that particular bureau is just invested in like investigating and enforcing laws on like counterfeit and doing like raids on counterfeit operations and so forth, which it's just weird that it's like, yeah, it's providing like protection to the presidents and investigating counterfeit. Seems like maybe there should be separate agencies that deal with those two things.
Plot to assassinate President-elect Donald Trump.
Random and off topic. Someone's just like Germany for Trump, and I'm like, yeah, that's about right.
Germany for
Trump prosecutors
Trump.
say a member of the American military hired 3 people to
It's
do
not a
surveillance
good
on Trump
look,
and
Germany
have
guy.
Yes.
in September to exact revenge for the death of Iranian military leader Qasem Soleimani.
Well, the Germans are like on the right path. Like, aren't they one of the wealthiest countries in Europe? And they're becoming more and more progressive.
Yeah, but their
Oh my God.
history, their history.
Okay, we're not playing the
FBI that he
stupid
did not
game.
come up with a plan in time, so Iran pushed the pause
Oh,
button.
are you
After the
Holocaust
election,
denier?
were also charged.
Yeah, what the fuck, Gene?
I just think it's like too much of a simple and stupid joke to be like, yeah, Germany, Nazis.
Held without bail.
My jokes are better
It's too
than
weak.
Gene.
It's too lazy.
The Justice Department has disclosed an Iranian murder-for-hire plot to assassinate President-elect Donald Trump. The DOJ does say Farhad Shakari told federal investigators that he was tasked by an Iranian government official with planning the Republicans' murder before the U.S. election. According to court documents, Shakari explained that he was instructed in September to...
God, it's 6 a.m. and we have 192 people watching. Oh, God.
...plan within 7 days to murder Trump.
What's wrong, John?
What
Can't
the
stand the
fuck?
heat. Get out of the kitchen, dude.
Yeah, Gene.
Well,
We'll
we've
keep
almost
this
been
thing
going
going.
for six hours, so what do you think? Maybe put up a timer, 30 minutes, and if we fill the goal, we'll go for another hour or two.
6 hours? That's like on the low side of things.
I know that's like a minimum of what you can expect from us.
Yeah, we usually go for
You're
like
giving them bare
12.
bones, John.
Well, whatever. So do you want to do that? 30-minute,
Yeah,
put up a
whatever.
30-minute tower or 30-minute timer.
Well,
and then,
beans, it would take $116 to fill the goal. I'll commit to like 2-3 hours. What do you guys think?
Yeah. So if you guys fill the goal, then we'll go for another like 2 hours.
I'll do 40. $40.
Yeah.
Crow, wow.
Okay,
big
yeah,
man
Crow.
throwing
Pay
his
your drunk like
Pay your
one-liner tax.
dues.
My dues.
Secretary claimed that
Mountain
he was told to
Dew.
wait until after the election, as the Iranian official believed Trump would lose and would then be easy.
And I'm sick of talking about Trump and shit, so maybe we should get to a different topic.
Yeah, do you got anything interesting?
Wildfires, people dying. So we can cover some carnage.
In New Jersey?
Yeah, but I gotta piss again, so I'll be back.
Wow, what a piss poor.
Well, he left. I
host.
can't have to pay the 40 now.
Top left guy is the fucking worst, bro. Now, thank God he's gone, bro. I'm glad I'm here with top right guy and bottom.
Yes, I like how. Yes. Which one am I again?
You're bottom right guy.
Okay.
Yeah. Me and you, we're the bottoms.
Yay, we're bottoms. That's all I've ever wanted.
I've been getting shit recently. I don't like it though.
Well, you deserve it.
Shit.
He's talking about from the chat. He's a complainer. Shut up, bro.
I saw one person
you
say you
can't-
had the best one-liners, bro. Get over it. People love you. They're gonna
You
love
should-
you, kid. You'll be a star.
Yeah, kid. And if you can't take the fire, stop burning or whatever the fucking.
Go back to
saying
the
is.
oven.
Look,
Yeah.
Crow. They say he definitely sits down to pee. I mean, if the shoe fits, wear it, buddy. You know, sit down and take a squat and
I'm fucking lazy.
give it all you got.
And I need a smoke.
He admits to it. It's big of you, Crow. He said I'm lazy. No, he's not lazy. He's just too drunk. He can't stand up. If he stands when he pisses, he'll piss on the floor.
It's so big
Yeah,
of you, Crow.
That's what happened to the rug at
Aw.
the meetup. That's what happened to
Yeah,
the
you
rug.
got piss all
Like a
over
dog.
it. You piece of shit. And I had to deal with it. Hey, thank you for subbing. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Well, you see, John is in Maryland. Sorry, bottom left, top left guy. He's in Maryland. This guy to my right, he is in the Quasar Galaxy, and I am live from the depths of hell.
Yeah. And did you mention Big Brother in 1984?
Yeah.
I'm all pro fascism and stuff, and yeah, if only.
There you go. He admitted to
Yeah.
it. He
If only we
fucking
could
admitted to
have
it.
the Ministry of Truth, and we send people to the Ministry of Love and Affairs to torture them
John,
for
You claim all these interests about people's rights and freedoms, but you just said it right there, John. You're a fascist.
Yeah.
And I believe
burning
you.
in the Garden State right now. People can see the smoke rising up near their homes along the Burlington-Camden County border. Dozens of businesses and buildings as well may be at risk, though there are no evacuation orders in place this morning.
Action News reporter Katie Katra is live near the scene of the wildfire burning in Evesham Township. Kate?
Do you think climate change has anything to do with an increase in forest fires? Considering that we have a lot of right-leaning people that have been chatting with us recently, think maybe we should talk about some climate change?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying. I grew up in New Jersey, so I don't remember wildfires ever being a concern. And I lived I wasn't like in too urban of an area. There was some wilderness around me. Fucking pine barrens. Holy shit, is the pine barrens burning?
Matt, we're here on Mill Run Road, and as you can see behind me here, the road is closed because of those fires. This is our view from the ground.
Pine Barrens. Is it Jersey Devil or is that Mothman?
That's Jersey Devil.
What exactly these fires look like right now, we do see it is a lot calmer than it was yesterday, so that is a good sign. It's a lot less intense than it was yesterday. There are still a lot of charred forests that we can see, and we
Remember that one person that we had on the stream?
No.
And we were discussing like issues with deforestation, and I mentioned that
No.
deforestation is more of an issue that you see in developing countries, because developed countries tend to have tree plantations, tree farms, like that kind of industry.
Yeah.
So in developed countries, there has been a gradual rise or increase in like the radius of forest and so forth. But didn't that person try to argue that developing countries usually do a lot better at preserving their natural forests? Yeah, they tend to be much more green with their projects, even though wasn't there this huge
Just
Amazon...
say dirt, Gene. Dirt.
Well, wasn't there
Dirt
this
said
big,
this. He's an idiot. Why would he
well, it
say
was
such a
4 years
stupid
ago,
thing?
Wasn't it in Brazil? There was this massive fire in the Amazon, and didn't the president not want to accept
dirt
any sort of outside help when it came to getting rid of the whatever?
Exactly. No, I agree, Gene. What the fuck's wrong with dirt? And why do we even let him on here when he's so stupid? He says shit like that. So dumb.
Rain can come in the near future at some point that would really help with the battle that they have been facing.
Immediately, the fire was threatening homes, so our firefighters took quick action to prevent those fires, the fire from impacting those homes.
Now, do you think all those firefighters, do you think we spend too much money on that? It's like a bunch of socialism, communism. Like all our taxpayer money goes into these firefighters, and look at all these fires that are breaking out.
The fire is located in Evesham.
This is why we should outlaw firefighters.
The fire is 300 acres in size and is 50% contained. Officials say a total of
They're too socials.
are threatened, but all evacuation orders have
They're
been
socialistic.
lifted.
I mean, how often do fires actually happen? Look at all that money we waste on all these firefighters that are just there in case, and they never even do anything.
Yeah, they sit around getting money.
Gallons of water has been deployed, as have fire engines, bulldozers, and ground crews. A red flag warning.
Dude, somebody says sure, no firefighters.
30 miles per hour. This could lead to rapid.
I don't know if you're aware of this, but we are being facetious. I don't know what they're
spreading wildfires. Officials say the extremely dry weather has fueled these flames.
So far this year, we've had over 8,000 acres burned here, with over 1,200 wildfires. This year's been crazy dry, which everyone knows.
Yeah, so one person's like, yes, let everything burn. Well, to be fair, I mean, it will give us
It's only New Jersey. It's only
beneficial
New Jersey,
to us.
I mean.
Yeah, fuck New Jersey.
The fire remains under
Fuck
investigation,
New
but was
Jersey.
officials at sometime around 10 o'clock this morning. Reporting live in Evesham Township, Katie Castro, Channel 6 Action News. Back to you.
Channel 6 Action News.
Not a fire pit.
It's probably some of those drug-addicted kids out there smoking their fentanyl in the woods.
Doing their drugs. Oh no!
Doing fentanyl and dropping dead like flies with the
Jersey,
fucking torches going.
It's one of those bougie, fucking northeastern.
Drunken Crow came through with a $40 tip.
Yay!
Holy shit!
Where are we? The goal.
We hit the goal.
Be careful, there are no burns allowed.
You did?
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. We are $76 away from hitting the goal.
Right now.
Can we hit the go?
71+% humidity through the region. That's why it hasn't started just yet. This is going to drop dramatically over the next several hours as those temperatures rise and the dew points drop. Right now, the winds are calm. This is also changing in a hurry, and that's part of the problem here today. So we watch by this afternoon. We're talking wind gusts at least 20 to 25. I think we could see a few gusts near 30 miles an hour today. So what does that mean? So you have a 10 to 20 mile an hour breeze, and remember, we're going to have higher than that today. And that just allows the wind to fan these flames. Then they jump. Fires can jump dozens of feet when you have wind even 10 to 20, and we're having greater than that. So it's just such a problem for firefighters.
I thought wind is supposed to put out fires. It's a conspiracy.
And that will get worse as the
What are these fucking meteorologists?
Wind was supposed to put out fire.
We're not getting in on that. We just get the sunshine today and the wind. So today is a mild day after.
Dude, if climate change is
What a
real,
scientist knows.
What's with all this damn snow?
After a chilly start.
Yeah, exactly.
3 large wildfires scorched hundreds of acres.
kinda hot.
The breezy, dry weather has
Where's
only
she
fueled
from?
the flames and filled South Jersey skies with
The playback speed's 1.5 because we want to get through the shit quickly, and also it's a good way to avoid copyright.
billowing smoke. This fire
And
danger is
Gene is redacted.
Good evening, everyone. I'm UP Washington.
Yeah.
We've gone more than 40
That
days
dude.
now.
Plus, when I listen to things on normal speed, it's like they're talking in slow motion.
Like
I mean, even 1.5.
like I said, he's redacted.
When I put it on 2x speed, everyone bitches about how they can't follow along or understand it. So it's like a compromise, 1.5 speed, but
Now, without any measurable rain. It's one of the reasons wildfires like these
do
have
we
been.
sound retarded to you?
Yeah,
it's
fuck
like
you, Gene.
Whenever you guys start talking, it's always God, it goes on and it's slow-mo. It's when are they going to finish the sentence? It's
Shut up!
It goes on forever.
We hate you, Gene. Shut up.
Able to start and spread so quickly.
Bunch of stoners. They need to do like some of the better drugs.
This week.
The better
He's
drugs.
monitoring weather conditions.
Oh gosh, I didn't know there was a competition.
Well, you know all these drugs that like slow down time and slow you guys down. You need to do the drugs that help you get much more done in a shorter amount
Shut
of
up.
time.
Look at your mom
He's in
done.
Williamstown right now,
bitch.
not far from a wildfire burning in Glasgow. Brandon, good evening.
Good evening, Yuki. As darkness has fallen, it's hard to see the smoke coming from this wildfire, but you can definitely feel
name
the
Yuki?
haziness, a little bit of heaviness in the air. Right now, this wildfire...
Yeah. They want 4 times speed, John.
4 times speed. Is that what they want?
Yep.
His name Yugi?
I don't know if we can do that, but here, 2 times speed.
It's running at 133 acres. It's 50% contained. No homes are threatened, but neighbors here say they are concerned. For Luka Moscow, he feels it's better to be safe.
No
than sorry.
homes are threatened.
Dude, you see how much better this is? It's like, yeah, they're actually.
You can
getting the
actually,
point.
you know,
Yeah, that's sort
you
of
can
the thing I'm
understand.
doing, but at least it's going to protect my home.
As the pheasant run, wildfire burns over a mile.
What, do I need to slow? Yeah, it's unintelligible for Shab.
Put it on-
Can't even process it
Blowing
anymore.
dry leaves away from his house.
Put it on as slow as you can. So I
Dude,
can understand
You know what they're
it.
fucking saying? Whatever.
I think it's really
Yeah,
important. Fire from spreading.
Sound like we're watching some like cinematic fucking movie.
Shut up, don't
where
tell me what to do,
It
Gene.
interferes with like the delivery of the actor's performance.
Interferes with your delivery.
See, perfect.
A while before, it looked like the whole back door was all smoking. It looked like an eerie.
For Joy Laspada and Stephen McBride, the smoke has been their biggest concern.
Well, I have asthma, and I can tell that it's doing something. Like my voice is changing. I can feel, but I'm not.
Her voice is changing?
He had a terrible time.
Does she sound better before?
Yeah, maybe.
Just like Gene.
Just stop and think about if you had to evacuate quick. What the heck would you actually need? What's important?
For Moscow, what's most important is getting relief from this abnormally dry weather fueling these wildfires.
How long has it been since it rained?
That is an issue.
I don't even know. It's crazy. It's abnormally dry. It's really
Good niter material.
Mother Nature will pull through and give us some rain. Hopefully this weekend.
The cause of the fire remains under investigation. The New Jersey Forest Fire Service is expected to put out an update on their firefighting efforts in about a half hour.
Do you think maybe some of the illegals that are eating the cats are probably setting these fires, or do you think Hamas is probably
they're all
exactly.
eating the cats because
we're building wall. We didn't build the wall. They're getting through and they're burning.
You know what's
burning all
funny
our
too?
forests.
You know what's funny too is that I remember watching a video on that, and they were like, "Oh yeah, they're getting a bunch of checks from the government, and they're eating the cats."
The firefighters?
No, the illegals coming in that are eating the cats and dogs. It's like, if they're getting all this money, why the fuck would they care about eating fucking cats and dogs, dude?
Yeah, what the fuck? We're giving them all this money, and they're like.
Well,
lighting
no,
the forest on
seriously.
fire?
No, seriously. It's like they're getting all this money and they're eating the cats and dogs. Of course, the eating the cats and dogs isn't really happening, but it's like, if they're getting all this money, why the fuck would they even worry about capturing household cats and eating them when they have this whole?
It's to fuck with us.
Yeah.
Oh, we're here illegal now.
They need to keep us guessing.
Hey, Brandon, thank you so much for that.
Happening now, dry conditions sparking wildfires coast to
Like psychological warfare.
Southern California's monster of a wildfire, appropriately named the Mountain Fire, exploded to 32 square miles in just 2 days after it started. That's about 2/3 the size of the entire city of San Francisco. And in Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey, smoke billowed from the pockets of flames along the Hudson River. People can report they smell and see that for miles. CBS News New York's Christine Sloan with coverage of the fire in New Jersey for us. Welcome, Christine. Thanks for being with us. Is there an immediate threat to people or any of the structures at the Englewood fire right now?
So right now there is no threat to structures or people. The closest thing we can see in this area is a boat basin in Englewood Cliffs. But as you can see behind me over the Hudson River here in Bergen County, New Jersey, there is a thick smoke. There is a haze over in the distance, the George Washington Bridge. So
There's
this
some
area is
big
mostly
old biddies and underneath that
hiking area. So people are coming up here just to take a look. But you know,
See, Crow, you need to tip.
You're a
another $40,
perv, bro. A
Yeah.
perv.
I'm sorry.
Bro, you don't fucking joke about that.
You don't
God.
joke about that, bro.
That's the worst part. He
Golden
wasn't
tablet of things thou shall not joke about.
That's the worst part. He wasn't fucking joking.
You don't joke about that, bro.
Motherfucker. Fine women.
Fucker of mothers.
Two massive fires just this week. There was a fire that the firefighters were battling in Jackson Township. Over 350 acres of land consumed by the fire. About 6 structures, homes were threatened. People were evacuated and allowed back in. And then we've got another fire down south in Evesham Township. That's closer to the Philadelphia area. 104 structures were evacuated. People were out of their homes for about a day, but they've been allowed back in. That fire consuming over 350 acres of land. So these drought conditions have become very dangerous in our area.
Now,
Oh.
droughts, apparently they contribute to fires. Do you think climate change has anything to do with, droughts?
No.
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 Haven't had any rain. It's November. We've got dry
No.
winds.
Conspiracy.
We've got gusty.
Now, here's the thing. When people like to discount climate change, and it's just, when it comes to, people being paid off and so forth, hey, experts, scientists, environmentalists, stuff, they're not always right. Well, don't you think it benefits a lot of major corporations for, I don't know, the government to kind of ignore things that are detrimental to the environment, to get to provide them with a lot of leniency when it comes to what they can do? And isn't it odd that the overwhelming majority of pundits in this area that claim that it's a very serious issue, they're not filthy fucking rich, and they had no incentive to present this false information to the people, and it's only a significantly small percentage of meteorologists and other scientific or professionals in this area, and they are being paid off, and it's not even debatable because they're private studies that are funded by these corporations, which is something that it's out in the open. Don't you think it makes sense why that very small percentage might have an incentive to mislead people as opposed to the overwhelming majority that really have no reason to mislead people? And don't you think it makes sense that major corporations would probably want to lobby the government and probably have an incentive to, try to downplay climate change?
Oh, you don't have to lobby the government for that kind of stuff. Was Joel Osteen during Hurricane Katrina, when there was flooding, and he had this giant fucking goddamn stadium which could house thousands of people. He didn't want the homeless to come in and ruin the new the new carpet, because he just got it done. God wouldn't want the homeless.
Yes, Crow.
What?
People in the chat are saying you're struggling to breathe.
Dude, what do you mean? What do you mean? Bro, what is this clown show? The weak-wristed fools crying because accountability is coming? Accountability for what? For what? Who do you think we are?
For what you did, Dirt.
I know
Currently, we're fucking talking about forest fires, shit, and climate change. So what's
Keep crying, bro. Accountability is coming.
Yeah, it's coming all over you.
A red flag warning because of the winds and
I was talking about how Joel Osteen, during a natural disaster, he loved God so much he didn't give any support to the people that
Dude, stop coping, Crow. Stop trying to cope.
Yeah, fuck you.
I'm coping. I'm coping all over the place.
Well, resources are stretched in this area. Mind you, this is not something New Jersey is really used to. They have 35 firefighters down south. They had to bring them up north. And what we're being told by officials is they can't even update us except on social media. As they put one fire up, they end up having to go to another part of the state to put another fire up. So,
God.
Yes, these are liberal women. We all identify as women.
Resources are stretched out. Moments ago, we saw a chopper dumping water along the Palisades here to put out some of the flames down below us. And as you can see, we still have some smoke over here.
Yeah. I identify as thy, so that's the only pronoun people are allowed to refer to me as and so forth. And if you don't, then you're canceled.
Yeah, it's really a game of whack-a-mole for these crews trying to put out these fires. All right, CBS News New York's Christine Sloan, thank you so much for being with us. All right, we want to get to CBS News LA's
How do you guys feel about Joe Rogan?
He's cool.
I think he's decent. I mean, I don't agree with everything, all the views he has, but it's I think he's really good at interviewing people. And he interviews a wide array of different big names out there, and I like when he interviews a lot of like different like scientists, professionals in different fields, and people that get mad that he does interview people that are more right-leaning or whatever. I think, you know what, sometimes it's interesting when he breaks down like what those people think and actually does have a more genuine sort of interview. So yeah, I like listening to Joe Rogan.
Finstrom in Ventura County, California for us. What is the mountain?
Go ahead.
It's one of those things where, you know, he brings some people on to talk about some interesting things. I like when he talks about ayahuasca, DMT, that kind of thing, psychedelics. He's got some interesting things to say about that, and his nipples look weird as fuck, dude. Have you seen that? He's got like gorilla nipples.
This one guy says, "Seems you cry a lot and paint your nails." Yeah, we cry all the time.
Yeah, my nails are hella painted.
We're always fucking crying.
For a while.
Fire. What's the damage?
Get on it.
My name is
I'll
Gene,
get
and
on
I
it.
cry all the time.
Like from this fire so far, what does it look like?
Well, the damage here in Camarillo is horrific. A lot of folks who have lived here, had family living here for generations, tell us
And I'm a very emotional dude.
they don't even recognize their communities. And let me just give you a look at a couple of the homes here because it's
Yeah,
literally block after block like this. You can see some of the devastation here. And just literally to the ground. And if we pan around, I want to show you across the street the same thing. You can see a car that actually had to stop in the middle of the street. Just was left there and abandoned. And then another home across the street that was devastated as well. In the midst of all this, there are homes that are still standing. And so they're still doing the assessments here. They're still figuring out exactly what the need will be. But there's also a lot of damage to the community. There's a lot of power lines.
This one person says alt-right isn't a real thing. Okay, then I guess the alt-left isn't a real thing.
Nothing is real.
There's water that's been impacted. I spoke with a resident here who got
This is all a simulation.
There's only radical people on the other side. On our side, there are no radicals.
because it's been contaminated. So a lot of
at least, again, if people are gonna like criticize us on like being a bunch of like left-leaning shills, at least we can admit that there's fucking crazy people on the left.
that they're going to have to deal with here in order to get folks back home once they deem it safe.
Yeah, that area is not a stranger to wildfires, though, as you know.
Your life is a simulation.
Dude, you just said that we're gay dudes. We're not gay. We all identify as women. None of us are guys.
I've only sucked dick once, okay?
Exactly.
Dude, like, that doesn't make me gay. I'm just curious.
Don't misgender us, you fucking bigot.
Dude, I've done it twice, but I've been paid for it. I mean, fuck.
Yeah, he's gotten a grant from FEMA, which will bring in some resources that are going to be very much needed here as they try to get the right type of aid to the families who've lost their homes and also the right type of aid to the community, again, as they do all of the infrastructure improvements that are needed. We've seen a lot of utility crews out here working to make sure those gas lines are safe. You know, there's a lot of damage that was done by this fire to that infrastructure. A lot of the roads also kind of burnt and cracked up in different places. It was a very intense fire that moved.
What is it? Top left guy still has bottom right guy's shit under his nails. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here, through here, moved through here very quickly, and they're still just trying to figure out what
Thank
all the
you
repairs
for
are that we need.
subbing.
We can tell you that today we've seen
Down by the fucking sack.
away. Now that they've got a little bit more of a containment sort of underway, 7% containment, which to us sounds wonderful.
Yeah, see, more people need to sub to us so we can spread the truth.
Starting to draw those containment lines around.
No, we're not left or right. We're diagonal.
We're wrong.
That's where we are.
We don't see the smoke.
We're sick of all this like y-axis bullshit. We're all about the z-axis here.
There that we did yesterday.
We want to bring things into the third dimension.
Nobody gets your joke, Gene.
We're political.
That is a great point, Cara, because even though that number sounds small, it is tremendous progress that they've made. Cara Finstrom with CBS News Los Angeles. Thanks so much, Cara. All right, Jess, it's really interesting because usually we don't talk about the weather as being the same in Southern California as it is in New York.
I know.
But it has been over the last couple of days, and that's really what's contributed to these fires.
Absolutely. The big thing, too, is we're still dealing with low relative humidity. It was one of the driest months on record up into
the one person's like, top left, are you a top or a bottom? Both. I love to experiment. I'm open to new experience. I love to try new things. I mean, come on.
Mid-Atlantic, all throughout the Northeast. So let's actually dive over into that region first before we give some love to our friends down in Southern California.
I'm all for the diversity when it comes to all the different, positions.
Weather conditions into this weekend's forecast. Here's what's happening. Red flag warnings, all in that.
Yeah, I support all the positions. Nobody likes all the positions more than I do.
Whoa, Gene. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, right. You missed it.
I can't.
Awakening.
Gene, you should have told me at the meetup.
Until 6 o'clock tonight, they're going to be in that red flag warning. See areas
Oh.
like into the evening hours tonight. That smoke.
Well, you might have
I could have showed you so much. Oh yeah.
Touch my fucking dick.
I did touch. I touched his dick.
Me too, Shab.
Guys,
fucking Shab.
So you hear that? I touched that guy's dick, guys. It was fun.
See, this is where we.
It was fun.
This is where we make.
It was great. I had the greatest time.
Let's head down into the south.
How much times did I touch your dick again, Gene? What was it? 3 times? Guys, I
like to.
Oh,
You're gonna make him relive it.
I hate the brag. I hate the brag, guys.
I'm traumatized.
We're going to be dealing with a couple of things heading into this weekend.
Oh, it was great.
Actually going to start pushing in from offshore a little bit, delivering that smoke back into those communities. So an air quality alarm that's right there. The color down in Southern California is also a red flag warning too, just like our friends up in New Jersey and New York. So here's where the mountain fire's at right now.
I'm gonna cry.
Still pushing
you're
offshore,
making me relive these memories.
Swirl back into those communities at the surface level, allowing for that air quality.
See, all I do is fucking cry. I cry all the time.
You cry all the time.
15 miles per hour into this weekend's forecast in certain.
Okay, is the timer up yet? Because I'm getting to the point where I'm crashing.
I think you're being a little bitch. I think you need to wait
I'm
until
getting to the point where I can't even like rage out and give my like giant like.
Dude, it's just because you went too crazy in the beginning. Just calm down and.
Dude. A candle that burns twice as bright. Something as fast.
Something about
Time to bust out the oil. You know what kind of oil I like? Coconut oil. It's good for.
You
Like,
can't stop until we hit
MCT
1,600
oil.
subscribers, Gene.
Now allowed back into their homes after being evacuated from the mountain fire making its way through Ventura County.
2,000 people still evacuated, though, as the fire does continue to burn. KTLA's Omar Lewis live this morning in Camarillo, sharing the latest update on this fire. Omar, good morning.
Now, good morning. As you mentioned, the fierce Santa Ana winds have subsided for now.
Okay, do you think that building should be condemned right there?
Nah, we can rebuild him.
Yeah, we got the technology.
Me here. All that's left for many of these families is charred metal, memories, and ashes. So many lives have been turned upside down in the blink of an eye. Right now, containment is only at 17%, with more than 20,000 acres scorched. Yesterday, firefighters got a break in the strong Santa Ana winds, which has made this firefight extremely difficult.
Do you think that's a waste of taxpayer money? Look at all this shit going in the social sector.
However, the mountain fire has already had a devastating impact.
Oh shit, the chemtrails.
Dude, that's communism right there.
Dude, how many of these firefighting like aerial vehicles like do we need? I mean, like, how often are they even used? They just sit around most days throughout the year, and it's just they keep depleting taxpayer money.
Lost or damaged. Before the strong wind subsided, we saw 60 to 80 miles per hour gusts, slamming Moore Park, Somis, and Camarillo. While some residents were fortunate to walk away unscathed, many others were left with nothing.
So we had a few minutes to get everything out, and I had
Dude, look at her chin diaper.
no idea this would. I really thought we'd be coming back.
There's a lot of unburned islands of fuel.
That's saving lives.
Put those fuels out. Mop them up 100%. That's what they've been doing for the last 48 hours. The mountain fire, which ignited Wednesday morning, has blazed a destructive.
Oh, to be fair, she's probably wearing it because of all the smoke and like exhaust and stuff.
Path for more than 3 days now. Entire neighborhoods
Shut
are
up.
reduced to ash, and residents
Stop
are slowly
sticking
returning to
up
see what,
for
if
her.
anything, can be salvaged. Amid the rubble, though, there are some small miracles. One firefighter team recovered a cherished diamond ring for a family. The metal parts of the joy had melted, but the diamond.
So, see, maybe if we had some aerial drones like that, look at all like the chemicals, like the payload it's able to drop. I mean, what if we just had a bunch of like autonomous aerial vehicles instead of a giant wall, and they just sprayed laughing gas and shit across the border? It's like the radars pick it up, and it's like just send in the like, you know, the gas drones that like they sprayed sedatives.
Was intact in the middle of all that melted metal, and so obviously it was a tremendous amount of sentimental value to the homeowner, and we were able to help find that for them. And back out here live, officials do warn that the danger is far from over at this point. Again, they are trying to take advantage of these low.
Just spray gasoline on the fucking like fires. Let it burn.
Wind speeds at this point. We can't tell you.
Get it over with. It's all gonna disappear sooner or later. Got to stop wasting taxpayer money trying to protect these trees. What have trees ever done for me? Yeah. It's like, but they always say that we need trees for oxygen. It's like, I don't know, don't we get most of our oxygen from like plankton and shit in the ocean, like flora and so forth?
Most of the oxygen comes from the ocean.
Yeah, so what are we
It's
even
true.
need fucking trees for? Okay. Next topic. Like 50 fucking wildfire videos.
Well, John, you haven't brought up anything I sent you. So.
What the fuck?
Is it all Trump related? I think we've talked about Trump enough. I'll do it later.
You're so rude to Drunken Crow. All he does is love you.
Yeah, all I do is love you, John.
And this is how you treat him?
So you got all these. You had those massive flash floods that took place in Spain. Hundreds of people died. So now a lot of people in Spain are pissed at their head of state currently. They want their current head of government to resign. Dude, how many Spanish viewers do we have? People from Spain. Not those other type of Spanish people from non-Spain. I'm talking about like your true fucking Spaniards.
¿De dónde eres?
Or Iberian Peninsula like Spaniards.
Not you, young mind.
Damn, that's messed up. Poor young mind. He just wants to be loved. And this is how he gets.
He's wondering where he came from.
We're dead.
Somebody wants my browser history. Dude, like, what if I'm not gay, I identify as a woman, or I identify as a woman, and, well, I guess if I like, yeah, I guess I'm a gay, I'm a lesbian, and everything, so they want to see
a gay lesbian.
They want to see my yeah, they want to see all my gay porn. Are you gay, Richard? Do we have something in common, or are you in? I don't know. It seems like they're into gay porn as well.
I wish I could watch some gay. Oh wait, hold on. I'm gonna be right back, guys.
Well, actually, Gene tolerates women, so
yeah, that's true. And he farts right after he says it.
I guess we gotta play that.
Honestly, like, okay, I tolerate women.
Should we try to have her on the stream?
Yes, on Tuesday.
Yeah.
In Spain, where more than 200 people have died after catastrophic flash flooding there earlier this week. On Friday, the region saw another punishing round of rain, making the search and rescue effort even more difficult.
NBC's Danielle.
She's not a big fan of us.
Imagine has the very latest on this ongoing.
I'm not a big fan of us.
Good morning, Laura. We still don't have a full picture of the
But I'm
devastation.
still
And just one
here.
look at the images coming out of Spain, and you can see why. Entire towns are covered in mud, and in some areas, more rain is expected. And as you can imagine, that might complicate rescue efforts. The majority of people now.
Now, the people that are trying to insult us by calling us gay, it's like, do you not like
Gay!
people? Are you a homophobe?
Yeah, they're
I don't know.
homophobes.
Are you afraid of gay people?
Are you scared of homophobes, Gene? Are you a homo?
Yeah. they
Are
scare
you,
me.
are you a homophobophobe? Fuck
Yeah,
you, Gene. Get out of here, you homophobe, you fucking bigot. Bigot, bigot.
Bigots. Yeah.
Fuck you.
Hating people over their opinions, John.
Still cut off, unable to even communicate.
You're like Hitler if Hitler was down with the syndrome.
Cars to power generators. A total of 10,000 soldiers and police officers will be deployed to help out on the ground. That's just been announced minutes ago. The information center has also been turned into a temporary morgue as the search for the missing continues. Now, the National Weather Service said that in one area.
It's like, wow, why is that an insult? Yeah, I know. Why is it an insult? Why are they like accusing people, or why are they trying to insult people by like mocking their sexual orientation? I mean, bro, it's 2024.
Yeah, bro. It's like so 2025.
That's just staggering.
Okay, shut up, Shay.
You can see the
Dude, now people are gonna really be guessing. It's like, wait. Are they right?
Dude, hold on. When it comes to you talking in general, everybody's fucking guessing, okay? Because while you sit there and you make jokes, nobody fucking knows whether you're making a joke or you're being serious. So shut up.
Too feminist?
This whole fucking show confuses everybody that watches it, and it's great. Okay, they love it. They love it. That's all they want.
Yeah, they
don't know what's happening. Are they Republican? Are they Democrat? Who are they?
Yeah,
what are they?
Ministers are cool now.
I don't know.
By the time some residents received the warning alerts on their phones Tuesday night.
Are they gay?
I don't know. I still can't figure it out.
I'll still get off no matter what.
We need to crack the code.
Authorities still don't know how many are missing.
Crack the crack.
Going to keep rising. Guys, back to you.
Danielle Hampton with the very latest from there. Danielle.
Are now stepping up to help those in need thousands of miles away across the ocean.
That's right. News Specialist Brandon Chavez is live with how it parks.
Should we send in our forces to help them out?
City Teen is raising funds for those people in Spain. Brianna.
Yeah.
Yeah, Debbie and Dan Pablo Chinchilla from
forces.
Spain actually studied abroad here in Park City,
Forces.
and he met Jansen Jacobson while they were in school.
Yeah,
well,
we're
Jansen
Jedi
saw
now.
how these flash floods devastated his friend's town. He said he knew he needed to do something to help.
I studied my 10th grader in Park City.
I didn't really know in the beginning of the year.
Richard, are you closeted? Dude, it's okay. You can come out.
Yeah, come all over. I mean,
Pablo Chinchilla,
come.
exchange student from Spain, and Jansen
Fuck.
Jacobson quickly became close friends.
Just come out everywhere. Just come out all over the place. I mean,
yes. We don't associate, but we don't hate.
I was like, I gotta go see him where he lives.
The two teens
Crack
kept in
the
touch
code
and
there.
visited each other.
Now he's part of my family too.
Jansen went to Spain for Christmas, and Pablo came back to Utah this summer.
The community, the people, so loving.
Earlier this week, what started as a normal day, Pablo says, ended in...
Dude, I like 2 Girls, 1 Cup. I know.
That's
Such
my
a great
favorite.
video.
That's
Dude,
my
it is like
favorite.
the Citizen Kane of short films.
Yes.
15 minutes, everything
Beautiful.
was floating. Guys were floating. A lot of people lost everything.
Masterpiece.
Near Spain, left destroyed after
True
Barcelona
art.
became one of the
Young
deadliest weather
mind.
events in Spanish history.
Mr.
It was
Beast?
just, I got emotional. First thing I did was text him, call him.
Pablo and his family, thankfully, are safe, but knows others were not so lucky.
We have been the last 5 days cleaning the streets, cleaning houses, helping each other.
Despite being thousands of miles away,
If it were up to me, I would be out there in the city helping them.
Jansen decided to start a fundraiser to help his friend and the town he's grown to love.
Anything that you saw and were there and loved, just gone.
Pablo says he's grateful for his friend's support.
I'm just thankful. I don't have words for this friend and this community of Park City and Utah.
A reminder, Jansen says, to reflect on the people you care about the most.
Even if it's not towards Spain and helping them, just like take a moment to reflect.
Yeah.
And over the phone, Pablo told me that hundreds of volunteers have actually been...
Okay, where are we at now with the timer?
I didn't start the timer.
You
We
didn't start, dude. It's 7 o'clock. I need to get to bed. I'm sorry.
Why?
Because I need fucking sleep, and we've
Do you
been
have
going
work
for like
in the
6 fucking
morning?
hours. No, but
Then stop
Like, I
being a fucking bitch for once in your life,
I'll-
Jane. Okay? For
we'll
once in
stream
your
tomorrow. God damn it.
Walking
God.
miles to get to his town and others to help people in need.
Listen. I'm
I'll try
trying.
to do a Sunday. And Jared and I have been trying to commit to like a Tuesday stream. I'll stream more.
Guys, if you want this stream to go on, help us with StreamLabs tips. You didn't even pin
Yes,
it.
I can't handle
Jane.
the heat. People are hurting my feelings. I need to go. I need to get crawl into my bed and start crying.
Gene,
I
you
need to hug
didn't
my
even
pillow.
pin the StreamLabs tip, this link in the.
Okay, I'm running the fucking stream. You can do it, or Dirk can fucking do it.
I don't have control
Dirk's
of the
person
fucking
that-
channel.
We can't pin. We can't.
Yeah,
pin.
I thought administrative mods could do that.
I know we can't.
If I could, I'd
Then
delete the
post the-
fucking
post the-
channel, dude.
Okay,
but I
post the
can't.
fucking-
Well, I'm
No,
not
no,
even an
post the
administrative
fucking
mod, John.
Post the fucking Streamlabs link and I'll pin it.
God, you're so bad at your own
Farmers have not
job,
been able to get
Gene.
to some people, and hundreds of people are still missing because of these floods. If you'd like to learn more about this fundraiser, it's over on our website, ksltv.com. Send it over back to you.
Yeah, devastation, just heartbreaking there. Thanks a lot, Brianna.
Gene's such an R-tard, isn't he, drunken
The
bro?
one dude, Big Mean Goon says, "I vote out top left dude and put me on." Yes.
You're fired. You're hired.
Dude, if
Yeah,
you really
yeah.
don't- If you really don't like rhetoric and dialogue, I mean, clearly, yeah.
Dialogue's
If you get rid of me, you'll have a lot less of that.
There'll be a lot more poop. All right, so Gene.
Okay, there. I think Skeppy.
He did it. Okay, now you click and
Yay.
pin it, Gene.
Okay. There you go.
Wow,
You
it's a
happy?
team. It's a team thing. So guys, click that link that just pinned at the top of the chat. Help us with the goal. Fuck. Just help with the
Force
goal.
us to acknowledge
Okay,
these
chat.
comments by attaching $1 to them.
Pay reduction.
Shut up! I did a pay maximization. Okay. Cheers.
Man, they look all waterlogged. Now, do you think there's any way to avoid this? So when it comes to flash floods, I don't know, do you think climate change has some, a contributing factor when it comes to the increase in regularity of flash floods, or?
Continue searching today for survivors following flash flooding in Spain. The flooding in the eastern part of the country started early last week because of heavy rain there. It washed out streets. It trapped a lot of people in their cars and businesses. Commuter train services are also suspended in one of Spain's largest cities, Barcelona.
You know what? I like the 2x speed.
Yeah, keep your brain, it's more adapted to that, John. It's waking you up.
Dude, look at them, celebrating the flash flood. They're like a Munchausen nation, or was it Munchausen syndrome? That's when people get off on being sick or like torment it. They love it.
Whoa.
No, I'm just joking for those who don't know. It's already sped up. Can't speed it up anymore. Only goes up to like, oh wait, custom speed?
Whoa.
Nope, still only goes up to 2 times speed. Shab's like, oh fuck no.
Gene puts it on like 3,000 times speed. Oh wow, I love that video. You watch a 10-minute video in 3 seconds.
These rescue workers, I mean, do you think it's a waste of taxpayer money what they're doing?
What's them doing?
So it looks like they have to crawl through fucking sewage. I'm glad there's people that are willing to do that. Yeah.
Maybe they have a fetus or something.
We should basically. This is in Spain. We don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, they're like I don't know, fecal diving.
Fecal diving. Wow, I want to try that out. Fecal diving.
Yeah, that is like some of the nastiest jobs. One of them is like people that work in the sewage system. Sometimes there's this like clog in some of like the like sewage processing plants, and they actually have to like the only way to actually like declog it is they need to put somebody in. It's almost like a hazmat suit, and they need to go diving to like do their job, and it's just nothing but like a giant like cesspool of like feces, urine, period blood, and
period blood,
like all the above. Well, it is. I don't know.
Placenta.
I'm glad there's people willing to do it.
The day's other headlines in eastern Spain are heavy rain.
Placenta.
Just days after catastrophic flood.
Oopsie-doopsie, I had a placenta.
What other fluids could there be? Maybe like mucus and shit.
The fetuses down there.
ITV Europe editor James Mates has this report.
Dog piss and shit.
This car park still barely accessible. In some places, only a canoe is good enough. It's in places like these that they fear many more victims are still to be found.
We need the details of your.
This could be us, guys. Look, this could be us.
Dude, we need to start our own humanitarian aid organization. It needs to be like the new Red Cross.
We picked the wrong career.
Without Borders. Yeah, and we just need to do IRL streams. We need to go across the globe, go to all these war zones, all these areas, give handouts to all these begging motherfuckers.
Oh wait, hand out. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said, I was thinking that you were going to say hand job, not hand out.
I was down with the hand job thing. I don't know about hand out. That sounds lame.
Will you recite your ABCs in reverse?
We have to give them hope, the king said late last
Yeah, do it, you fuckwad.
Dude, Rue, how did you know? I didn't know my Craigslist activity was leaked.
Yes.
He must have met you off Craigslist.
You know about what you've been up to.
Dude, were you that dude? Were you the same Rue on Craigslist?
Turning into minor rivers, though nothing like as dangerous as the wall of water that hit Valencia. Some of the streets of Tarragona.
Hey, if you want John's address, I know a person.
No, bad, bro.
Not so much for survivors as for bodies in vehicles swept miles away by the water. Nighttime infrared pictures show the moment a sniffer dog alerts its handlers to the presence of a possible victim along a riverbed. These searches could be going on for many days yet. Longer still, though, will be the
mock these,
man. The lack of warning and lack of help. James Mates, ITV News.
What's that?
I was saying that we're mocking the rescue workers here. I don't.
No, we're not. We're talking about how it's like they're doing something really important that really fucking sucks, and the fact that they're actually willing to follow through with it. It shows how altruistic they are, so we're not looking down at them.
You're someone that has to do the nasty jobs.
Yeah, I'm glad that they're there to do
but
so.
It's,
and it's the same
but it's
thing,
fine to make fun of it, like a little bit, make jokes about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gene, don't make jokes about it.
To talk about just how fucked up it is to some extent.
Is UNRWA, the UN agency providing aid and services to the Gaza Strip. That comes a week after Israel's legislature passed 2 laws that would sever ties with the agency and stop its operations there.
What's the age group of all these streamers? Yeah, we're all 19. Yeah, we're like right out.
I'm 13.
I'm 12 and a half.
Exactly.
Shit myself.
Terrorist UNRWA says it's purged any suspected Hamas from its ranks. In the meantime, health officials in Gaza say today there are no emergency crews left in the north, where Israel has waged a renewed offensive for nearly a month.
There are no longer any ambulances in the northern Gaza.
Oh, from Spain. It's a disaster. People didn't die of starvation because of the people help, not the government. Yeah.
We knew that. We're scientists.
I want more people from Spain, like in here. Are you subscribed to us? I want a more diverse audience. I like all the like Europeans in the chat. I like all the like Kazakhstanis in the chat. We actually have a decent amount of people from Kazakhstan that are subscribed to us.
You don't know shit,
as
Gene.
well.
Yeah, India. Yeah,
Shout
I
out
don't
to
like
our Indian people.
I hate my own country, and I hate all these like people, like Americans in the fucking chat.
Have the duty of transporting the injured.
Wow.
I want to see more like
You're a country
Spanish flags,
trader.
more flags from other countries. I'm sick
You're
of
a
all
country
these, like,
trader.
people spamming all these like American flags in the chat.
People are bleeding on the road.
Way to alienate the majority of your viewers.
Yeah, fuck you, Gene.
And transport and provide the necessary
No,
medical
John,
assistance.
you're a
That right now,
flag.
officials in Lebanon say that more than 3,000 people have been killed during the last 13 months of fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. The Iran-backed group began firing rockets into northern Israel the day after the October 7th Hamas attacks on Israel. Last month, Israel began a ground invasion into Lebanon to target.
Dude, why are they? Not even in the title. I'm sick of all these like news videos where it's titled one thing and then halfway through they discuss something else that's completely unrelated. Dude, I think a lot of people in the chat that are like very right and pro-Trump think you guys might like Spain because there's a lot of white people there. I don't know.
Oh, when we classify Spanish people white.
Wait, Jeg says racist diaper fetishist in the chat. Ugh. What do we got some of those people in there?
Yeah, that's me. That's me, Gene.
Didn't he have like one of those like yucky like fecal fetishes?
I think he said that
Oh,
at some point to me. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
That's if that's not true. That's
You do
slander. I
you,
didn't
but
say
don't
that.
fucking
I
talk
never
about
said
it.
Hitman meets Rain.
All races voted for Trump. Wasn't just whites. He actually
No
broke records
duh.
for having the most votes for minorities. Yeah, I mean, we show the map of the notable shift in the right.
So if I'm not
Every
mistaken,
race votes for all the presidents. Go on.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say, if I'm not mistaken, a president getting 2 consecutive terms like Obama is fairly fucking rare in American politics.
What?
Isn't it rare
like,
for?
No,
or do they usually can serve.
Yeah,
there?
2 consecutive
terms.
terms.
That's what it is. Okay.
Yeah.
So if they get a consecutive term, if they do 2 terms, I'm all right. Maybe I'm gonna.
I don't know. Like all the Vietnam presidents except for Ford had a 2-year term. Franklin Roosevelt had 4 terms. He was the only president that had more than 2 terms. Theodore Roosevelt, Woodrow Wilson, all of them, I believe, were 2 terms. I know Bush Sr. was 1 term. Jimmy Carter was 1 term. Reagan was 2 terms. Who else was 1 term?
Clinton?
Kevin.
No, Bill Clinton was 2.
Now listen, all I'm saying is, it seems like I have a feeling that we're gonna do, at least in the future, a lot of back and forth because people seem to just blame whoever the fuck is in charge while shit gets worse, and it's just gonna keep going.
Oh no, shit's gonna get worse, and
and Trump, he's the 2nd president to have 2 non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland.
Also the oldest.
Yeah.
Oldest.
God, you're ageist, Crow. You just hate old people.
Yeah, that don't know what the fuck they're doing or where the fuck they're at. Also, they're a draft dodger.
We had a black president, AKA 50% of the country voted for. Yes. Stop with right is racist bullshit. Sick of hearing it. Well, how much have we really been talking about it? Like, somebody mentioned like it's other people in the fucking chat talking about race. Like, I'm talking about people from other countries, which you do know people can be any race from any other country.
Lies.
There was the one dude who said, like, shout out to the whites in the chat, and then I made a joke about, like, and see, look at them getting all triggered. Triggered motherfuckers, look, like, cope.
Yeah, that was,
I just mentioned that. That was a fucking joke.
Called satire, Rex.
It has to be funny to be a joke, John.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost like humor is, subjective. It's almost like there's a correlation between being dumb and not separating subjective opinion from objective truth.
Oh, wait, John, who's your daddy? Trump's your daddy. Don't forget that. No. If you're gonna say that Trump's my daddy, no. Trump's my grandpa. Uncle Grandpa needs to get put down. He needs to go to a home. Grandpa needs to go to a home.
Whoa.
Vince Adone, they want to know where we served. Me, I served. I did 2 years in Chili's.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, fuck that. Oh yeah, our opinion only matters if we.
That was so underground, no one knows about it. But it was the most important military operation that we've had in modern.
If only I was part of the military, then my opinion would fucking matter.
I fought in the Falkland Wars. Yeah, I'm a lot younger than I look.
It's only the people that are front line whose opinion matters. That's why they're front line, and it's other people thinking for them.
And see, people in the fucking chat are talking about race again, so I like how it's just, they want to complain about people always talking about race, and then they talk about race.
Like other people telling them to go to war and stuff.
All right, I fucking love race. I love the, like...
Dude, oh my god, wait. If you hate, socialism so much, or whoever it is, I don't know what their political affiliation is, but you do know, like, the military, it's a pretty large social sector when it comes to our country, and a lot of money goes into our military, much more than any other country. And you know what? There's like veterans affairs and so forth, and all of these people that join the military, they get free college and everything. Oh my god, isn't that communism?
Well, and another thing is we get all these fucking people being like, "Oh, you've never fucking served," and all these fucking trolls like from fucking countries that they don't fucking serve. It's not mandatory. It's not mandatory in the United States, yes, but we have the freedom to make fun of people that.
Okay, no, not make fun of, but we have the. Well, that's a good point. Like talking about people on the left being snowflakes and shit, but then if you make fun of like people who serve in the military, they'll all like freak out and so forth. So it shows that hypocrisy. But there's also that like mentality that you can't have any take on any sort of like military issues or like issues regarding any sort of wars that are going on overseas unless you serve. And it's like, so a person automatically knows what they're talking about because they've spent time in the military. They're automatically an expert on any like areas of like tactics and so forth, or like the socioeconomics involved when it comes to war. And a person can never know anything because they don't sit. That's like the argument where if you don't have kids, you can't know anything. About,
by that logic, everybody that was in the military would agree on everything, but that's not the case, is it?
No, they
don't
it's
just
not,
agree like they're part of a Borg or something. They're a bunch of individuals.
Not anymore, because so like back in 2002 or like during the Iraq-Iran war, the Republican Party like pretty much like drove that into our heads, like, oh yeah, if you like the that's nationalism.
Crow's drunk.
No, you're pro United States. You're pro, so like anything you say against the United States military, yeah. So, but now,
what are the autistic for?
Shut the fuck up.
The autistic for.
You know what I'm fucking saying. You know what I'm saying.
That's cool. Autistic
You
for.
got more of the like cry because we really are crying. Yeah.
I'm weeping. We're seething and crying and coping and farting and coming.
Incoming.
Oh, jeez. Now, I believe the dude in the chat who said he was from Spain earlier, they're talking about like immigration, the kind of effects that it has in Spain, and yeah, a lot of the Mediterranean states. We've discussed issues with immigration, but here's one of the issues. Do you think that, I don't know, them building a wall would help with curbing the immigration?
Hey, you're talking about Italy and fucking building a wall? Yeah,
Okay.
they tried that. Hadrian's Wall. And they tried that.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, what was the other wall? The Italian Roman, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, they tried that. That didn't fucking help.
Yeah.
Crow, I'm gonna need you to walk this straight line. I'm gonna need to have you walk across the yellow line.
Yeah, you druggie.
Yeah, shit. Crow.
What?
I want you to take your like index finger.
Put it up.
Like yeah.
Wait, yeah.
Touch your nose with your index finger.
Okay.
Good try.
Yeah, stick it up your ass. We need to see if you're drunk. Stick it up your ass and smell your finger. We need to see what happens.
Hey, Shab, did you put up a fucking timer? Because I am.
All right. Look.
No, Gene, you don't understand. All I care about is getting the sub count up. Okay? Everyone needs to sub.
Yeah, okay. So.
Are you really down?
McGrady. Wait. They said true all American soldiers don't feel the same about politics. And yeah, I mean, and also it's just, you can have a take on something in regards to, it's like having a take on our educational system, but claiming that because you don't work in the educational system, you can't know anything about like any issues with their educational system. It's like when people make the argument that if you don't have kids, you can't like know that feeding your kid bleach is harmful to the kid. Anybody that has kids is automatically a PhD in like developmental psychology or adolescent psychology.
Well, fuck.
You can't like have any understanding of, I don't know, like certain military affairs or like when it comes to the logistics involved and so forth if you don't actually serve time in the military.
Well, I gotta get rid of my nieces and nephews' juice boxes because they're all full of bleach.
He says, laughing my ass off, Socrates. So,
Yeah, suck
did
on
anybody
me,
mention
you
Socrates
fucking
again?
dickhead.
Socratic knowledge, recognizing one's own ignorance. Yeah. We kind of brought up Socrates quite a while ago. Yeah. You know what, Socrates, he didn't have a degree in epistemology. What the fuck did he know about epistemology? Wait, did Socrates also, he used a particular well, and like the shadow, he measured the length or the distance of a particular shadow from the well, and he was measuring the curvature, and he was able to accurately determine the Earth's radius. But he didn't have a degree in astronomy, so what the fuck did he know?
Up to a certain point. I think he was like half a degree off.
He
And then what
almost
about that
got
other
it.
Greek dude, Democritus, that theorized that like there are these things called atoms, and that's where the term atom comes from, and he predicted that all like pieces of matter can be broken down to these like constituent like particular particles that all have different shapes and forms and so forth. And it's almost like that turned out to be true, but hey, he's not like a nuclear like physicist. I mean, like, what the fuck does he know?
But no, there's a misconception that like back in the Middle Ages, they all believe the Earth was flat. No, it's been fucking proven.
Yeah, with like sticks and shadows and rocks.
Yeah, but no, people still believe for some fucking reason.
Dude, Socrates was annoying as fuck. He kept like encouraging all these like young kids, grooming them to think critically and to question like their elders. So like
That's why he had to die.
Yeah, they put him to death and stuff. Like, he wouldn't shut his fucking mouth. All he did was start shit. I mean, he was annoying. Some autistic fuck. Whatever, like, what else the chat saying? What's that? This one dude, Jigs, laughing my ass off. So far, top left has been flunking most of these topics.
I agree. You should have let me take over.
Flunking which topics in particular? Like,
you suck,
am I wrong about my history here? And has Jigs provided any like cogent argument on why he feels that I'm wrong on any of these issues? Or is he just doing the same thing I've been calling people out on throughout this entire stream, which is begging the question, which is, X is true because it is. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about because he doesn't know what he's talking about. And why doesn't he know what he's talking about? Because he doesn't.
That's basically been the whole thing. Like, oh, the guy on the left.
Well, you're wrong.
Ha ha.
Yeah, you're wrong because you are.
You're gay.
Yeah.
That's their fucking argument.
Calmer winds tonight are helping fire crews.
He wasn't
gay.
Autistic. He was Democrat. What? Socrates? Yeah.
Battled the mountain fire there. And
He was probably both. I don't know.
few terrifying hours, it became the most destructive blaze in Southern California.
Autisticrat.
CBS's Elise Preston is in the city of
Whoa.
Del Rio amid the ruins. Elise.
I call it
This is
the Autisticrats.
Now, here's the thing. When we looked into autism the other day, so I said this before, like when I was reading about it when I was in college, it was like 1 in 50 people were on the spectrum. Now it's like 1 in 30. So it's just the radius seems to just continue to shrink and everything. And so if like 1 in 30 are on the spectrum, what percentage of all the people watching, like, or how many people do you think have been on the spectrum tonight in the chat?
None.
What percentage of presidential
None of
candidate?
them.
I don't know. How many of them had bad social skills?
None of them. They're all angels.
Well behaved.
Very well behaved. Gosh, I've never seen a better chat.
Yeah. I hear, like, yeah, one of the leading causes of autism is like being.
I feel like
leaning.
I feel like I just babysat a kid and the mom came, or the parents come home, like, how did they do?
Yeah.
They did so well. Oh my god. They didn't even...
Yeah, we're all on the spectrum, Chef.
They only called us racist like 10 times. It's not that big of a deal.
What's wrong with having autism? God, are you using autism as an insult?
They only ate one crayon.
Yes, they only ate like 1.5 crayons. It's no big deal. I got them out of. I got it out of them. Don't worry.
Well, again, like I don't know what side was it, Jiggly Girls on or whatever. I can't keep up, but because I must be autistic or whatever. But they're like, is this supposed to be an insult? And we're bringing up like it's like everyone else is bringing up fucking Alta. Are you talking about us or are you talking about everyone else?
Dude, one of the people is talking bad about me now.
Bringing up race when it's the chat that brings up race, and then it's like we start discussing the tism, and then it's the chat that brings up the tism.
I was really liking the chat until they started talking bad about me. I don't know where this came from.
Gene, we can't be a far right podcast if we're, autistic.
Yeah.
Now,
You guys are being very
okay,
insulting to
stop.
autistic people.
So, do you think we're being pretty insulting? Because
You're insulting me.
I don't know. We're bringing up the fact it is a statistic that 1 in 30 people are supposedly on the spectrum, and we've had like 50-something thousand people that have watched the stream so far tonight. So there's like 120 people watching now. So I don't know. Like based on that metric, what is it? Would that be like 30-something people that are watching the stream currently?
Well, judging by the moon and the stars, they're all retarded.
Oh my god, Crow. No, Crow. Going too far.
Crow.
See, we're pissing everybody off. I mean, come on.
I was
Crow.
using astrology. That's a different metric.
No, but I don't know. See, Jiggly Girl, left or right? What are your what's your political affiliation?
Why are you gonna make somebody? Why are you gonna?
Because we have
convince
so
them
many
down?
right-leaning people in the chat. I'm wondering, like, are they actually one of the like non-right individuals out there?
All I care is they're non-white.
Yeah,
I
see,
hate those
Jigs,
whiteys.
they're being honest. They're trying to help us out here. We need to like get fucking diagnosed.
I'll say I appreciate the people who disagree with this and hang around.
Well, how drunk are you? Well,
continue to
Shad
shoot
doesn't
shit.
want me to end it, but we've been going on 7 hours.
This is a joint sideboard.
Well, John, I still want you to show what I sent you, and I mean, I don't think it's that very long. I think
It's not that very long.
It's irrelevant to the topic.
Well,
the reason I ask, I don't think it's irrelevant because maybe I'm misremembering. There's been quite a bit of activity, but it's just it doesn't seem like you really get that upset if people joke about other stuff. But now you're trying to claim that it's out of line that we're kind of like goofing off about autism and so forth. When it's like we don't care if people have autism, but it seems like people in the chat are trying to use it as an insult. Yeah.
Who are you talking to?
Yeah.
Firefighters are getting
I'm talking to the what they're Jiggly Girl.
Okay,
See,
then
that's a
why are
very-
you yapping me, bitch?
I don't know.
Okay.
Because
Yeah.
I'm crashing and it's
Oh,
like we've all
excuse
been going
after
on 7
excuse.
hours.
Dude, you were on crack the first fucking hour or two of this stream. You were just like,
Dude, okay, no, it wasn't crack, it was something else. But
oh my god,
do you know what come down is? I'm sorry.
you shut the fuck up. Okay, that's what it is. You motherfucker.
Who's he I'm talking to the Jiggly Girl in the chat.
she's gone.
Janice.
She's out. They're
Don't
out.
worry, I figured it out, Alex.
You offended them.
You trying to fuck John or what?
If you guys want to keep this stream going, hit the subscribe button and hit the StreamLabs button and tip. Make it keep going.
Okay, they said chill daddy.
Make it.
Okay.
Who's that?
Talk about it, Jiggly girl.
Chill daddy. Gosh.
No, stop mocking them. You're being all...
Chill daddy.
Being all rude. No, Shab. You're offending me.
Chill daddy. Come on.
Miles of neighborhoods, incinerating homes, burning down the house the O'Donnells lived in for 20 years. When the inferno swept over their property, Madison's father lost 3 dozen classic cars. They exploded one by one.
See, now I'm getting the giggles from my come down.
Wow, that's so silly, Jane.
You're getting the
Well, see,
late
when
night
you're
sillies,
amped up
dude.
initially, it makes you all like angry and shit. Now it's like, God,
I don't do. I don't. Sorry,
I need a fucking crash.
sorry, Gene. I don't do cocaine often. I don't know.
Like, no, in Minecraft, but
The intense firestorm began Wednesday, taking us
I just get the silly.
I get the silly billies.
No, stop making fun of me. I'm sensitive. You're triggering me.
Incredibly, there was no loss of life.
You have sensitive pain. I know that from experience.
O'Donnell's family desperately waited for their own reunion.
Okay, so how much longer are we going to keep this going? Because
As long as I say.
if you let me get to bed, then I can probably wake up in time to do a second fucking stream. How about that?
That's a lie.
So you don't like me?
I'll fine. It's gonna be fine. Now
What?
All right, I guess we could end the
Okay,
stream.
Yes, you guys are triggering me, and I can't take the heat. I need to take some time to really get over the abuse and the trauma, but I want to know, people in the chat, who, like, I really want a diverse audience. I really care a lot about it, and
Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
I want to know,
really
like,
important here.
how many people do we have that are non-American?
Yeah, let us know. Press 1 in the
Press
chat.
1
Enter
if
1 in
you're
the chat if you
non-American.
do
We
not
need more
live in
of
the
those
United
people
States.
here.
Oh yeah,
Jane.
hey, just fucking exclude
Gene,
me.
you need to redirect everybody to my stream, Gene. Okay?
Yes, I rock. No, stop making me cry.
Gene, here's a link
What?
in the chat. Redirect everybody to my stream. Edit your stream.
Oh, what are you gonna do? Play some
Check out
fucking
Shabisky.
Fortnite?
He's gonna play video games.
It's gonna be
What a
great.
wild 5 minutes. Hey man, I was glad you were here for it.
Dude, Alex is like, what a diverse audience. Has 4... Dude, like, we're not talking about race. We're talking about, like, nationality. Dude, why does everything have to go back to race, Alex? I mean, come on. Aren't you tired of talking about race all the time?
Dude, Crow is a native. Crow is an indigenous person.
Dude, look at how red my fucking skin is.
Not you. That's
different red. That's different red.
Wait,
Either
who
way.
has the brain damage?
All of us.
Oh yeah.
Take a guess.
Yeah, we're all disabled in many different ways. We like to cry about our disabilities to get attention.
I've never done a brain damage before.
I'm a racist? Dude, are we racist or are we a bunch of libtards? Like, what is it? Jesus Christ.
We're
Take a
both.
lane.
We're both.
What are we?
We're both.
A bunch of racist, libtard, fascist cucks.
We're everything.
Whoa. You
See,
know what?
we're the like, I don't know, rainbow radicals.
Yeah,
every
you're late for the
element of the
retard show,
radicals.
Brian.
Yeah.
It's ending. You're gonna have to catch the next one. Kind of winding down here.
Alright. Whatever.
I don't
Hit
like
the subs-
disability. Dude, now I'm ableist?
All of it.
Dude, I'm not big at I love disabilities. Like, no
You're
one
worse.
loves disabilities more than or no one loves the disabled more than I
No
do.
one loves
I
disabilities.
can't be
more than I
ableist.
do.
I have lots of disabled friends, so I can't be an ableist. Trust me.
No one loves and no one understands disabilities more than me.
Yes.
I'm Trump.
I love disabilities.
I love disabilities.
I love
yeah.
disability. I mean, vote for me. A vote for me is a vote for, like, getting your disability checked and so forth, because I just give people handouts because I'm a fucking Nazi. Don't clip that. Don't clip that.
Catch the after stream on OnlyFans, the post show.
Dude, I'll do it for free.
All right.
Fuck off.
Peace out, guys. Hit the subscribe button.